Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sue Higginson and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Scully and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of planning and public spaces. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Minister Scully, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn in, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr Draper, Mr Conroe and Mr Wendler, you also do not need to be sworn as you appeared at the initial budget estimates hearing before this committee in your current roles. Witnesses who are appearing in a different capacity or did not attend the initial round of hearings will now be sworn in prior to giving evidence. For these witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And we'll please begin with the first witness to my left.
Thanks, Chair. James Hebron, Acting COO, DeFi. I solemnly, sincerely and truly affirm and declare that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Melanie Hawes, Deputy Secretary, Crown Lands and Public Spaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
David Gainsford, Deputy Secretary, Development Assessment and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Monica Gibson, Acting Deputy Secretary of Planning, Land Use Strategy and Housing in the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Simone Walker, Deputy CEO for the Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Amanda Leck, Head of Adaptation, Mitigation and Reconstruction with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Joanna Quilty, Head of Preparedness and Recovery at the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Clay Preshaw, Executive Director of Energy, Resources and Industry Assessments at DeFi. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from the departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and from the crossbench, members only. Then there is 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and then at 5:15. So let's begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Minister.
Good to be with you.
Minister, your planning changes have been described as the biggest rezoning in Australia's history. Do you agree that your changes impact billions of dollars worth of property, with a potential for some property holders to make a significant windfall gain from your program?
Look, I would agree that the government's planned housing changes are about getting more young people into homes. There will be more homes built as a result of the planning reforms that we're doing to allow and make permissible things that had been permissible once upon a time and then had been turned off with their permissibility once upon a time. As for the impact on land values, on properties, on people's bank accounts and the like, I'm not really in a position to comment on those individual circumstances. I am in a position, however, to say that our reforms are about making sure that there are more well-located, well-designed and well-built homes near to transport, near to jobs, near to opportunity, all of the things that that people have been screaming out for in the midst of a housing crisis. And they'll also help us as a state to pursue and meet our goal and our targets set as part and parcel of the National Housing Accord, which of course, as you're aware, was agreed by all three levels of government.
Okay, Minister, you're an economist. You're aware that you change the zoning of a property or you increase the permissible use on that property, that it increases a property's value.
It
Isn't that correct?
It could. It only increases it to the extent that it becomes feasible to build. You know, so you can't just say automatically that because an R3 zoning, for instance, a medium density area that was close to a transport hub that had not allowed, as 82% of them hadn't, 42, less than half of them hadn't, wouldn't allow, and now does allow, residential flat buildings that are automatically has an explosion of value because ultimately someone needs to build and deliver that residential flat building on it and sell to the market. And in that sense,
Minister, you might be the only person in New South Wales.
You've got multiple
Minister, you
markets
might be the only
operating.
person in New South Wales who thinks that changing a property from an R2 zoning that allows a 2-storey house and then changing that to a 6-storey zoning on R3 doesn't actually increase a property's
No, I'm not
value.
suggesting it doesn't, right? You're suggesting it creates billions of dollars. It doesn't necessarily.
Okay.
Because ultimately, you've got to sell the end dwelling, right? And there's a price at which people can obtain finance and are willing to pay for a certain amount. Now that cascades back through the system in terms, once you discount your margin, your costs of construction and your holding costs and the like, into the land use, the land value. So it's not easy, you can easily say, and you might want to say that this suddenly creates billions of dollars of value. It will change land use values, absolutely. Absolutely. Every transaction changes land use values.
Well, we've got
but
that established.
in and of itself,
We've got that
this doesn't
established. I'll
create
redirect you
billions
now,
of
Minister.
dollars of
We've got that
funds for
established.
people.
Do you agree that then the misuse of information could lead to a person gaining an improper financial windfall?
Well, I do agree that the misuse of information can have communities scared too. Right, the misuse of information has been almost a hallmark of some people's engagement in this activity.
Minister, we're talking about probity. We're talking about probity around the biggest rezoning in Australia's history. So why don't you just answer the questions?
Well, I'm trying to answer the questions.
You're not.
Right? Well, actually I am.
You're not. You're trying to engage in a debate, Minister. You're trying to engage in a debate.
I think, Chair, that someone talking over the top of me while I'm trying to answer a question is trying to engage in debate. Now, I know where you're trying to go with this, right? I know where you're trying to go with this, and that matter is before the ICAC. And
Minister, this
it
is a
would
general
it
question
could
around
prejudice,
your
and I
department.
won't be commenting on the details
Minister,
of that.
this
because
is
it
a
could
general
prejudice
question around
in
your
the
department
investigation.
and the
Yes,
measures in
I
place
understand
within
where
your
you're
department.
going.
Okay, Minister, given the risk, what new probity measures did you put in place to guard against such a risk?
Right. Well, I'll defer to the Secretary of the
No,
Department.
this is a question for you, Minister.
I'll
What
defer
did
to
you
the
do,
Secretary.
Minister? What did you do as the Minister for Planning, embarking on this expedition?
Point of order, Chair. The Minister has a right to defer to his subject matter expertise in the department. The member can't direct him to answer if he hasn't got the answer at hand and one of his colleagues can answer the question. He's within his rights to do that.
I am confident.
Hang on a sec. It's the member also has the right to redirect the question if he. One of the realities of this session, the way it's set up, is we do only get limited time with the minister. So the member does have the right to then move on to a different question if he doesn't want the question redirected. It is the member's call on that, but the member also needs to respect the minister's capacity to answer or not answer and direct the question. Let's move on.
Thank you. Minister?
Right. So, as I was starting to say, I'll defer on the detail of how the department manages its probity to the Secretary of the Department because, as you're aware, ministers do not deal with the day-to-day administration of staffing arrangements within departments. However, when we set about this project, about this policy development, I spoke with the Secretary about the probity measures that were in place. I was comfortable with the additional measures that were going to be taken around these specific areas. And as I said, I'll pass on to Ms Fishburn to detail some of those.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go into the additional measures that we put in place in relation to the transport-orientated development. If the committee's happy if I refer to it as the TOD, or else I will be talking for a long time. As you've made clear, Mr Fallow, it is a very significant program. We have general conflict of interest measures, but we did bring in additional measures in relation to the TOD. That's not unusual due to the sensitive nature of some of the work that occurs in planning. Some projects and programs do have enhanced probity surrounding them, and the TOD was one of those. Government officials who were making suggestions on site selection were requested to sign a separate confidentiality agreement prepared in consultation with the program's independent probity advisor. As site selection was narrowed down, files were also moved to secure storage with limited access, and information was shared internal to government only on an as-needed basis. The department undertook targeted consultation with stakeholders during program development. Limited information was shared in these sessions. It was a as needs to know basis. Business contact forms were completed and meeting records were kept. A probity advisor, Procure Group for the record, was engaged in July 2023, so at the commencement of the program, to advise on the establishment of the Interagency Assessment Review Committee, the ARC, including the TOD program control document, terms of reference and conflict of interest. Conflict of interest forms were filled in by those members who were part of that committee. The probity advisor also attended the ARC meetings and advised committee members of their conflict of interest obligations.
Thank you, Ms Fishburn. Now, with respect, under the Department's Code of Ethics and Conduct Policy, all persons within the Department make an annual conflict of interest declaration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep.
Can I also clarify as well? They also make a conflict of interest declaration if circumstances change. For instance, if they're working on a project like the TOD project.
Okay. So, with respect to that, have all employees of the Department made sufficient declarations?
I would have to take that on notice to confirm. I can certainly assure you that we have been focused on conflict of interest declarations over the last fortnight, but I'll take that on notice and come back after the break.
Were any updated conflict of interest declarations made as a result of the publication of either the TOD program or the low and mid-rise housing changes?
I'll have to take that on notice. In fact, I can say yes, because conflict of interest from my Deputy Secretaries come to me, and there were a number that were updated post the TOD program.
Okay. Could you take that on notice? How many were updated?
Across the whole department, yes.
Yep.
I may not be able to give you that information this afternoon, but we can certainly find that out.
Thank you. And it's also required that these declarations are made as soon as practical following the interests or relationships declared have changed. Were any of these interests updated following the announcement of the TOD program or low and mid-rise changes?
Well, I've just said yes. I have seen a couple that have been updated, and I'm sure there are others as well. Not every conflict of interest comes to me as the approver.
Now, Minister, with respect, your Secretary outlined in August that there is, and I quote, "There is always the risk that as a consequence some malfeasance will corrupt a bit of the system, but does the small risk outweigh the benefit of getting more market certainty? I would argue at the moment you should probably be taking risks rather than locking down the system." Do you agree with these comments?
I agree that we should be doing all that we can to get more housing, to get more jobs, to get more investment, and to get more great public spaces in New South Wales. But as to the Secretary's comments, she's sitting right next to me. You could.
It's a question for you, Minister, though, whether you agree with those comments.
Which aspect would you like me to agree with?
Well, the comments. Do you agree with them?
Well, I agree that we should be doing all we can. Right. So there was a culture of saying no. Right? There was a culture of saying no in the Department of Planning, I have to admit, when I took over. Now, that culture, I suspect it stemmed from the top.
City forward now. Say yes more often.
No, I would say give answers. Now, just saying yes, in and of itself is not a bad thing. Right? Just saying yes to more jobs and more job opportunities, just saying yes to more investment, just saying yes to more housing. I appreciate the opposition doesn't like it, but it's not a bad thing. Now, that doesn't mean yes to saying bad projects. All right? And this is the part that we have to assess. The Department of Planning is called upon to undertake a range of merit-based assessments. Right? And that's its job. It has to weigh up a whole range of things and balance the competing interests of a lot of people and, to be honest, have a whole bunch of people out there who often try to misrepresent what might be happening in certain circumstances. Now, of course, you don't do that, Shadow Minister, but some of your colleagues certainly do.
Did you or your office authorise the comments by the Secretary?
I don't authorise the comments by the Secretary. The Secretary is sitting here. She makes the comments. She's allowed to make comments. It's a free country. It's not Soviet Russia.
Minister, why was the Independent Productivity, Probity and Policy Advisory Committee, a key independent probity oversight body in the department, abolished after you became the Minister?
Look, I don't abolish committees. I don't make those decisions, and I'll defer to the Secretary again. But as you've heard, there are substantial probity measures in place in terms of the department, in terms of how they operate, in terms of their requirement, just as there are on members of Parliament, as there should be. As there should be. You know, the departmental officers, and I would like to say, just before we go too far, that this is coloured by the alleged actions of one individual. I still don't know whether those alleged actions have been taken to the ICAC or not. I've certainly reported, the department certainly has. However, the good work of the several thousand people involved in the Department of Planning, the several thousand people involved in development assessments throughout local government shouldn't be besmirched by the one action. I mean, you wouldn't want to be besmirched by the actions of Darryl Maguire, despite him sharing your party.
Come on, Minister.
Room.
This is billions of dollars.
We've got to see some of this in context too, right? It's easy to make and try and cast the pall over everyone who's sitting around this table, everyone who's sitting behind me from the department.
Minister, we're not besmirching the reputations of everyone sitting behind you or everyone in the department, but we're asking about the processes. Right? We're asking about the processes that you employ in your department.
And as you've heard,
as you embark on the biggest rezoning in Australia's history.
As you've heard, they're substantive. Right? There's been additional measures put in place. Those additional measures were checked and confirmed by independent probity advisors and the ICAC. But I'm in terms of that specific committee, I'm happy to defer to Ms. Fishburn for some further information. But it may have been in advance of even her time in the department.
It actually was. It was a committee that was stood up under the previous government, under Minister Roberts.
There we go.
And I understand it was to advise that particular minister. I'm not seeing any terms of reference in relationship to it. I'd have to take on notice anything further. It was obviously prior to me coming in as Secretary.
There we go.
So, Minister, given you're embarking on the largest state-led rezoning in Australia's history, wouldn't it have been prudent to actually keep committees like that?
No, it's
and to actually increase requirements?
I think it's actually prudent to undertake the additional measures that the Secretary has implemented in terms of the department. Those additional probity measures, which she went through in detail, but we can take you through them again if you like, because they are substantive. Right? They are substantive. Now, is any system absolutely bulletproof in any circumstances? No, of course it's not. We know that from our own experience, and history tells us that's not the case. However, there has been substantive measures put in place by the department, and they are working.
Minister, you've loosened the screws. You've given the green light.
Oh, please.
And, Minister, it is a recipe for corruption. Don't you see this, Minister?
No, it's not a recipe for corruption. That is the worst. I mean, you started this line of questioning by talking about misinformation, and now you've gone down the same rabbit hole that you criticised. You know, that is misinformation. That is misinformation. What we've got is a solid process. Now, what we have is one actor, which we don't know because I have still yet to see any evidence from the member of Warrawonga.
Do you know Katie Joyner?
Never met her. I've still not seen any evidence that the member for Warrawonga presented to the New South Wales Parliament, to the Legislative Assembly. I still don't know to this day if he's even bothered to report it to the ICAC. However, if he hasn't, he should. And if he hasn't, he should be asked why he hasn't. Because sitting there and huffing and puffing and calling for judicial inquiries and the like and all that sort of stuff to try and get around a well-reputed and really good corruption investigating body in the ICAC is actually a really disappointing from someone who purports to be the next, who wants to be the first law officer of the state.
I've got some more questions. Minister, what work has the government done with the ATC prior to the 7th of December once-in-a-generation media event to ascertain whether this non-proposal proposal of 25,000 homes and $5 billion for the ATC is possible?
I'd have to refer you to the answers of the Premier the other day. It's not something I was involved in.
So you haven't read the Memorandum of Understanding between the ATC and the government?
The role of the planning department would be
No,
only in the case...
Just to the question, have you read the Memorandum
No, I
of
haven't, because
Understanding?
it's not part of my remit, right? So
Okay,
my remit is to
just
administer
make
the
sure,
planning system and the planning
Let me
act.
ask the questions, please.
Well,
do you have
Do you
input?
want answers
Do
to
you
the
have
questions?
input?
I mean, I should be
I'm
allowed to
asking
answer
very
them. Chair.
clear
Point of
That's
order.
reasonable.
Point of order.
My point of order is a simple one, Chair, which is a question was asked before the Minister could get 3 words out in terms of an answer. A statement was made over the top of the Minister's answer, and that happened 3 times in a row. As a matter of fairness, the witness, the Minister, ought to be allowed a reasonable time to answer the question.
To the point of order, the Minister had actually answered my question with a one-word answer, so I'd
And
like
you
to
were
move on to the
redirecting.
next question.
Yeah, there's no point of order. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Minister, just to clarify, you've had no input or drafting involvement in the MOU at all?
No.
Okay.
Nor should I have.
And
Perhaps if I can explain the situation, we could cut down into line of questioning and save you time.
Can I ask, Minister, who first raised this issue with you?
The Premier informed me.
So it wasn't Steve McMahon?
No, as I said, if Steve McMahon had have informed me, I would have said that. But I said the Premier informed me because it was the Premier who informed me.
And when did he inform you?
It was a couple of days in advance of the announcement. I'd have to take on notice the exact date. It doesn't come.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Have you or your office had any conversations with Maurice Yemmer or Graham Richardson about this issue?
Not to the best. I haven't about this matter, and to the best of my knowledge, my office hasn't either in relation to this issue, because there is no planning proposal before the department.
That is what is so confusing about this.
I don't know.
That's why I'm wondering, why did you agree to be part of the media event that proclaimed this once-in-a-generation opportunity?
Because on the same day that we announced the transport-oriented development accelerated precincts and the other 31 transport-oriented development sites. So it was a multi-pronged media event.
Well,
I mean, you
actually
may have missed the multiple media releases on that day, but I think there were 3 from memory. Because we also announced measures with regard to the metro.
Well, that's also under question, because I'm curious
why... Well, I issued the media release, I do remember it.
Why did you decide to be involved, but the Minister for Racing didn't get involved?
Well, you'd have to ask for the Minister for Racing for
that. I did actually ask the Minister for Racing last week.
So you've got your answer.
He said that ministers in government need to be very careful interfering with the rights and views of actual memberships of independent organisations, referring to the ATC. So I'm wondering why you haven't been so careful in interfering with the rights of members, given you were photographed and commented in this once-in-a-generation proposal.
The rights of members for the Minister for Racing are different to mine. My role in this my role in the government is to administer the Planning Act and a range of other acts.
But you're saying that
right?
you're
and
not involved as the planning minister. There is
no planning proposal. Right? When a planning proposal is submitted, let's step through the process.
But why do an event?
And Mr. Draper may be able to add some detail because you clearly misunderstanding it.
Why do a media event as the planning minister? Standing next to the Premier, announcing 25,000 new homes, potentially, as a once-in-a-generation opportunity, if you hadn't read an MOU, if you didn't think that there was any planning involvement from the department.
My role in that media event was to talk about the transport-oriented development program,
so your role
which was
in that
released
media
on the
event,
same day.
Okay, so your role in that media event was not to announce the potential 25,000 additional homes on that site. Is
the
that what you're
25,000 homes was part and parcel of the media event. I mean,
but
do you want me to step out for certain parts and step back in? No, my role, it's very clear. It's very clear, right? When there is a planning proposal, If there is a planning proposal that comes before the government in relation to this, then the Department of Planning, along with other agencies of government, will be the one who is likely responsible for the assessment of that.
So is anybody in your planning department working on this proposal?
Well, there's no proposal.
Well, we've heard from the CEO of Sydney Metro that he has members of his team actually engaged in work on this issue. So
because he's building a metro.
But he's saying that he is actually contributing.
So without a proposal, he's building the metro still.
But that's right. He's contributing to the feasibility of the ATC's proposal.
Well, you'd have to address that question to him.
But
As
you're
to the
saying
best
that-
of my knowledge, and we can ask the secretary who's sitting right next to me if there is a planning proposal, because as far as I know, it's still being worked through the membership of the ATC at the moment in respect of that.
I can answer some
We-
further questions.
We might get back to that if
Yeah,
that's
okay.
okay in the next session.
Thank you.
Minister, just on that and following up, was your meeting with Morris Yema on the 17th of May last year, was that in relation to, did this topic come up during that meeting?
No.
What
I
was
hadn't
the-
heard about this topic until the Premier raised it with me a couple of days in advance of the media event.
Thank you. Minister, as my colleagues have characterised it, this is arguably the biggest rezoning
Some have
proposal
said
that we've seen.
I've never said that.
It's very large. Leave it at that.
David Board just said it.
It's a very, very large.
Not me, yeah.
Massive changes that are coming.
Not really, actually. Not really. But
Minister,
anyway, keep going with your
potentially
question.
massive changes coming
No,
our
not
way.
really.
And what's your fundamental motivation for these changes? What is your driver for these?
Getting young people into homes. Right,
Okay.
so the Productivity Commissioner in New South Wales recently had a report, I'm sure you've read it, that indicated that over the last 5 years, New South Wales, or Sydney rather, has had a net loss of 35,000 people aged in that 30 to 40-year-old age group.
Thank you, Minister.
We've
I have
got-
read
no,
it,
no, no.
and
Well,
this
hang
is
on, you've
aware.
asked for my
No, thank
motivation.
you. That's the
You know,
motivation. I
but
hear
the
it. It's getting young
motivation-
people into houses.
Part of it, but
Thank
it's
you.
also making sure that the next generation aren't locked out of the housing market. It's making sure that there's opportunities for people to downsize. It's making sure regional communities don't have pressures that they have at the moment with housing new workers. It's making sure that we've got an opportunity for people to stay close to where they work and live close to where they work, so that we can improve the productivity of our city. It's dealing with the climate impacts and dealing with the flood risks associated with living in what is basically a horseshoe-shaped city of Sydney. There are multiple good reasons why we would do this. I can't think of a bad one.
Can I ask you, Minister, what, if any, advocacy have you done within your government and colleagues within your party across the country? What have you done as Planning Minister, and what advocacy have you done to abolish negative gearing and halve the capital gains discount?
See, the funny thing about federal taxation matters, they're federal government matters.
What advocacy?
What I'm concentrating
you are the
on-
planning
Yeah,
minister
I'm the planning
of New
minister,
South
I'm not
Wales.
Jim
You are
Chalmers.
explaining to this
Jim's a
committee
great
now
bloke,
that your
lovely guy.
biggest
I've worked with him
concern
for a long time, but
that
I'm not
your
him.
biggest concern is
I'm not
getting young
Stephen Jones.
people into houses. What have
Okay.
you done?
Yeah.
There is $38.9 billion worth of tax concessions going to existing property owners and keeping the market closed to young people.
So
What
you're right.
advocacy have
You're
you
right.
done, Minister?
So two things I'd say on that. First one is we look at, and my first job is to look at, where I, as the planning Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, have direct responsibility and direct influence.
Do you have an
And
advocacy role?
well,
Do you have a direct advocacy role? Do you meet with planning ministers?
Chair, can I finish my answer? I said that there was a two-part element to this, right? So the first part is to look at where I can influence and make policy changes on areas with respect to the acts that I administer and more broadly within the New South Wales government. And I think I'm well and truly on the record as having proposed a series of policy changes that allow that. And I would note in saying that the Joey Maloney of the Grattan Institute recently said, If all of the restrictive zoning in those really desirable inner suburbs had been more permissive, then we'd been allowed to build more homes where people really want to live and work. That would have led to lower prices and rents. Now, in terms of federal taxation matters are not the responsibility of the New South Wales Planning
Minister, can I just get you back to the question? What advocacy, if any, have you done? And if the answer is no, Minister,
I
that's
don't.
fine.
My advocacy,
so you've done
my advocacy
no
is against
advocacy
my
whatsoever
advocacy,
to abolish negative gearing or halve the capital gains discount.
No, because you know what?
Notwithstanding, this is one of the main causes identified as locking people out.
Actually, it's not.
It is a main cause.
It's actually the economic research on this suggests that if you were to change that, it would have a minimal of impact on prices, but likely increase rents. What the New South Wales government is doing.
Have you ever had the benefit of negative gearing in your history of purchasing homes?
No, I haven't.
Okay, good.
You know, but I've had the good fortune of being able to purchase a home. Right? There are hundreds of thousands of people out there at the moment who are looking to buy a home or to rent a home.
So, Minister,
if we got rid of some of the restrictive planning and zoning requirements, which is what we're trying to do as a government, a lot of those people would actually have a reasonable shot at it, and we could not pursue furphy ideals.
Thank you. If the intention is genuinely to ensure entry-level housing, why is the affordable housing quota only set for 15 years?
So that's only on one part of it. Right, so let's step through the whole gamut of things. So in the affordable housing bonus scheme, which came into effect on the 14th of December or the 15th of December last year, which I mind you has already got 12 projects being considered. One of them, Mr. Wendler's already got Secretary's environmental and assessment requirements being issued. There's a further, I think, 4 or 5 EISs and CEARs that have been issued and well on the way. So there's strong interest. That allows for a minimum of 15 years. Secondly, in the transport-oriented development accelerated precincts, we have a requirement of up to 15% affordable housing in perpetuity. In the further 31 areas, we start at 2%, raising through time on a published scale, in perpetuity housing contributions. You know, so we are changing the way that affordable housing is being done. But the thing about that is, if land transactions happened maybe 5 years ago, you can't then go and impose something over the top, because what you risk is getting no housing out of that land, rather than a slightly smaller amount of affordable housing.
So why are so many councils not with you, Minister?
Lots of councils are working with us.
But why are so many not? Why have submissions come into you saying, can you please not give us this one-size-fits-all? Can you please not override our planning powers and controls?
I'm going to address this one-size-fits-all furphy of an argument once and for all, because I expect that my colleagues in the opposition will come back to this at some stage. The entire process, from day one, we have said that our new standards only get set if councils don't sit above them. If they can't deliver their housing with changes to their own requirements or with their existing requirements,
then you'll take away their capacity to say no.
Then we set a new standard. We don't take away their capacity to say no at all. At all. 85% of residential development applications remain assessed by local councils, 97% of which are approved, and every single one of them will still be assessed by a local council. It's the great thing about this change. Unlike the previous government, who tried to do this through a complying development, which was genuinely a one-size-fits-all approach, our approach is to negotiate with councils, and I expect that we'll probably find over the coming weeks that we'll have more councils that are coming on board, because lots of councils and lots of mayors are coming to see me saying, Minister, we want to work with you and the Premier because we recognise we've got to do something. However, they are concerned that some of the councils next door won't do their share of the heavy lifting. But what they want to do is say, hey, we've got this area here that we're just about finished a master plan on.
So what's your definition of a non-refusal standard, Minister?
It's a standard. It's a number of standards by which elements can't be refused on that grounds alone.
That's
that grounds alone. So,
and we're talking about the grounds that councils are coming to you saying that will cause a problem.
No, that's not actually what councils are talking to me
about.
Well,
I mean, some of the submissions are pretty clear, Minister.
Yeah, some of the submissions are, but that's not what councils are talking to me about. Councils are talking to me about the fact that they're now finally, some of them, looking at the way they can do some of these things better to make sure that there's opportunities to deliver housing. It might be, this area here has a flood impact, so can we change it and we have a little bit more height over the other side so we can deliver the housing outcomes? A lot of the councils, and credit to them, Chair, are saying, actually, no, we recognise that we've got a role to play, both as a signatory to the National Housing Accord, but also as the level of government that can help identify things.
I think that's right, and I think that
it's really good.
In no uncertain terms, I don't think there is one participant that doesn't want to address the housing crisis. There is not one. I think there are a couple,
but anyway.
Well, I'm not aware of any, and I don't think there is any bad faith. I don't think there is any bad faith here. What we're talking about is the much more sophisticated end of the argument, Minister.
Perhaps.
This one size fits all.
Well, it's not one size fits all.
This one size fits all.
That's the Liberal.
No, Minister.
Chair, I'm really disappointed the Greens have adopted this characterisation.
Minister, I am not.
I didn't think this coalition would ever exist.
I am not referring to the opposition's concerns here. I'm referring to some of those 65-odd Greens councillors across the state who are coming with genuine concerns, and that there is a one-size-fits-all once you hit a particular part of the planning process.
There's not at all. And Ms Gibson has done an extraordinary amount of work on
Nobody is suggesting a lot of work hasn't been done.
Can I finish, Chair? Can I finish, please? But I think in the interest of everyone in the committee here and everyone who might be watching online, that it might be worthwhile at this very early stage to actually take you through what non-refusal standards means, right? And I'll hand over to Ms Gibson to do the detail because she explains it much better
Minister,
than me.
thank you. Perhaps we might do that in the afternoon session.
Look, I think it'd actually stop a lot of questioning that wastes all of our time, perhaps, in this early stage if we just had a look at the facts.
No, I think we'll come back to that later. Thank you very much.
If you don't want the facts, I can't help you.
Minister, are you aware of Ku-ring-gai Council's independent ecological assessment that shows that the mid-rise set will result in the loss of some 32,000 trees? And a 50%,
I'm aware of the claim.
And a 50% application would result in the loss of 16,000 trees.
I'm aware of the claim. So, and look, there's a fact sheet here that I've got multiple copies of. I'm happy to table so everyone can have a look
Minister,
at it.
I think everybody's seen the website.
No, I don't think a lot of people have actually looked at it because it's clear that they haven't read it, at least if they have looked at it. But this might help. And again, I'll defer to Ms Gibson about the detail of some of this. But in our analysis of those claims of Ku-ring-gai Council, they actually don't stack up.
In terms of the vegetation tree cover loss?
You know why? Because vegetation policies still apply, right? So, but Ms Gibson might be able to take you through some of the detail.
But Minister, we accept, like in any planning process, when you have non-refusal standards, any of those tree policies, any of those vegetation policies, will ultimately, where they don't live consistently.
This is why I offered and suggested that early on today, Ms Gibson outlined what non-refusal standards actually means, right? Because it saves this line of questioning, which is going to go round and round in circles.
Minister, thank you. Can you sit here right now and guarantee that the 162 hectares of critically endangered blue gum high forest and the 217 hectares of critically endangered Sydney turpentine ironbark forest will not be reduced? Will not be reduced as a result of your planning reforms in the next 5, 10, 20 years?
Well, I'm not going to guarantee something for 20 years.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Well, hang on. I mean, can I answer the question?
You are guaranteeing here, you are telling this committee to accept
I said I'm not guaranteeing something in 20 years' time. Again,
Minister,
Ms Gibson may wish to outline how non-refusal standards work.
Can I just redirect you, Minister, please?
You're not going to get this one up.
Chair, I've taken a point of order. With all due respect, Chair, I don't think it's fair on the Minister not to allow him to articulate a thorough answer when you're asking him direct questions.
I accept that. Minister.
You did. Very generous of you, Chair.
Minister, could I please, okay, how about, could you guarantee that those vegetation amounts that I've just stipulated to you.
Is there a planning proposal to undo some of those vegetation amounts? I'm not aware of one.
Minister, I'm just finishing the question now.
Sure.
Will not be reduced between now, 5, 10 or 15 years. We'll stop at 15 years because you are planning for 15 years with your affordable housing. So 15 years, those vegetation sizes in hectares will not be reduced as a direct result of your planning changes that you're seeking to introduce through the TODCEP.
I don't believe they will. However, I'm happy to take the detail on notice because I'm not aware of any actual planning proposals that are planning to cut all those trees down.
Thank you, Minister. I think, can I just on that, and I pick it up with my colleague with the answer to your initial question. It's not, you are the planning minister.
I am.
You are making proposals and decisions that will have a dramatic cascading impact
Your
on the living
characterisation,
environment, the social environment, and the built environment. That's how planning law works, Minister.
Sure.
So when we say that these changes will, in effect, deliver millions of dollars of profit to certain... it is true. That is what happens. It is a fact.
I appreciate the statement, right? But this, again, this would all be a better informed conversation for this committee if we were actually relying on what is going to happen. And you started with non-refusal standards. And it can be confusing. I understand that. I was the shadow minister for a while. And if you don't have some of the advice around you, it can become confusing as to how some of these things are presented. But I really think in the genuine interests of the committee, right, and exploring this properly, because there isn't an alternate on the table at the moment.
Minister,
to actually go through what non-refusal standards means and how it works. Would you like to know how it works?
Minister,
like we've got a lot of really good skilled people here.
Thank you.
Who can take you through the absolute detail of how it works.
Thanks,
right?
Minister.
But if you're not interested,
have you ever appeared in the Land and Environment Court in merits?
If you're not interested,
Minister,
it's disappointing that we're going to have this discussion.
Minister, have you ever appeared in the Land and Environment Court in a merits appeal?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going. I haven't been to the Land and
All right,
Environment
thank you.
Court.
Thanks, Minister. Could I just ask you, Minister?
Mr. Murphy, have you appeared in the Land and Environment Court? You're a skilled attorney.
Point of order.
Yeah?
Point of order, Chair.
Minister, yes.
The Minister is not respecting the environment in which we are at.
And in fairness, my departmental officers aren't being respected either.
The Chair and questioners and taking up valuable time.
Minister, what assistance have you been offering to councils at this point in time to assist them with assessments and planning applications that they have before them at this point in time?
Sure, there's a couple of things that are going on. First off, we had a grants program that went out to, I think it was in the order of 60 odd councils, but I'll stand corrected slightly on that number, 60 to 70 councils, where some financial assistance was provided to councils to engage new planners, new young people who will be engaged in helping shape the environments in the cities and towns that they live in. So that's one thing. The second is we're working on improvements to the system that will allow assessments to be done more quickly and accurately. And one of the big improvements that we're making, and I hope to make in due course, which we've just gone out to the market to look for IT solutions, is through the use of artificial intelligence in the planning system. And that isn't to replace the role of planners. Planners remain and will always remain, in my view, central to the planning assessment system, but it's about enhancing and speeding up the system. So if you could, for instance, I'll give you an example. If you're coming along with a development, a housing development, and you put it into the system, the AI tool could run its electronic eye, if you like, over the system and say, right, on all of these areas, it gets a tick, it's in compliance with the DCP or the LEP. On these 3 areas, for instance, it's outside of it. And many planning proposals have 1 or 2 things that are outside the controls of an area. That allows those skilled planners to concentrate their efforts in the assessment part on those couple of areas rather than having to go through the entire list. They can look at what's come out of the list, they can concentrate on those couple of areas where it might be outside it, with the aim of being able to give a faster yes or a faster no.
Thank you. And so what are the support, what are you doing alongside the, sorry, just want to go
you're right. Yeah.
I've got one point actually,
Yeah, sure.
About, you're aware that this committee is now holding the inquiry into the TODCEP and some of the incidental...
Yeah, you waited a long time, but I know you got there.
So we're holding that inquiry. Are you committed to waiting for the outcome of that inquiry? This committee is working very hard to do that as quick as possible. Are you committed to waiting to the outcome of that inquiry?
To be honest, I don't think that's the best way to get people into homes into the future.
Why?
Look, if we will continue to do the work that we're doing, as we've said we're doing. So some of the Todd stuff is a program of work that will last some time. Well into, master planning of 8 Todd sites, the large accelerated precincts, is a large body of work that needs to continue.
But you accept you want to get it right.
However, if there are suggestions, positive ones from the committee that we can take on board, we'll be looking to integrate them. I don't think that there's a monopoly on good ideas, and if there's good ideas, which is why I'm trying to encourage this committee to actually try and understand in the first instance some of the stuff it wants to explore, not just today but in the future. But if there are good ideas that come out of it, I think we should take them. For too long, Chair, governments have kicked the problem of housing down the road. The best time to talk about planning reforms that would deliver more well-located, well-designed and well-built housing was a decade ago. The second best time is today, right? And if we keep kicking it down the road and down the road and down the road, you know what happens? More people have higher rents. More people have higher prices.
I think
more people get locked out of opportunity. And more of the great people in the 30, 40 age group, the innovators, the creators, the employers of the future, move away from Sydney. And when cities hollow out of young people, they die.
Just before I go to the opposition, can I just ask on that then?
Sure.
Why have you had 19 meetings with banks, developers and construction industry and only 7 with community housing and the Greater Cities Commission in the time you've been in?
Because banks and the construction industry help finance and build houses.
Are they the ones with the great ideas on the innovators on what houses should be for communities and green space?
Some have good ideas, some not so good.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you.
Thank you. Minister, given in 2021, a full RFP was undertaken through a 298-page series of 9 documents with probity advisors appointed, why was the Speedway handed over to your Labor mate Tony Buke and the Western Sydney International Dragway Limited in what has been described as a sweetheart deal with no public tender or announcement in October of 2023?
Well, so for a start, I'd correct the record that there was you actually identified the fact that there was a RFP process.
However, in 2021.
However,
of which the Drags didn't win.
Would you like an answer, or do you want to keep talking?
Okay, Minister.
All right, that answer. Okay. As it was not a lease of more than 25 years, is not a decision that came to me, and Ms Hawes, who is in charge of that area of the department, can provide full information on the process that led up to that.
Okay, we'll go back to that, Minister. So, Minister, you were saying you had...
Actually,
Minister, we will go back to that. We can redirect that. But, Minister, on the back of that, are you saying you had no conversations with Tony Buke prior to...
I haven't spoken to Tony in years. I certainly have never spoken to him about... Well,
what about your office, Minister?
No, not to the best of my knowledge.
You say that under oath, Minister.
Not to the best of my knowledge. I haven't spoken to Tony in years, not since he left the New South Wales branch of the Labor Party where he was the IT officer.
Okay. So, Minister, when Tony Buke's running around town telling people that you had a boil, that you said to him that you had a boil on your ass, that you needed his help lancing, you say that never ever happened. You never ever had that conversation.
I could actually say I've never used that expression in my life. Like, I might be a boy from Wollongong. I might have some colourful terms occasionally, but I've never used that expression because I've never heard that expression before then. I do have a desire to, as the old Parramatta Speedway advertising went, I do have a desire to get people's backsides trackside to see some Speedway racing. I'm a motorsport fan. I like it. I enjoy it, right? And for years after the previous government, you would remember you were part of it, stuffed up the Speedway process, right? There has not been racing in New South Wales. There has not been the opportunity.
And you're endangering it further, Minister. You're endangering it further. So, Minister,
I'm not endangering it further. Minister, when racing starts again, it's scheduled for the 23rd of March. I hope you'll be there.
Minister, when former Dragway director, I've been to the Speedway, Minister.
Right.
Minister,
when
no
former
Dragway director
and
architect of the original tender, Mark Hinchelwood, says It's a sweetheart deal. Minister Paul Scully has offloaded the problem from his desk onto Sydney Dragway, and in return, Sydney Dragway receives a financial benefit. It's a win-win for both. You reject those claims, do you?
I do, because it never came to my desk. As I said, Ms Hawes can take you through how the process, and again, this committee would be well advised and
We'll come to
better
Ms Hawes this
informed
afternoon.
if it actually goes
We'll come
through
to Ms
some
Hawes
facts
this
at the
afternoon,
front
Minister.
end.
So, Minister, when it comes to, and you talked about the original process had Sydney Dragway bidding, saying that they would be the venue, they would be both the venue manager and venue operator. Now this process has given the drags a lease when they had no intention to operate it and sought a sublease introducing a venue operator immediately. Don't you see that as being substantially different?
Again, I can get Ms Hawes to take you through the full detail of the process, which would equip the committee with some better information rather than people's speculation, right? This was a completely above-board process with advice, with proper process, with checks in it afterwards, and there is nothing untoward here, despite the fact that...
Okay, well, let's go to those checks, Minister. Let's go to those checks. So, as part of those checks, did you do any due diligence, you or your office do any due diligence on Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited before you issued the media release on the 22nd of December?
Again, I refer you back to the fact that this is not something that came to my office or my desk for my decision.
Minister, you issued a press release extolling the virtues of Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited.
It's extolling the fact that there will be racing back there, and it's scheduled. There was, as I understand it, there was some very successful track testing done
Minister,
on Saturday.
that press release says that Sydney International Speedway, Minister, that press release says that Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited understands the speedway industry, an organisation that was formed 9 days before that press release.
That doesn't mean the organisation. It's the people in the organisation. You would understand that your organisation,
so
the Liberal Party,
Troy Baldy,
is informed and
is that Troy Baldy, Minister? Is that undischarged bankrupt Troy Baldy?
As I understand it, Mr. Baldy is not a director of Sydney International Speedway.
So, Minister, you're going to contend to this committee, like you contended to the media and Ray Hadley, that Yvonne Baldy, 76-year-old Yvonne Baldy, is actually the one who is running this organisation.
I am going to contend that is the person who is the director of the organisation, yes, because that is a fact. I mean, again, we can go back, and Ms Hawes has all the details in front of her because it was her responsibility.
Minister, isn't this purely a shadow directorship?
Well, that's your characterisation.
Well, Minister,
I do have
evidence, Minister, and you've got the evidence as well. I'm very happy to table it, Minister.
Well, come on.
But, Minister...
Share.
Or do you know Mr. Troy Baldy from his Wollongong cart days? Minister, do you know Troy Baldy from his Wollongong cart days?
I've never met Mr. Baldy.
We have a point of order.
You haven't been down to the Wollongong cart days?
I have, in the mid-90s.
Could you stop? Thank you. We've just got a point of order. Thank you.
There's been a request to table the document. The member has...
I will happily table the documents at the end of the session.
Can we have the document tabled?
I will happily table the documents.
It's the member's prerogative if he wants to table the document.
There and then.
I will happily table it at the end of the session. Minister, when we discussed the Wollongong Kart Raceway, are you aware that Mrs. Yvonne Baldy became the director of that organisation 4 days before her son, Troy Baldy, who was the director of that organisation, went into bankruptcy?
No, I'm not aware of that because the Wollongong Cartway is not that's a discussion here. As I said, Ms Hawes can take you through the full detail of it. None of this stuff crossed my desk because it is not a lease beyond 25 years.
So,
it might disappoint you to find that out, but that's the fact.
Minister, you contend that Yvonne Baldy is the director of this company, that Troy Baldy has no involvement with this company, yet every public announcement on this has had Troy Baldy's name and hands all over it. Have you seen that, Minister?
Has my media release got Troy Baldy's name or hands all over it? As far as I'm aware, Gary Wilmington, former Bathurst legend, is the one who's actually dealing with the day-to-day operation of racing and that on the site. Has gone to the trouble of extending the track, making the corners better, and as I understand it, when the track was tested on Saturday, while I appreciate a lot of people were concentrating perhaps more on the Taylor Swift concert, but that track was almost setting new record times for Speedway in Sydney.
Minister, what financial capabilities does Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited have behind them?
That is a matter, again, for Ms Hawes. It's not one
Minister,
I can answer.
Minister, isn't this something you should be across?
No,
as the Minister, you're handing over a $110 million Speedway,
no, it's not.
And you don't even bother checking on the financial capability of the organisation running it.
Have a look at the legislation. Have a look at the legislation.
So it's been hands off from you completely.
You would do well, Shadow Minister.
Minister, it's been hands off from you completely.
To look at legislation before you started going down these fantasies and flights and frolics, right? The Greater Sydney Parkland Trust legislation is was bipartisan when it passed the last Parliament, right? And it says ministers are involved when there's lease periods of more than 25 years.
So, Minister, you just simply washed your hands of this. So when this all blows up in 12 months' time, nothing to see here, not my problem, go back to the Western Sydney Parklands. Throw Mr French under the bus.
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I can only answer questions about decisions that I've actually made.
Well, now
Minister, on that point, Minister,
who's answering?
But Minister, on that point, Minister, have you or your office met with Troy Boldy?
I've never met him.
What about your office?
Not to the best of my knowledge, they've never met him.
Have you or your office met with people who are interested in running the Speedway?
There are lots of people interested in running the Speedway.
Have you or your office met with them?
Yeah, my office met
so
with...
So it's hands off 1 second, and
Chair,
then...
Could I actually answer questions? Is it too much to ask to finish an answer?
You're very welcome to answer questions
Thank you.
Finish questions.
So my office met with people who are interested in the Speedway. My office has responded to I've responded to correspondence in people interested in the Speedway. The Speedway is actually a surprisingly big industry. There are a lot of people who have small businesses generally who are attached to it, who have been terribly frustrated by the fact that since the previous government stuffed up the Speedway move to its new site, that there's been no Speedway racing. People were appealing to me because they couldn't get any racing time. They'd either have to travel to Canberra or to Victoria or to Brisbane in order to do that. You know, small businesses who are suppliers
Minister,
to Speedway racing.
I think
can
you've
I
answered
finish?
the question now.
Can I finish?
I think you've answered
no,
the question.
We're redirecting now, Minister.
If I can,
well, you might be running out of time. You might not like the answer, but I'm entitled to give it.
Minister, now that you know all of this information that we've just presented to you, are you going to conduct investigations with your department about this matter?
The Secretary's already done it. It was in the paper. You should read a bit more.
But are you concerned about this?
No, I'm satisfied that the Secretary has investigated. She's spoken to me about it. I think it's important. Perhaps we hear from the Secretary. I know you don't.
Well,
want
look,
to
I'm happy to hear from Ms Fishburn on this. Ms Fishburn, has the investigation been completed into the Sydney International Speedway?
We undertook a probity review to comfort ourselves, obviously, when the comments came out, that all actions and decisions had been made in due process and following probity, and yes, I'm satisfied that was the case.
Was there a probity advisor who was appointed during the process?
I'll throw to Ms Hawes there for the detail.
I think it might be helpful for the committee. So, as you referred to in your opening remarks and questions, there was an open process in 2021. The Dragway submitted a compliant tender in that process, and the Dragway has been located on that site for 20 years. We have an established lease relationship with the Dragway. When our negotiations broke down with the sitting tenant, they withdrew, expressed a desire to withdraw from proceeding to a lease. The Dragway approached us, expressing an interest in taking on the management of the Speedway also at that site. We moved to a direct deal in accordance with guidelines and with the advice of an independent probity advisor, O'Connor Marsden. They walked us through the process and confirmed that the lease was consistent with the ICUT guidance because it had been the subject of an open market process. The Dragway had been a respondent in that process. The terms and pricing had been determined through a market process, and they were well placed to take on a lease to run that site.
So you engaged O'Connor Marsden for this process?
For the process of a lease with the Dragway over the Speedway site, yes.
Are you aware that O'Connor Marsden has been telling Speedway, the Speedway community, that they had no involvement whatsoever?
I would be very concerned with that, and I'd be interested to know the source of that and to look into that further.
Well, that is what O'Connor Marsden have been telling Speedway participants when they've been requesting information as to whether O'Connor Marsden were involved, and they've said that they have had no involvement.
Perhaps you can provide me with the name of the person who's saying those things.
I will, offline I will. Yeah. Minister, are you aware of Western Sydney International Dragway meeting with any other potential subleasees in recent weeks to look for them to take over the Speedway? Would that be of concern to you if they did?
No.
No? You'd be happy for them to rip up the contract with Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited?
Well, it's not my decision. I mean, that's their decision as the subleasee. What I really want to see is racing back, and all roads point to, pardon the pun, that racing should be back on the 23rd of March with a, albeit limited season this year, but that will finally finally make sure that this $110 million Speedway track that risked being a boondoggle under the previous government, that wasn't taken seriously under the previous government, that will be back, there will be racing and competitive racing back there. And that should truly be the test. That should be the test
Minister,
of success in this
Minister,
case.
are you aware that Mrs Yvonne Boldy, the Director of Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited, the one that you contend is the Director, not a shadow Director, was a discharged bankrupt?
I don't know. I don't know.
Does that concern you at all, Minister?
Does it concern me? Look, there's multiple. Alan Bond was a bankrupt at one time, wasn't he? He was a discharged bankrupt. He came back.
So you've got Troy Boldy, the undischarged bankrupt, who hands over the company to his mother 4 days before he becomes a bankrupt, and then you've got no concerns, Minister. It's Alan Bond.
As Ms Hawes just said, there was a check, a probity approach. There has been checks by the department that were done on the subleasing arrangements, right? What the test should be here is, will racing occur in a reasonable space of time or not? Will that be done professionally? And Gary Wilmington, who has a background in running speedways, his son, I think, is a speedway racer. He's done more activation of sites, making sure that young people are involved in understanding how to control and drive motor vehicles. He's done some really interesting stuff.
So why isn't Gary
in the
Wilmington the
past.
sublessee then?
He's done some real. Well, I don't know why. You'd have to ask him that. Right, but what has happened is there is someone there who is working as late as Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening to make sure that racing is back in March of this year, and that ultimately should be the test, because otherwise we risk leaving that track idle for more time, as your government previously
So,
did.
Minister, when did Western Sydney Parklands enter into a lease with
I'll
Western
defer to
Sydney
Ms
Drags?
Hawes. She's got all the details.
Yeah, thank
as
you,
we've
Minister.
said multiple
So
times.
our lease is with Dragway, and it's an option for them, a matter for them if they wish to sublease, to bring in this instance, people with industry experience in running Speedway. I note there is a team of people at the Speedway. It's not just one or two
Ms.
people.
Hawes, the question is, when did you enter into the lease with the Dragway?
It was let me get the exact date. My recollection is it's the 22nd of December. The lease or the sublease?
The lease.
The lease with Dragway, 22nd of December 2023.
The lease with the Dragway.
No, sorry, that's the sublease.
sublease,
My
yeah.
apologies. The lease with the Dragway, November 2023. We entered an agreement for lease on the 6th of November 2023 and finalised that. Finalised that on the 22nd of December at the same point in time at which the sublease was finalised.
So, Minister, why, when in November 2023 you were already seeking an agreement with Western Sydney International Dragway, why wasn't that announced publicly?
There was no particular reason. It wasn't announced. I mean, not every decision of government is announced.
So you made no determination at that stage to release that information publicly?
I
Give the
don't know.
community
Made
some
no
assurance?
positive nor negative one. I mean, it was there was some other stuff going on in November that was being announced, but that's not to say it happened. There was no announcement at the time.
Okay.
I don't think that's the crime
Minister,
of the century.
given 13.4I of the lease of the Speedway to the Western Sydney International Dragway states, and I quote, "The lessee has given the lessor at least 1 month's notice in writing of proposed sublease or licence together with details of the proposed transaction and a copy of all the proposed documentation or other relevant information." How was this possible to comply with that lease when the Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited was only formed 9 days before that sublease was entered
again,
into?
I'll defer to Ms Hawes about the process that led there, because again, it was accordance with the Act. It was not a decision of mine.
Thanks,
Ms.
Minister.
Hawes?
So there were obviously negotiations with the Dragway as to their ability to move forward. You mentioned the agreement for lease. We wouldn't normally make an announcement at that point because it's marking a step towards a formal
Ms.
lease.
Hawes, I'm asking about the lease and the sublease now.
So what was the question specifically?
The question is that given 13.4I of the lease of the Speedway to Western Sydney International Dragway states, and I quote, that the lessee has given the lessor at least 1 month's notice in writing a proposed sublease or licence together with details of the proposed transaction and a copy of all proposed documentation and all other relevant information. How was this possible given that Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited was only created 9 days before they entered into the sublease?
I'll need to take on notice the details of the documents that were provided in the lead up to the formal application of final documents for the sublease. But there was a period of negotiation with the Dragway where they were looking at putting together The
How is
proposal
that
for an
possible when the
operator.
company didn't exist 1 month prior to that sublease?
I will need to take on notice the exact details of the documents that were put to us and the dates with which that occurred.
The big question really when it comes to Speedway, Shadow Minister, is how it was allowed from 2020.
Point of order.
Okay,
Chair.
Minister,
There's no
Minister,
question
Minister,
in relation to
Minister, in
Speedway.
3 years' time you can come and ask some questions, okay? But now we're asking you the questions. And Minister, I would
How many other $110 million
Minister, I would ask that
did your
given that
government
under
leave
the
behind?
lease, it is a requirement that Western Sydney Parklands Trust establishes that the lessee is, and I quote, of good repute and has not been the subject of significant adverse publicity or the subject of any formal adverse finding by any authority that would cause a reasonable person to have concerns about reputational risk to the lessor or the fitness or ability of the lessee to perform its obligation and meets each of the assignment tests and has demonstrable experience in successfully carrying on a business of the kind permitted under the permitted use, has funding available to fund its obligations under the sublease or licence, will you now admit that your department have failed at best on this account or simply not undertaken any assessment of this company formed 9 days prior to the announcement?
No, I won't. Nice grab, by the way.
Minister, this is a company formed 9 days
I know
before
it
the
is.
announcement.
I know. And
run by a discharged bankrupt with an undischarged bankrupt as the shadow director who's
Your
making
words,
all
not-
the announcements,
your
who's
words,
the one
your words.
standing
You
in all
won't
the
even-
photos,
you
Minister.
won't- you
He's
won't
the one
even-
standing in all the photos.
You won't
It's
even
not his
table your
mum.
documents.
It's not his
You
mum,
won't even
Minister.
table your documents.
It's not his mum, Minister.
His mum might be photo shy. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go...
Where's Yvonne, Minister? Where's Yvonne?
You'd have to ask her that, right?
Minister,
What
you
my
should be
pro-
asking this. You've handed $110 million Speedway over to them.
And, for all intents and purposes, we have a program of works in place that will get racing again back on the 23rd of March this year, which I'm very much looking forward to after multiple years of you guys not giving a stuff about the Speedway community and
Minister,
letting $110 million. You wouldn't, Minister Ayres wouldn't even admit as to how much money has been spent on it.
Has any discount or rent-free period been offered with respect to the lease or the sublease?
I would refer you to Ms Hawes, who has the detail of the
Ms.
leasing
Hawes.
arrangements. It's not something that comes over my desk in accordance with the Act.
So there are obviously terms and conditions in terms of rent payable to us, and there's a period where it starts, which is after events have started, because their ability to raise revenue is when events begin.
So what's that period of rent-free?
1 month from memory, but let me get the details
1 month
for you
after
this
the
afternoon.
first event or 1 month after the lease?
Let
was
me
entered
get
into?
the specifics for you this afternoon. I want the record to be accurate. You also raised concerns about Mr. Boldy, and it may be helpful for you to talk through the steps we've taken since concerns emerged about him. But later.
Yeah, we'll take that up later. Thank you. Just want to finish up on one thing about the probity processes and the anti-corruption measures.
Which one? We've got multiple
well,
probity
this is it.
processes in the
So-
department, which is great. The Department of Planning should have that.
Absolutely, it should. And you would remember, Minister, ICAC has made many recommendations for decades
and we
now
have been implementing
of how to safeguard the planning system from corruption, because it is the hotbed for that kind of activity.
Indeed.
I just wanted to know whether it's possible, and perhaps to take on notice. I know that the Secretary referred to ARC and the probity. I think system or committee.
That's the Assessment Review Committee. That was the committee who undertook the analysis in relation to the transport-orientated development.
And in relation to probity matters, you mean?
No. We had a probity advisor who sat on that
committee.
Yeah, that's correct.
And
yes.
so, are there details of who that probity expert is and
it was Procure Group.
Okay, thank you. Minister, why do you continue to accept major expansions for coal mines, which are increasing the amount of coal mined, and the length of the mining and the area of mining as modifications instead of requiring a full and new environmental assessment?
Because in most circumstances they are modifications, but I might defer to either Mr. Preshaw or Mr. Preshaw is
Thank
probably
you,
best
Minister.
placed.
I will be taking it up with Mr. Preshaw and
but
Mr. Gainsford. But my question
part
is
of the reason is we accept planning proposals.
But
That's the job of the planning department.
Minister, thank
we
you.
don't have to approve them, but we do have to accept and assess them.
Minister, my question is this: if you could just take time to listen to the question. These are modifications that are being approved by you under delegation. The test for those modifications is that they are substantially the same development.
Correct.
And the question really goes to, why are you accepting that they are substantially the same when we know, for example, just take this one, Mount Arthur Coal, which will mine an extra 90 megatons of coal and emit an additional 193 total life cycle emissions over the 4 years of operation. How can that substantially be the same as the mine that would otherwise have closed in 2026? Like, how do you...
Which mine that you would have
This
closed
one's
on
Mount
2026,
Arthur.
sorry.
And you are the decision maker here. So how do you justify here now to this committee that we're talking about substantially the same development when we're talking about such an extension, an increase in emissions, an increase in footprint, an increase in impact? It is not substantially the same development. And why have you not required a new application with a new assessment?
Okay, so that comes... Is that the end of the question? Sorry.
It is,
Yeah,
thank
sorry.
you.
I thought you had a little bit more, that's all. No. So it comes down to, in part, what's considered under the current Act and arrangements as a modification. And perhaps it's useful, again, when we've got technical experts around the table to get that information up front in terms of this conversation, so we can have a more informed conversation. And Mr. Preshaw may wish to take you through what is assessed by the experts, including the independent panel on mining. What is assessed in terms of that, in terms of what is considered a modification, whereas what might be considered a new project.
Minister, have you been... thank you for that. Have you been...
So we don't want the answer?
No, I actually will take it up, as I said, with Mr. Preshaw after my time with you. Thank you. Are you, or have you been made aware of any legal advice that may have been circulating around that's been prepared on behalf of coal mining companies, or that would go to this question of what is a modification and what is not?
I'm not aware of any legal advice, no.
Thank you. Have you obtained your own legal advice about when you are required to answer these questions about whether it's substantially the same?
I get advice from experts in the department all the time.
Is that legal advice or
it can be
technical?
legal advice, it can be planning advice, it can be a range of other advice.
And have you received legal advice on these modifications of these major coal mines that are threatening us reaching our climate targets?
I think, and I'll take this on notice for detail, is Mr. Gainsford might be able to offer some additional information here, but it's part of, generally it's part of this suite of information that comes to me when a decision needs to be made.
So
Chair.
is it the fact then that
Did you want the additional information from Mr. Gainsford about how it works?
I actually get the feeling I know a bit how it works, and I'm asking you some questions, Minister. Have
You don't want to know.
Have you requested legal advice about your powers to approve these?
I get advice from the department on a whole range of things.
No, have you requested it?
Some of that. Well, the legal advice comes up in terms of how we're doing it. It's part of the conversations that I have with my departmental officers all the time. Have I engaged a lawyer myself to go off and provide that advice? No. Is legal advice provided to me? Yes. On a range of matters.
So I think the answer is no. You didn't specifically...
Personally, I haven't sought my own legal advice, no.
Do you mean personally as the Minister for Planning making decisions to expand coal mines?
I just mean personally.
Thank you. Sorry?
I mean personally. I have not requested specific advice about the matter you're referring to. It is part and parcel of the considerations of the department when it comes to it. So I consider departmental procured advice and legal advice to be legal advice when it comes to me.
And so you're so I take it then that you're very comfortable. I could be using the wrong term, but it sounds like you're comfortable with the current process that when you have a modification for expanding a coal mine significantly, that you're satisfied that through the modification process, you're happy that they're getting approved?
The ones that have come to me so far, yes. You must recall that many of them are in the assessment process, so they don't come to me at that early stage of the process. However, it's when a decision is or an issue is presented to me for decision, I do have the opportunity then to ask a series of questions, ask for additional advice, ask for legal, economic, environmental, whatever the advice may be, to satisfy myself at the time. And I reserve the right to do that on any individual project or proposal.
And so then on what basis did you... So moving to another mod, so that was Mount Arthur. Moving to the Boggabri mod, on what basis did you... Did you satisfy yourself to put so much weight on the strategic statement of coal over and above the recently passed Climate Change Net Zero Future Act?
Sure. Okay. Now I know where we're going here. And it might be worthwhile, before we get on to the specifics of Boggabri, which was not something that was approved by me in my signature, and Mr Gainsford will be able to add some detail onto that.
Sorry, Minister.
Yeah.
Can I just get your view on your understanding of what delegation means to you as Planning Minister?
In what sense?
Well, when somebody is signing an approval as your delegate, what's your understanding of that?
There are multiple levels of delegation within the planning system. So if you've got a specific example, then I'm happy to.
I'm referring to Boggabri.
My delegation also extends to correcting typos in LEPs. So...
Okay, Minister.
No, but
Minister, we're on shoddy ground here. We're talking about approving major coal developments and fixing typing errors. Are you suggesting that delegation...
No, I'm not saying they're equivalent, but you're asking about delegation, and delegation does range to that full gamut of things.
It does, and so my question to you is, what is your understanding of your delegation powers when you're providing approval to the continuation of projects that are literally contributing to climate change like nothing else right now? Coal mines, coal.
I wouldn't... I'm really not sure of your question. I mean, my understanding of delegation is there's delegated decision-making under the provisions of the Act. Now, that doesn't mean when there's large decisions that I have no role in it, that I don't seek briefings, that I don't seek advice and further understanding of things. However, in terms of the technical detail, as you would imagine, there is a great deal of information that gets examined in these things. Mr Gainsford, in the Boggabri example that you cite, can provide some more information of that process and how that was undertaken and that decision-making process. Now, with respect to the Net Zero Commission, as you would be aware, the Net Zero Commission is to be established later this year, and I expect that there will be a great deal of work done between the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure and the Net Zero Commission through time as the New South Wales Government seeks to achieve its now legislated, and I'm pleased that that was supported, but now legislated, greenhouse gas emissions targets. It's very important that we look at all parts of the planning system to help achieve that, and that's why we've taken and really done some great work through Mr Gainsford and Mr Brayshaw in terms of the approvals and the speed of approvals and the accuracy of approvals of renewable energy projects and the like, which is part and parcel. You can't look at one side of a coin without looking at the other in a lot of this circumstance. So we're actually doing more work in terms of making sure that there's renewable energy, there's work being done to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the system than produce them. But again, if you want to get into the details of Boggabri, that's and that decision-making process and the examination of facts, then that's
once
Mr.
again,
Gainsford.
Minister, I will take it up with Mr Gainsford when you're not here.
There you go. You know what you're up for this afternoon.
It's very straightforward. But Minister, in terms of, is it fair for me now to take away from here that in relation to those modifications, you are completely satisfied that they have been approved the way that they've been approved as modifications, and that you leave the detail to your delegate and you don't engage with that detail?
Well, no, that's actually not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, well, I've heard incorrectly.
Yes. What I said was, just because someone may hold the pen that signs a final piece of paper doesn't mean that I don't make inquiries, that there aren't regular briefings, that there aren't discussions.
Thank you. So then so going back to the very first part of the question on Boggabri,
Sure.
How did you reconcile, as the decision maker, to place so much weight on the strategic statement on coal when your government had just passed, with the support of the Parliament, the Net Zero Bill, the Net Zero Futures Act?
As I outlined, the statement on coal at that point in time was the policy of the government of the day.
But so was the Climate Change Act. You had an entire act of Parliament that said what you had to do.
Well, you're assuming that the assessment of a very complex and very large project happens in an instant. And the Net Zero Commission doesn't come into effect until, come into existence rather, not into effect, but doesn't come into existence until later in the year. That work is being done.
The strategic statement on coal was drafted by the last government.
Yes, and I expect that there may be a view of the Minister of Resources to reconsider that. I don't know. That's one that you might have to ask her in her estimate session. However, what the planning department will do and what the planning system will do is make sure that it's working towards the achievement of the New South Wales government's net zero goals. It considers and has to consider planning proposals that are put to it. Now, the Net Zero Commission comes into effect in existence later this year, and I expect and I hope, and I'm working closely with Minister Sharp on a range of these things, but I would expect that the department will be working closely with the Net Zero Commission to make sure that those arms of government, those decision-making arms of government, are lining up together, are synchronised, because we don't want to repeat of the intersigned wars between various factions of the Liberal Party that existed under the previous government when it came to addressing our climate change targets, which left us well behind the pack.
We strengthened.
But how
behind the pack.
From what I've been able to ascertain, under the former coalition government, the only projects where the Minister for Planning, and I addressed this with you at the last estimate, so I'd like to carry this on just briefly. The Minister for Planning asked the IPC to undertake public hearings and remove those merit appeal rights of submitters were mining project. And as you know, this means that communities, the only ones were mining project. And this means that communities actually had merit appeal rights on, for example, solar projects and not coal mines. Do you think that's perverse?
I think many things under the previous government were perverse.
And so, what is your approach going forward? Do you want communities to have?
My answer hasn't changed from the last time, in that I will look at projects and examine them on a case by case basis in terms of referrals to the IPC. And that's look, to be honest, that's the responsible approach of any minister. Until there's a change of government policy that says otherwise, that's the approach I will take.
And so
I'm not announcing a change of government policy here today, Chair. You might appreciate.
And so then, so in that you will be taking is that to say you would? So is it perverse that communities would have appeal rights to appeal the approval of a solar project, but not a coal mine project?
Perhaps it's worthwhile looking at what we're doing holistically in terms of renewable energy projects more generally. So recently we put out for discussion and feedback, and we've got some pretty reasonable feedback, I think, on the guidelines on a range of issues in terms of the approval and assessment of renewable energy projects, because these are important projects, whether they be on the coast or inland. And communities, rightly become concerned about these things. Councils rightly become concerned about these things because they don't necessarily. A lot of councils feel that they don't have the skill set to negotiate a voluntary planning agreement with some of the organisations and the like. So we put out these guidelines for discussion and feedback, and we've got some, and we're considering that at the moment about how we can do this better, because there were holes in the system. Right, and I think you would know the sort of holes that we're referring to.
I do. And Minister, if I could just redirect you
that's
briefly.
What we're
Thank you.
We're trying to improve what comes into the system.
We love the guidelines, and we know how hard all of the department works on developing guidelines.
Well done,
we
Mr.
love the
Preshaw.
guidelines,
Yeah.
but we love the guidelines when they lead to consistency and certainty. And
I think they will, but they haven't come into effect yet.
And we love guidelines that don't stamp out communities' appeal rights
Yep.
to
and
seek justice
we are
from
working on
bad
that
decisions.
balance. We're working on that balance because it's an interesting balance, because arguably the renewable energy zone process that has been undertaken and introduced under the previous government with the support of Labor, I have to say, because they basically nicked our policy from the 2019 election. But there's an argument that says that those renewable energy zones, because they've been identified for some time, there's not an unreasonable expectation of greater intensity in those areas, right? But that doesn't mean those renewable energy zones are to the exclusion of all other areas when it comes to good renewable energy projects.
But just getting back
what we
to-
want to do is improve the entire system, not just improve it bit by bit.
And so on that, if we're looking for improvement and better accountability and integrity in decision making, will you be referring the renewable energy projects as they are proposed to the IPC for public hearings, like you have and other ministers have, coal mines?
We will be looking at how we improve the system across the board. I'm not announcing any policy changes today, but we'll accept that Mr. Gainsford, I think you can take that Ms. Higginson as suggestion as part of that guidelines effort. We'll take that into consideration, absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Higginson, I think you'll find when it comes to my views on this that I'm actually quite keen not only just to achieve things for the for renewable energy generation generally, but I really want to see local jobs created out of this. I represent a region that has the largest steel producing facility in it. It's a heavy to abate industry. It takes in a lot of concrete in through the port of Port Kembla. So I'm very conscious of that, but also very conscious of the need to not only do things with accuracy, with speed, with precision, but also in a way that we achieve our shared goals. But that shared goal should include increasing the general employment that comes as a result of this.
And so are you also keen to stop giving the export coal industry a free kick under the planning system by providing approvals to modifications and referring their projects to the IPC for public hearings?
I think we've explored that already today.
Well, I'm not certain. Are you at the point now where you are willing to stop doing these modification approvals and referring their projects to the IPC for public hearings?
I'm at the point that projects continue to be considered on a case-by-case basis as they should. That's what a merit assessment process is about. So we'll continue that. Where there are changes in government policy, whether that comes about as changes to the statement on coal, changes as a result of the introduction of the Net Zero Commission, we'll of course take those into account in the
system.
So
when will we see you advocating for a change to the statement of coal, just finally?
Well, the future of the statement of coal is in the Minister of Resources' hands, and I'd encourage you to ask her about it.
But no, your advocacy.
Well, what my discussions with my Cabinet colleagues are just that, Cabinet discussions.
Thank you. Ms Fishburn, previously you indicated some of the additional measures taken with respect to the TOD. Part of that you outlined that those who were making suggestions on site selection were requested to sign a separate confidentiality agreement.
Correct.
How many of those confidentiality agreements were signed?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Was Ms Katie Joyner one of those people?
Ms Joyner was not involved in the TOD work.
Okay, thank you. You also indicated that a site selection was narrowed down, files were also moved to secure storage with limited access, and information was shared internal to government only on an as-needed basis. How many people had access to that file?
It would be, there isn't a single number. It would be dependent on who was required to have access to that information.
Can you take on notice how many people had access to
I
that
can
file
certainly take
over
on
the period?
notice, but there's not a single file either, Mr Farlow, as you can appreciate.
I can imagine
so,
there'd be a folder and special files that have access rights. Yep. So if we could have the number of how many people had access rights to anything under that. You also said that the department took targeted consultation with stakeholders during program development. Did these stakeholders include local government?
Yes, we did speak to some councils. It would not be every council. We could, I'm sure we'd be able to furnish a list of the councils that we consulted.
Okay, thank you. And when were the files moved to secure storage with limited
I'd
access?
have to take that on notice. I suspect it was around August because that was the point in time when the program became more defined, but I'll take the date on notice.
Thank you. And on what date was the Interagency Assessment Review Committee established?
The committee commenced in July. Do we have the exact date, Ms Gibson?
Yeah, so, Mr Farlow, the Assessment Review Committee met on 2 dates, the 7th and the 8th of August 2023.
Thank you. And who were the members of that Assessment Review Committee?
I don't have the specific names, but I can give you the departments that people came from. Obviously, the Department of Planning and Environment, as we were, the former Greater Cities Commission, as they were, Treasury, Transport for New South Wales, Infrastructure New South Wales, the Cabinet Office, Office of Local Government, Department of Communities and Justice.
Thank you.
Minister, just in the short minute before we move to the government time, what do you say about the City of Sydney report that states that the Minns government's claim to be acting on the National Housing Accord, the New South Wales government has broken its commitment to the Accord as it did not work directly with local governments in preparing this plan and land use reform. As a result of the lack of collaboration, the reforms are poorly constructed and need substantial change to achieve their intended aims?
I disagree.
Do you not think there's some merit in that?
No, I disagree because you know what, the secretary, right? I think this has got to be a first. It certainly wasn't done under the previous government, but the secretary and Ms Gibson have been talking to councils and briefing them on the details. I speak to mayors and representatives of councils on a regular basis, and the door remains open. The Premier and I have made this clear on multiple occasions. But you know, in terms of working on the detail, and that's exactly the process we're going through at the moment.
Then why is there so much dissatisfaction? Is it your intention? Do you think? Sorry, is it your view that you think all of this dissent and concern will just go away? That your plan is right? And
I think there are some areas where you know there will always be more trees planted than houses created. However, most local governments and most mayors, beyond an initial reaction, which I appreciate, it's been much like the initial reaction of some in this place, because until you start to understand the details, which is why I wanted to get people taken through that to begin with. But when you hear that, it's changed. I mean, you only need let's take the Mayor of Canterbury Bankstown, for instance. Right, let's take the Mayor of Canterbury Bankstown. You would have seen in the earliest days, he made some statements which were, uncomplimentary, let's describe it as that way, of what we were proposing. However, if you look at his mayoral minute recently, as reported in the Daily Telegraph today, there has been a considerable change once he's had further discussions about its impact and about how local areas, because it's not the one-size-fits-all characterisation that the Liberal Party might want to adopt, but how areas can work with the government to come up with ways of best delivering the housing. He's actually quite critical, and rightly so, of councils around him that are not doing their share, meaning that other councils are having to pick up not only their part of the housing targets, but also do other people's work for them.
Thank you. Government.
I just have one question to Ms Hawes, is it?
Yep, Ms Hawes.
Yes. Are there any conditions that have been included in the licence to operate the Speedway in order to ensure that appropriate people are making decisions regarding the management of the venues?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think I said before it would be helpful for the committee to understand the steps we've taken since concerns were raised around Mr Boldy. I do note that our lease is with the Dragway. The Dragway is liable for the performance of the venue, including the performance of its contractors. Since concerns emerged around Mr Baldy, we exchanged correspondence with the Dragway. We were provided with written assurance that he is not in an executive role, he is not in a role that involves financial management, and they also took steps to prevent representations on social media that do not reflect that. Subsequently, the Office for Sport issued a licence for racing that was addressed to Mr Gary Wilmington as the track manager. The licence is with the Speedway, And it again includes a safeguard that Mr. Troy is not in a managerial role over the operation of events at the Speedway. They are steps we've taken in conjunction with the Office for Sport since concerns were raised with us about him.
Pretty comprehensive.
Any more questions?
No questions.
All right, well, we will take a short break and we'll reconvene at 11:15. Thank you all. Great, thank you. Welcome back. And there are some documents being tabled. And then we will resume with questions from the opposition.
Chair, if
Yes.
I could, I just wanted to clarify and add to an answer that I provided earlier. You asked about the assistance we're providing the local government with development assessments.
Yes.
And I indicated that our student planner grant program was between 60 and 70 councils. Actually 74 councils who have taken it up. And the value of that program's $1.85 million because there's $25,000 per council. So I just wanted to make sure that that was an accurate reflection. I had 64 in my head, turns out 74. There was an increase in demand in that one.
Fantastic. Thank you, Minister. Over to you.
Thank you. Minister, when will the TODCEP commence?
The TODCEP is planned to commence in April.
Is there a particular date or?
Just in April.
Okay. Minister, do you intend on publishing a draft TODCEP?
Yeah, perhaps Ms Gibson might wish to take us through the next steps in the process. And again, I think it's probably a good idea that we're all starting from a similar level of information.
I should hear from Ms Gibson on this one.
Yeah, happy to, Minister, and thank you, Mr Farlow, for the question. We have been consulting with councils about the proposals in the TODCEP as part of information that we've been providing in briefings, and that's available on our website. We will produce a draft state environmental planning policy that outlines all of the specific details of the TOD. And we will advise the Minister about how that consultation will occur. In the past, we have had specific consultation with those who've made submissions and have a strong interest in the proposal.
Thank you. When do you intend to publish that draft set?
We haven't provided a date about when that would be published.
Okay, thank you. Minister, given the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act of 1979 states at 3.30, 1, before recommending the making of an environmental planning instrument by the Governor, the Minister is to take such steps, if any, as the Minister considers appropriate or necessary to A, publicise an explanation of the intended effect of the proposed instrument, and B, to seek and consider submissions from the public on the matter. Why did you not consider it appropriate or necessary to either publicise an explanation of intended effect or to consider public submissions on the TOD?
We have published documentation on the Transport Oriented Development Program.
It's not an EIE though, it's 12 pages.
So we have published information on the Transport Oriented Development Program. We are taking advice and feedback and consideration of councils and other stakeholders as it comes through. And as Ms Gibson outlined with the TODCEP, there will be a process going forward in the lead up to an intended start in April.
Minister, when did you exercise your discretion to not exhibit or seek public submissions on the TODCEP?
We're actually going through what is there's two types of public submission process. There's the broader one, which we've got the low and mid-rise plans that we've gone through, and then we've got some more targeted stuff. We've been briefing and working with the councils, particularly in those areas where there's 39 discreetly identified sites. So it's a more targeted process.
Minister, can you explain to the people of those 31 areas that will be covered by the TODCEP why you know their home and their area better than they do?
I don't profess to know their home or area better than they do, and that's why we're going through the process of talking to councils.
But you're not allowing them to make a submission.
No, they're quite welcome to. Many have.
Well, you've got no submission process open for them.
Well, yeah, that's a great thing about local members as well, and councils and others. There's plenty of information coming back to us. But in terms of this, we do not profess to know any area better than anyone else, and that's why we're actively engaged with local government, with councils as the representative body at the closest point to those areas, as part and parcel of this process.
Minister,
and it's been a good response.
Minister,
so far
was it the
from councils,
department's
to be honest.
advice not to publicise either a draft SEP originally or to exhibit an explanation of intended effect?
Well, there was an agreement that and a set of decisions made to go down the path that we've done because there were 39 discrete areas involved, and less if you actually count the number of local government
Minister,
areas.
was there an explanation of intended effect that was prepared?
We're working through the process of consulting with councils in relation to how that will work. So there will be, for the 8 large accelerated precincts, there's a master planning process which which will be working hand in glove not only with local government but with other agencies.
We're talking about the TODSEP at the moment.
And
so
that will be public.
Was there an EIE prepared for the TODSEP?
And with the other 31 sites, there hasn't been an EIE published, but there has been a process.
Was there one prepared though?
Yeah, you'd have to ask the department. No, I don't believe there was.
Thank you. Minister, isn't it your responsibility to increase opportunity for community participation?
The opportunity for community consultation, community involvement exists and continues to. I receive emails regularly about and correspondence about the government's planning changes, both for, a lot of for actually, and some against it, and some a bit on the fence.
Like, Minister, you've determined when it comes
here.
to this TODSEP not to open up public submissions.
Well, as Ms Gibson said, that we're going through a process. We'll have the explanation, the draft SEP published, and the process will be that we've taken a targeted approach because this is a targeted arrangement. It's around 39 sites. They're easily identifiable.
Minister, let's do a compare and contrast. Given your changes to the infill affordable housing provisions, you made the announcement on the 15th of June 2023, then went on in September to exhibit draft amendments to the Housing SEP, proposed amendments to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Housing Regulation of 2023, and the draft infill affordable housing practice note. Then from 3 weeks until Tuesday, October 17, before making any amendments to the draft, you introduced them on the 14th of December 2023. Why didn't you undergo the same process when it comes to the TOD?
The process around, I think you're referring to the affordable housing bonus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I thought you referred to the low and mid-rise housing. So I just wanted to be clear. That's a much more technical piece of work. There is a lot of front-end work that has gone into the development of the transport-oriented development program that has been in conjunction with a range of departments. It looks at capacity, it looks at a whole range of other things, and perhaps Ms Gibson can take you through the process where we worked down 305 locations down to the 39 that were agreed. However, with the affordable housing bonus, it was a much more technical piece of work. And in terms of assessing feasibility, because we were applying this, it was not new. It's applying to areas where there were already existing housing transactions or land transactions that have been undertaken.
Minister, were the 31 stations that form the precinct to be governed under the TODSEP the stations that were identified by the Department of Planning to have the most capacity to support additional growth outside the 8 selected as TOD accelerated precincts?
Do you want the list?
I know the list. I'm asking you, were they the precincts that were identified to have the most capacity from the department?
It was a combination of things, but there was an assessment process, and perhaps Ms Gibson, again...
Well, Minister, what was you say it's a combination of things. What was that assessment process?
Well, that's why I'm seeking...
And what was your role in that assessment process?
That's why I'm seeking to answer the question. The process, and Ms Gibson can provide some additional detail to this, but the department started out by assessing 305 sites throughout the 6 cities, so from Newcastle to the Illawarra. That looked at a range of factors and ranked them in addition to on water and sewer capacity, land fragmentation, zoning around the areas, transport capacity, and a range of other matters that were then reduced down to those 31 and 39, if you include the 8 accelerated precincts that had the greatest capacity to take housing uplift.
Ms Gibson.
So, as the Minister has outlined, Mr Fallow, there were a number of matters that were considered in the identification of the sites for the TODSEP. We did start with 305 stations looking across the Sydney Rail network. There were issues that were investigated about the capacity of water, sewer and public transport capacity in those locations. But there were also matters about council's local planning and where council had identified areas around train stations for residential growth but hadn't completed that planning work or hadn't finished that planning work. There was also investigations about the size and fragmentation of land, so areas where there might have been a lot of strated apartments were less preference to areas where their land was held in single ownership. There were also matters investigated about where we had information on flooding, bushfire and other planning constraints. And then there was investigation to understand how much government land might have been nearby train stations so that that could be considered in terms of government land being used to increase affordable housing in these well-located areas.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. So, Ms Gibson, was this list of 31 then the top-ranked list in whole that the department had put to the minister?
There was a list of 31 that we put to the minister, and that was our recommendation to the minister
And
across
so this list
all
of
of those
31
factors.
is the recommended list?
It was the recommended list.
There were no changes made to this list?
There were multiple changes made during the assessment process as we considered various factors, as we also took independent expert advice about development feasibility. So all of that information fed into the final recommendation to the minister.
So, Ms Gibson, let's take, for instance, Wiley Park. Why was Wiley Park chosen as a TOD site when every parcel of land within the precinct is either R3, R4 or B2 and B6 and would be captured under your changes to create low and mid-rise housing?
There are interactions between the low and mid-rise housing and the TODSEP, so acknowledge that there are some places where either or both sets of controls would apply. In relation to Wiley Park, and it's my
Pick
hard
one
quiz.
at the end of the alphabet.
My hard quiz special
Makes it easy.
topic will be the 305 train stations of the Sydney Rail Network.
I'm a hard quiz fan too.
So Wiley Park.
You got a special topic?
You.
Yeah. The Minister for Planning.
Oh, God, that's a dull topic.
Here we go. Wiley Park was identified because there was its distance to a major centre within 30 minutes on the rail. It had a number of existing dwellings residential dwellings within that area. There was capacity on the rail network. The zoning was more than 60% residential within walking distance, and it was identified as a growth area in local and state planning documents.
It's interesting you raised the substantial, the 60% residential as one of the criteria. So DAPTO, for instance. Can I confirm that the SEP doesn't apply to E3 and E4 zones? That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So, given in DAPTO there is 131,055 square metres of E3 and E4 land governed under the DAPTO TOD and only 34,508 square metres of residential land, why was this chosen as a TOD location?
So we might have slightly different information about how much land and how many dwellings there might be and what the percentage of residential and industrial land might be. I'm happy to take on notice the information that we used.
Thank you. Why is there not one TOD precinct in a seat the government holds by less than 10%? I'll ask that to you, Minister.
Well, as you just heard, there were 31 recommendations to the government, and 31 recommendations were agreed. And we didn't put a political prism over this because let's have a look at it, right? So there's 31 locations, 77% of those, or 24 of them, are in Labor-held or government-held electorates. There's 3 in independent-held, and there's 4 in Liberal-held areas, right? But what we did, we didn't cast, unlike the previous government, we didn't seek to play politics with this. If we wanted to play politics with housing, we wouldn't have done anything like the previous government did. That wouldn't have addressed the problem that we're seeking to address. What we're seeking to address is making sure that we're lifting those restrictive planning changes that have crept into the system over many years that are disadvantaging young people, disadvantaging older people, locking people out of housing and locking people in a commute. Now, we could have taken the easy approach.
Minister, I think...
No, but actually,
I think
this
we've
is an
heard the
important
answer
thing.
to
You're
the
trying to
Minister, you're
suggest...
being redirected by Ms Munro.
Something I'd like to
didn't like
ask
the answer.
is about the new dwellings. So you say that the program will deliver 138,000 new dwellings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering why you haven't put any infrastructure dollars on the table for these precincts when they're delivering nearly triple the number of dwellings than the accelerated precincts.
Well, the 138,000 dwellings you cite is over a 15-year period. There's less, obviously, under the Housing Accord area. But as you heard from Ms Gibson, the prioritisation of that list was based on capacity, and that included infrastructure capacity, both the basics, right, because in order to build a house you need to be able to flush the toilet and have a shower, through to the capacity to be well located in terms of jobs and opportunities, as well as
So you're
being
saying
in transport routes.
It already exists.
Well,
in those
that
areas.
had been part of the assessment process.
So did you ask for 31 areas, or how many did you ask for?
I didn't ask for any amount. I looked at the
So-
recommendations that came to me, as did the cabinet.
Now, just with respect to these reports, many councils have requested copies of this report and copies of the methodology behind these decisions and have been told that it's cabinet in confidence. Will you release these reports and release this information?
What we're doing is working with the councils in this sort of area. And what's happened is that over recent weeks we've had many councils, after they've received the briefing, given some thought to some of the work that they were already doing, knowing that there was an option to say, okay, you might think he is right, we think he is right, we can deliver the same housing numbers, because that's the key point. The key point is that trigger of housing numbers. And what we've found, and the Secretary may wish to expand on this, because given she's been in direct discussions with some of the councils, what we've found is that councils have been doing some substantial work that not a lot of people were aware of, that is identifying those areas. So we're working with councils directly on very localised, individualised and specific arrangements that relate to their area.
So where councils are asking for support for greater infrastructure, even if they have been identified and they haven't been given any information about really why they've been identified in particular.
They have been given
and
some
they're
information.
asking for more support for infrastructure.
Yeah.
Will you commit to providing that additional infrastructure?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things here. So we, as you may recall, because you voted against it, we reformed infrastructure contributions as one of our earliest considerations.
Yes,
of
and
government. You did vote
housing
against
more
it. You took it to the
expensive
election.
build
and
as a
you
result,
took it to
so
the election,
not
and
really
then
sure
when we fixed
how
it, you
that's
voted
going to
against
fix the
it.
housing crisis.
So that provides a revenue stream through time, right? In addition, we've already committed $500 million around the accelerated sites. In addition, we've also, out of a package of $2.2 billion, including some money for Landcom, I succeed.
But my question was around these precincts, Minister.
Yeah, and you asked how it was going to be financed, how it was going to be funded.
No, actually I asked if you would support councils in their calls for additional infrastructure.
Well, that's part of the conversation we're having with councils at the moment. But
So
this is a whole of
no?
government approach. We're working with councils about their infrastructure needs. If a council,
Except when
for
they're
instance,
asking questions about details for the reasons the government made the decision.
I appreciate
So,
you
Minister,
might
to
like
that
the answer
$520
you're
million,
getting,
you put $520 million on the table for the accelerated precincts. Where's that money coming from?
That's coming from a range of sources, including our infrastructure contributions reforms,
so
which you voted
coming from housing
against.
productivity contribution?
Not all of it, no.
And what's that time period over that $520 million?
It's over the forward estimates.
Okay, so over the forward estimates. So of that $1.5 billion over the forward estimates, how much, that was what you allocated in terms of the housing and productivity contribution, how much of that is going to pay for that $520 million?
Well, some of it will. The exact amount will be a matter for the Finance Minister and the Treasurer, and to be determined in terms of exact breakup. But what we've committed is an amount of money that goes to infrastructure around those TOD sites as part of a broader $2.2 billion housing and infrastructure plan, which we announced in the budget.
So, Minister, with respect to those TOD sites, what do you envisage in terms of what's defined as, and these are the accelerated precincts, I should say, when you define high-rise buildings in those precincts, what are you envisaging for those precincts?
Yeah, well, that's what the master plan process is about. It'll vary by site to site because there's actual physical constraints on some. For instance, if you're in a flight path, the per cuts applies, and you can't go over a certain height because you run into problems with CASA. It's just not possible to do that. In other areas, it'll be different. And that's why we're working and going through that master planning process to get the best possible outcomes in each of those 8 sites. That is not only a mix of housing, a mix of jobs, a mix of vibrancy. The special entertainment precincts plan applies in those areas. It's near to transport. We want to make sure that we're not doing housing monocultures. They're actually building communities where people can have employment, people can have access to services, access to open space, access to transport, and the like. This is about the evolution of those sites and making sure that the large investment, which I acknowledge was done under the previous government, and the large investment actually generates some housing outcomes to get young people into homes where they want to be.
So, Minister, back to the assessments that were done by your department. Why are you still claiming that they're cabinet in confidence? Why won't you release those to actually give the public confidence in your plans?
Because they were decisions of the Cabinet, and what we're going through now is a process through which we're working with the individual councils, contrary to the characterisation of this being a one-size.
Minister, we're not getting this from the sky. Councils are telling us this. Council are telling the public this, that they want to see the assessments.
Yeah.
And they are councils from Burwood, Labor councils, that are saying they want to see the assessment and don't understand why you're claiming that it's cabinet in confidence.
And we're working with those councils directly on how it might work. We also want to see information from councils, and that's the information exchange that's going on at the moment. And I think you'll find...
Minister, the community wants confidence from your plans that they are actually done with proper methodology. Why won't you just release the assessments? They're technical assessments.
We are working through a process where we're working directly with councils. If communities don't have confidence in their councils, they can address that in September.
They don't have confidence in you.
Oh, good grab.
Thank you. Minister, just on the, following up from my colleague, on the housing and productivity contributions, that they apply only to the 6 cities.
Correct.
What are we doing about regional councils that are going to carry more densities?
Yep. So we're part of what we announced at the budget was some money that is dedicated towards regional communities and supporting them doing more housing, which was $100 million specifically, but also a series of other programs that regional councils would be eligible for. I understand that oftentimes, for want of a bit of, oftentimes in regional areas, it's the council who's running the water system, the sewer system, doing the stormwater system and the like, and that, for want of a local road or for want of an extension of the water system, they can deliver a lot more homes. So that's something we're very conscious of. In addition, though, in regional communities, we've also got 2 pilot programs going forward with Landcom in terms of new build-to-rent sites. One really good site down at Bomaderry, which we've extended the number of build-to-rent units we'll get out of that. One in the Northern Rivers, which we'll hope to have some more to say about that in due course. But we're equally working with regional communities because, as we've seen, the problem of housing shortages and housing availability as well as affordability is not the exclusive domain of Greater Sydney anymore, not the exclusive domain of Newcastle, Sydney or Wollongong. It now extends to all parts of the state.
Thank you. Can I just go back to, I just want to go back for one moment to the merit appeals and the appeal rights of communities. I just, I had a look at the register and just realised that currently there's a wind farm project and it's up literally for a public meeting now, which would mean that it's gone for public meeting, which would mean that merit appeal rights survive. So anyone who wants to object...
Sorry, I don't know the particular proposals. Mr. Brayshaw might
it's
be
a
able to
wind
provide
farm
some
project
detail.
at Kentucky. But the principle is this. It's literally a public meeting. If this was a coal project, literally it would be a public hearing and therefore no merit appeal rights apply. This is precisely the thing that you suggested was, I think, when I said, is it perverse, you agreed that I agree
that the previous government was perverse in a range of things. I didn't necessarily agree on that particular issue. But look, I don't know the wind farm project you're referring to, and maybe Mr. Brayshaw, if you give us the name of it, could add some more details to the assessment process.
It's the Thunderbolt. I'm just, if you could take this on, Minister, we can't go down a path of having these perverse, manipulated outcomes as to who gets to challenge projects, which projects and where. What we know is that, and I'm fairly sure you're aware of this, Minister, that every single coal project going back to 2012 was referred to the Independent Planning Commission, or the PAC as it was, for a public hearing, which meant merits appeals are extinguished.
Sure, I understand your point, and as I said earlier, that we're taking that on a case-by-case basis, but if there's any changes to government policy, you'll be sure to know.
This is the thing, Minister, if you recall in last budget estimates, you said there was no government policy on this. and there is no government
No,
policy,
look,
it is entirely your power, your
It is
discretion.
entirely a case-by-case basis, as we've said. Now, it also depends on the pathway of referral, because
So will
sometimes
you-
it's not me who makes the referral.
So will you? It is. It's your instrument that delegates whether
Yes,
it
but if
instructs
there
whether
are
there
there
will
are
be a public
thresholds
hearing.
as to whether or not projects end up at the IPC or not.
So will you
Is my
make a
point.
commitment to all the young people and all those communities and all those farmers that if there is ever another coal project, that you won't sign it off to a public hearing, that you will leave it to communities to object should
if and
they
when
choose to?
there is a referral, I'll take your views into consideration.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
I also just want to bring you back to a matter, again, that we discussed at the last estimates, and it's in relation to a particular project which I now know you will have knowledge of,
Yep.
and that is one of these dreadful zombie developments, but it's the one in particular in the Northern Rivers which is referred to as the Wallam development.
Yep.
We have had so many members of the community appeal to you to exercise your unique special powers, and only you have them, Minister.
Got to be lucky some days, don't
That's
you?
right. To assist the community and refer that project. Ask the Commonwealth Minister to call that project in, or for you to refer it, so that it can be properly and ably assessed for its environmental values, which are matters of national environmental significance. These are your powers. You explained on a previous occasion you just don't do that. That's just not something you do. I questioned you further on that. I got some answers on notice back, but they still just didn't provide a reason why you wouldn't look at the merits of that.
Look, in terms of that specific case, I've asked for advice, and I'll consider the advice when I receive it.
Thank you. And when you're doing that, Minister, would you
I'll bear your views in mind.
Thank you. Well, not my views, the views of many independent
No, but I know
ecological
that
experts.
you've been making sure that people contact me and the like, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Minister. And can I just...
Mind you, can I just say, in terms of that, there's a mixed view in some of the emails that are coming forward. Some people think it should just be approved and go ahead. But the question of zombie DAs is a challenging policy one, as we've discussed before. And I'm pleased that the Lower House Environment and Planning Committee will be starting work specifically on that area to examine this as a policy area, and I really am looking forward to hearing what that committee has to say.
And this committee, in its broader planning inquiry, has already received lots of submissions about that.
And I'm sure, but that's why, yes, it's in the broader sense, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that this committee is examining, but there's a very discrete piece of work that is led by the chair, Mr. Barr, that will be an interesting piece of policy and legal work.
And I think that's really good, Minister, and important, but the reality is it's communities on front lines right now dealing with those issues. It's not some of these matters are in the pipeline and not moving because they're land bank, but others...
As I've said before, since day one of the EP&A Act, there's been a provision for councils to overturn those decisions. Now, to the best of my knowledge, no council has acted on that, but there's the option remains. Councils can deal with it. Now, it might be worthwhile, I know Mr. Farley is a regular correspondent with councils, but it may be that he, in his correspondence, or the committee in its correspondence, or maybe it's explored through the Lower House Committee to find out exactly what is the fear for at least going down that path from local government when they have the head of power.
I think that's pretty clear. I think it's been put. The fears are lack of support from the state and potential compensation monies.
Well,
they are the fears.
But isn't that part and parcel of this discussion and this debate, right? And that's why it makes it a very challenging issue, because at some point in time, someone has received an approval to do something on a parcel of land. Now, at the time that approval was received, there was the limits that changed, and I acknowledge the previous government in making the changes to what substantive commencement meant. But at the time that person X received that approval, those provisions weren't in place.
So what are
there's
your
a property
ideas?
right that
What are your
continues
ideas
on.
now to stop it from happening? Regardless,
Well-
I know that you're going to receive information, and that's great. But what are your ideas?
I would
as
like
planning
councils
minister?
to exercise their power. They have a head of power.
And they would have your
should
support
exercise
in
it.
doing that?
Well, the council should exercise it. I'd like to know why councils aren't, and just fear of compensation, given you know, they've got community views, they're politicians like the rest of us in this room, why they aren't doing that. I mean, there's a local government election, and perhaps that's what these communities should be asking of those seeking public office at the local level, as to whether or not they will exercise that power.
So the communities at the moment of Wallam, it's fair to say that I can go back to them and say that the Minister for Planning is considering their requests about you exercising
what I've
your
said is
powers.
I've asked for advice. I'll receive that advice. I'll consider that advice, and we'll go from there. I'm not predetermining any outcomes of that advice or what it might mean, and that's where we're at on that one.
And where are you obtaining that advice, seeking that advice
Well,
from?
I've asked the department to provide me some advice.
In particular, which part of the department would you?
The secretary. I start with her.
All right, thank you.
Always comes back to me with things.
And when is that advice due, Minister?
I haven't got a timeline.
Okay, because you understand.
Look, I understand that there is a particular interest in this one, and I appreciate that as you might accept. You know, getting the right advice is important rather than just getting the right timetable.
Can I just ask you about?
Hopefully, the two coincide, of course.
Yeah. And just being aware, Minister, that and I'll certainly ask the Secretary perhaps after the break whether we can, prosecute that understanding a bit more. One of the things to be cognizant of is that, the allegations are harm is happening to the environment now. Threatened
I'm aware,
species listed nationally, and you are the only person in the state that has this particular power to do a thing.
Let's go down the theoretical thing. Let's say I refer it. It doesn't mean the Commonwealth has to do it.
It doesn't, Minister, but it is a very important step. And one of the questions, Ministers...
But it should not be presented as the solution either, and I think that's an important part.
Minister, this is planning law. We know that every step is a step in a process.
I think some of the people who might have emailed me over the course of the last few days don't necessarily see the actual path.
I think you'll find people are very, very, very
Many
desperate
are,
for
but
some
I mean, you can
action.
see some of the commentary on planning issues more generally, and I point to the member for Wahroonga particularly, who really doesn't have an understanding of it.
Well, that's not a matter for me. Minister, where are we with your government's commitment to delivering the $1.5 billion to the Resilient Homes program?
Well, let's start off with that, and Mr. Draper might be able to add some more to this if necessary. But the government remains committed, and I note that we are on the eve of the 2-year anniversary of the disasters in the Northern Rivers. It's important that we acknowledge that, because that's going to be a confronting anniversary for a lot of people who still are looking to get back to life as normal or incrementally move towards life as normal. So the government is in the process of undertaking all of the work in relation to the Resilient Lands program, and I'm just trying to find the exact numbers to make sure that I inform the committee correctly. But there's been in the order of 1,000, just over 1,000 buyback requests prioritised. There's been 721 buyback offers approved. Of those, 562 have been accepted, with 12 declined, because it is actually open to people to do that, and 309 have been settled. In terms of the raising and retrofits program, there's been 370 indicatively prioritised. An additional 360 homes are under assessment. One raising and retrofit offer has been approved and one accepted. Now, accepting that that's only a recent part of the program. And you would have seen a couple of weeks ago that I was with the Premier, the Minister for Housing, and the Parliamentary Secretary for Recovery in Lismore to announce that in conjunction with Landcom and the Reconstruction Authority and Southern Cross University, that there will be there's land being allocated for just over 400 lots that would be part of that. Now that's the first announcement under that $100 million program that was allocated to that. There'll be more announcements with respect to opportunities under the Resilient Lands program coming. We remain, and the government remains, the government remains absolutely committed to working on the recovery. It's why Premier Minns, the Minister for Emergency Services, and I have been such regular visitors to the Northern Rivers since coming to government. We know when we got up there the first time, things weren't going well, right? And in part that's because this is the largest disaster of its nature in the history of New South Wales. We're learning as we go along. The Reconstruction Authority is doing a fantastic job in terms of what's reset, getting those programs out and getting people back into homes, importantly, but also helping to rebuild communities, along with the likes of Resilient Lismore and other community organisations who are doing some really fine work up there. And I look forward to continuing to work with them because we want to make sure that people back in homes and jobs and communities recover.
Thank you. Are you aware that 195 excess pods have just left Lismore while people are still desperately looking for
I'm not aware of that number. I don't know if anyone else can add some information to that.
So the information I have is that 157 pods were transferred from the Northern Rivers to the Central West, and that was a decision of the Expenditure Review Committee in December 2022.
Sorry, so in 2022 those pods were deemed excess pods then? Is that...
They had been purchased at the time of the floods when investigations were underway to locate sites to set up the temporary villages. As that work progressed, it became apparent that it was going to be challenging to find sufficient sites. I think well over 100 were identified in the first instance, but progressively it was reduced down to a short list of 20, which then became 11. So my understanding is that there were excess pods, and the decision was taken by the Expenditure Review Committee in December 2022, which was after the devastating flooding that had occurred in the Central West, to transfer those pods to the Central West.
Does that concern you, Minister? Are you aware that there's still people who are desperately looking for accommodation in and around Lismore or the Northern Rivers?
And there were people desperately looking for accommodation in the Central West. And it's but having been to the Central West, a frustration of that community was that they didn't feel as though they'd been sufficiently catered for.
So we'll take from the worst disaster, most disadvantaged community and give from them to the other?
Unfortunately, we had a finite amount of resources and no one had actually done the preparatory work for a disaster, not of this size, but a disaster of any size, which is why it was really important that in the last 12 months, the Reconstruction Authority has been doing the work on the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. There's been work across government on how we better deal with situations into the future, because we are facing a climate where there's going to be an increasing frequency and increasing order of magnitude of disasters, and we need to make sure that communities are ready to recover. Could we have done things better, or could government? I say that in the broadest terms, and I'm saying that in a bipartisan fashion because I think that disaster recovery should be above politics. So it's right to ask questions.
Yeah. So on this, Minister,
we should be doing things better, and we will do things better.
So in November, and we are on the eve of 2 years, but in November there was, I think there was around about 700 or 724 on the list waiting for accommodation. Mm-hmm. Are you certain of what the current waiting list and the current list is now?
I'll ask Mr. Draper to add something to this, but that was the list, and we are going through a process of identifying and checking that those people on the list, it's a regular process, I must say, are still in need of housing, or if they've gone and made other arrangements, which many have. But perhaps Mr. Draper can add some more to the actual size and nature of the list and where we're up to.
Yeah, and look, I'll just acknowledge that my colleagues here are much more involved day to day than I am, but just as a general comment, I'd say that Ms Quilty's comment was absolutely right, that the main constraint for establishing further temporary housing in the Northern Rivers was not the availability of the physical pods, but rather the sites to put them on. In fact, there's quite a lot of money invested in creating those pod villages. So the villages, in the case in the Central West, we had different circumstances. There was a new flood, which was really devastating there as well, but because of the nature of those townships, it was possible, and those homes, it was much more possible to put the pods on people's homes, and actually that leads to a much better outcome too for the people who can stay where they were living, and they can rebuild their homes while they're living there. We've had some really fantastic examples of that. Look, there is a process for people who are experiencing homelessness or hardship in the Northern Rivers to go through. They go through a number of agencies to register for those purposes. We have a number of community housing providers who work for us, and that's the process by which. But look, unless there is other places for people to go exiting the pod villages, there isn't capacity to take more people.
So on that, Minister, does it concern you, did the Auditor General's report concern you last week, where she said that agencies have not formalised the processes that were used by the 2022 floods, and there's no statewide process at this point to capture the knowledge gained by agencies that were involved in the disaster response?
Yeah, at the time that assessment was made, I think that's probably correct. I was a bit surprised that there hadn't been some work done under the previous government to try and bring these elements together. And we can only start with the position we start with.
But I think
right?
she was saying that we're not capturing the learning.
But we are. I would dispute
so
that finding.
You're content that that's changed now?
Has it changed perfectly? Perhaps not. But there's certainly elements that we've taken from what we've learned in the Northern Rivers and picked them up and taken them to the Central West. Now, we'll learn, for instance, the pods on people's homes is an important one. I mean, I met Grace, who was camped out in her pod in her backyard. She could see the work that was going on her house. She was able then to move easily back in, right? Rather than us having to set up a whole new area with roads and water and sewage and electricity and everything to accommodate people. So that's an improvement. The establishment of the Community Leaders Forum in the Northern Rivers has been transferred to the Central West because that was an improvement we recognised worked up there, so we transferred it there. So every time we learn something, yes, we absolutely take it into account, whether it's good or bad, right? We don't repeat the bad, or we try not to, but we do certainly look to take the good and improve upon it where we can, because as I say, that work out of the state disaster mitigation plan, rolling down to the local disaster adaptation plans, is an important piece of work in making sure we can be as prepared as possible for an event, should it, or actually when it, likely occurs in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, now moving back to your changes to low and mid-rise housing.
Sure.
When will the changes to low and mid-rise housing come into effect?
We intend to have those brought into effect in time for the start of the Housing Accord.
So by
July. The Housing Accord period starts on the 1st of July.
Yeah. Will you commit to exhibiting a draft set?
Look, the draft is out there. We've been pretty clear on the way we intend to.
Well, no, you've got an EIE out, but a draft set.
Yeah. So, but what I will do is I might get Ms Gibson to take you through what the thoughts are on the next steps in that process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Thanks, Mr. Farlow. So we have exhibited an explanation of intended effects. That is typically the document that is used instead of producing a draft SEP with all the details, so that it can explain both the reason and background behind, propose questions for councils to provide submissions and comments back to help refine the policy, and then we would undertake the legal drafting process of producing a draft SEP.
But when you undertook the provisions of the infill affordable housing provisions, the housing SEP, you did actually issue a draft changes to that SEP. Why wouldn't you conduct a similar process when it comes to this change, which has far-reaching impacts across New South Wales?
So you're correct, we did produce a consultation document, a consultation version of the draft instrument for the infill affordable housing bonus. Because it had been some time since the explanation of intended effects had been publicly exhibited in relation to that infill affordable bonus, it was necessary to provide some more detail in response to those submissions. It may still be a step that we take to produce a consultation version of the draft SEP and to consult with all various people who have made submissions and are making submissions so that we can show some of that detail. And I'd be making a recommendation to the Minister about that.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. So I take it from that a draft SEP could happen, it may not, it's not in the plans at the moment. Is that a fair summation?
That's a fair
That's
summation.
a fair summation of what you've heard.
Okay, Minister, just to get these things on the record from the beginning, your changes to lower mid-rise housing will have an impact on all R2 blocks across New South Wales, is that correct?
Well, only to the extent that dual occupancies will be permissible within R2 lots.
Yep. And to clarify as well, so while the changes permit dual occupancies in all R2 zones, they only will implement non-refusal standards in Greater Sydney, is that correct?
So there's some minimum lot sizes and frontages that we're introducing in Greater Sydney, and across the remainder of New South Wales, councils will have the opportunity to set those through their local environment.
Okay, so that's only in Greater Sydney. Thank you. With respect to properties that are R2 and located within 800 metres of rail, E2 and SP5 zones, and or E1, MU1 zones that contain, and I quote, a wide range of frequently needed goods and services such as full-line supermarkets, shops and restaurants. These will all allow terraces, multi-dwelling houses and manor houses if they are in the 6 cities region from Port Stephens Council to Shoalhaven Council. Is that correct?
Subject to, there are some minimum lot sizes on multi-dwelling units, some on terraces and on dual occupancies. But let's just go to some of this. Is that in all circumstances?
No, we're just establishing a baseline.
No. But yeah, I mean, this is part of my answer, right? So in all circumstances, and I think this is important to make sure that everyone understands, because there's been a clear misunderstanding of this, is we're asking council, by providing permissibility, we're asking councils to assess, right? Subject to some limited non-refusal standards. So councils still do their merit-based assessments. Councils still have the opportunity to refuse applications on a range of grounds. So what we're doing is allowing or making permissible things that should be permissible under various residential zonings.
Well, Minister, this is your contention, isn't it? That your policy simply allows that what already should be allowed. But let me just draw to your attention, Minister, that this simply isn't true. Like under the standard instrument, Principal Local Environment Plan, described by the Standard Instrument and Local Environment Planning Orders 2006, within R3 zones, it's permitted with consent. It includes multi-dwelling housing. It does not include in R3 zones residential flat buildings.
Sure.
And when it comes to R2 zones, it includes dwelling houses, but it does not include multi-dwelling housing. So this simply isn't just allowing what should be allowed. The standard instrument actually doesn't have them as...
No, that's Ms. Gibson will be able to provide you the technical detail, because I think this is important that we get this right. So that and which is what we wanted to do from the beginning of this hearing today. But
yeah, so thank you, Minister, and thanks, Mr. Farlow. You're correct in your reading of the standard instrument order and those uses that are specified there. That doesn't include all uses. Only some uses are specifically mentioned in the order, and that has been the baseline. But the planning controls and the review of planning controls of councils across the six cities area has shown that there has been removal of uses like residential flat buildings, like manor homes, like dual occupancies from those zones where they are the expected land uses.
Okay, are we introducing a new term here instead of expected land uses rather than permitted land uses? Or?
The controls and changes that are proposed and that will occur as a result of the EIE are likely to include changes to the standard instrument order.
Okay, that's good to know. Now, with respect to R3 zonings located in those station and town centre precincts, they will all have residential flat buildings permitted in those zones within the 6 cities region, is that correct?
Permitted doesn't necessarily... Yes, permitted, but that permitted doesn't mean automatic approval either.
That's fine, but they will be permitted.
Permission to do something. I was permitted to do many things as a child. It doesn't mean I didn't get into trouble when I did something.
Okay, Minister, the non-refusal standards, however, when it comes to this classification, are being applied wherever residential flat buildings are permitted. So that will be more than the R3 zones. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you just repeat the
So
question?
when it comes to the non-refusal standards, they are being applied wherever residential flat buildings are permitted within these town centre and well-located zones. So will that be more than the R3 zones?
No.
Okay, so that won't apply to R1 zones or R4 zones or E1 zones?
I think it's important that we clarify this from the get-go so there's no confusion. I'll ask Ms Gibson to provide that technical advice.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. So residential flat buildings will be permitted in a number of zones, and where those zones, where it is permitted in those zones, those non-refusal standards will apply. So that would include some of the employment zones, and that may include the general residential zone where that has limited use. But we are specifically consulting with a small number of councils that use the general residential zone, that's the R1 zone, about the location and the uses, the council's planning controls in those areas, and the development standards that apply. It is quite unusually a small number of councils that use that general residential zone. And
closer to the city and further out in a sense, it seems.
That's right. So the City of Sydney and Inner West Council are two of those councils that use that zone. And they tend not to have the other types of zones that we're talking about here, the R2 and the R3 zone. So there are some very unique zoning scheme for the City of Sydney, and so we're engaging with them specifically about how the reforms would apply to their LEP.
Okay, so effectively my premise there was correct, that it applies to more than the R3 zones, it applies to wherever residential flat buildings are permitted.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, that's no secret, it's in the document.
Now after consideration of the infill affordable housing provisions, that height actually increases to 27.3 metres. So under this provision you could have 9-storey buildings, isn't that correct?
Probably not 9, because you've actually got to leave some room for services. Often they're contained on the roof line. However, yes, the affordable housing bonus could apply. Again, it would be subject to the assessment process.
Well, Minister, it's funny you say probably not 9, because under the apartment design guidelines that are published by the department, 9 storeys and above is defined as over 25 metres.
Yep, but it doesn't necessarily mean that just because it's higher than 25 metres that it's going to be 9 storeys.
Okay. Minister, what's the definition?
There's a design element that we have to.
Minister, what's the definition of a full-line supermarket?
A full-line supermarket, and I'll ask Ms Gibson might be able to provide clarity, but it's one that provides a full range of services. And we're going through, we're going through the process at the moment of identifying where those suitable retail areas might be. It's important that retail workers also get the opportunity to live close to where they work. Retail workers, cleaners of those supermarkets, packers of shelves, they all need homes too. And oftentimes those areas are also well serviced by other forms of transport, such as public transport, such as buses.
So, Ms Gibson, the definition of a full-line supermarket?
Yeah, the Department of Planning has not specifically defined what a full-line supermarket would be. We know that some councils have. So, for example, the City of Sydney would consider a full-line supermarket to be one that includes packaged groceries, fresh meat, bakery and deli department, fresh fruit and vegetables, and frozen foods. And they also say that it should have a gross floor area greater than 2,500 square metres.
So you're not adopting that definition?
No, we're not adopting that, because we know that across the Greater Sydney area there will be different types of supermarket services for different communities, and we've asked councils to specifically provide us with their thoughts about which types of supermarkets, which types of E1 and MU1 zones the reforms should apply to.
Okay, so is it necessary for a full-line supermarket to exist in an E1 zone for it to be classified as a town centre precinct?
No, it's not.
Okay. So any E1 zone, whether it's got a full-line supermarket or not, could be included in these reforms as a
That's
town
what
centre
we're
precinct.
asking councils to provide us feedback on.
And you've got no baseline for that?
We're asking council to provide us that feedback to look at the issues of that are unique to their communities, to provide issues about what services might apply in that area, what public transport applies in that area, and what council's already planning for.
Okay, so let's turn to a couple of examples here. Southland Shopping Centre, located in South Penrith. It's an E1 zone. It's got a Woolworths, Australia Post and 24 specialty retailers, including food outlets. Is that a town centre precinct?
I'm looking forward to reading Penrith Council's submission about whether they consider that to be a place where the reform should apply.
Okay, what about Winmalee Village, an E1 zone? It's got a Coles, Australia Post, 20 specialty retailers, including food outlets. Is that a town centre?
Similarly, I'm looking forward to Blue Mountains Council giving that feedback.
Okay, thank you. I think they've already done it on the radio, but anyways. Wattle Grove Shopping Village is an E1 zone. It's got a Coles, 19 specialty stores, including food outlets. Is that a town centre?
Mr. Farlow, you've caught me out on
No,
which
it's
local
Liverpool,
government
it's
area
Liverpool.
that might
Liverpool.
be, but an expert next to me
I know.
has told me that that's in Liverpool. So likewise, we're asking every council to provide that feedback. And I know that we've already received at least 40 of written submissions from councils in the 6 cities area with their views.
So, with respect to this, in terms of that submission from council, is that the be-all and end-all? If a council submits to you that something isn't an E1 zone that should be suitably included in a town centre precinct, is that the end of the matter, or will the department just make their own determinations?
We will assess council submissions. We will talk to them further if there are any points that require clarification. We are looking at what alternatives they might be proposing, and will provide recommendations to the Minister.
Okay, well, let's look at the train stations as well, because not every train station is created equal. Let's take Bargo, for instance. You've got an R3 zone on Radnor Road and Great Southern Road, and E1 alongside Railside Avenue and Great Southern Road as well, all within 400 metres of the railway station. Will this be zoned for 6-storey buildings?
We're looking forward to seeing Wallandilly Council's submission in relation to that. I know that they have raised some concerns about the level of service to that train station, as well as the level of service, water infrastructure and community services in that area.
So this is and Minister, I know you object to the one-size-fits-all description, but this policy at the moment is a one-size-fits-all
definition of what, not one size fits all.
Minister,
isn't
you've
it?
gone out with your EIE
geez.
saying effectively this applies everywhere on these requirements.
No,
this
well-
is a station where it takes an hour and 49 minutes to get to the city. Like, should it have the same rules applied to it as what Marrickville Station has applied?
Sorry, you can't have it both ways. Right, there's a lot of people trying to have it both ways in this discussion. I hear that cars are going to be flooding streets and people won't be able to move, and then it'll be the death of the car on the other hand. That you can't have it at this train station because the previous government didn't invest in rail services and left people high and dry, and then it's got to be in this. The very definition of one size fits all was your version of low and mid-rise housing reform, which made them all complying development, which frustrated the previous 2 ministers for planning and the previous premier. What we're going through is a process where we're actually discussing and actually working through with local government the exact thing you've asked us to do. We're already doing and working through that with local government so that those local aspects can be reflected in the final instrument. But the bottom line is that we're trying to make a great increased permissibility so that more people have access to homes. And I don't know what the great objection is with people having access to homes.
Minister, have you mapped the areas that will be affected by the low and mid-rise housing program?
I don't map areas.
Have you seen a map?
I've seen many drawings of maps.
Have you seen a map
of
the areas that are going to be affected by low and mid-rise housing?
As I was saying, I don't personally sit there and map areas.
No, but
However,
do you see the maps?
if you actually wait till I finish sentences, you can get answers to your questions.
Well, my question is, have you seen any maps?
I've seen maps. I've seen scribbled on drawings from people online. I've seen whole versions of this. What I've seen is a lack of understanding.
Minister specifically, has the department mapped the impacts of the low and mid-rise SEP?
They've mapped options around the SEP, yes.
Will you make those public?
We're not making anything public at the moment. What we're doing is going through a version of working with councils so that we've got the instrument there and available. I mean, we've got a lot of information out there. There's been a lot of people responding to it.
It's just not the information that people
I appreciate that not
are asking
everyone
for.
understands it, but we are going through the process of getting the instrument right.
So, Minister, before you identified that you were working through those full-line supermarkets and those E1 zones and the like, so do you have a criteria that the department's assessing when it comes to those sites?
Well, I think you heard what Ms Gibson said, right? We're waiting, we're working with councils, we're waiting for their input. We'll consider their input. If there's more information and clarification that needs to be done, then we'll go back to those councils. But what we're trying to do is say to the councils, hey, we've all got to do something in this. We've all got a task. All three levels of government signed up to meeting a 377,000 target over the period of the housing accord. We believe that if we do make these changes to to some restrictive zoning, which have been, some of which have been tried before, to do this, then we believe that we're both in a good way of getting there in a mix of arrangements. Now, just because you change a permissibility on a lot doesn't mean that instantly there's going to be take-up of that. People still have it. People own lots. They still have to sell them. They still have to be willing to go through a process. There still has to be a merits assessment
Minister,
by councils.
Bathurst
there still has to
Regional
be an
Council has
approval.
requested
There
to
still
be-
needs to be a
Minister, I'll
construction.
redirect
There
you
still
now.
needs to be finance.
Minister, I'll redirect you. Bathurst Regional Council has requested to be exempt from the R2 changes for a very reasonable reason, because R2 changes in Bathurst would only increase residential densities in close proximity to the Mount Panorama motor racing circuit and the sewage treatment plant. Now, this changes the permissibility on that site. This is not a non-refusal clause. Don't you see how this is a one-size-fits-all solution that leads to adverse outcomes?
But it's not. It's not. I really don't think you understand the concept of one-size-fits-all. And I think that's the sticking point here.
Well, dual occupancies will be permissible on there. What controls does Bathurst City Council have to then refuse a dual occupancy if it complies with everything else?
Approvals. Just because it's permitted doesn't mean it's compulsory. Now, the previous government, I accept there's some confusion with what the previous government did. The previous government went through a process where not only was it changing permissibility, but it was also essentially making it compulsory in the true version of a one-size-fits-all, because it was doing it under complying development. We're not doing that. The merit assessment process remains, right? So we will talk to Bathurst Council about their concerns about where the R2 zoning is located, but we also want to hear, we don't want to just hear, no, you can't do it. What we do, we'd much prefer, and we think we're getting the conversation with many councils by saying, actually, would you mind considering doing it this way, so we meet the housing targets that we're trying to get to?
From the application of this policy?
We will look at what Bathurst is proposing and what their alternative is, because just coming with us with no, and trying to put a block on things actually doesn't achieve our overall objective, which is getting more people into homes. And I don't know why you object to more people
Minister,
in homes.
the property that you stood at in Cullen Close Forest Lodge to demonstrate density done well has a floor space ratio of 1.15 to 1, nearly a third of what you're proposing. Doesn't this demonstrate how you're misleading the community?
No, it demonstrates how you can do density well.
But are you aware that the mayors you stood with, purportedly who are backing your plan, their submission, like in Parramatta, has requested a 2-year deferred commencement from your policy?
Sure, and once
How
again,
is that support?
it's either one size fits all or it's not. I mean,
How's
one
that
minute you're
support?
criticising because it's one size fits all, which
Backing
it is
you in and
not
saying
by
we
very
want out of the
definition,
plan.
right? And we're doing that. There will be a range.
Penrith's submissions say that the reforms are premature in the Penrith LGA context, and the city needs a more nuanced, place-based approach to the planning of the city.
Yep, and they've got the opportunity to propose that to us.
So when can they do that with
Right
you?
now.
I mean, this is...
Right now, we've been
But you're
getting
imposing-
submissions from council the whole way through. We've been talking
You're
to
imposing
councils the
these
whole way
plans on
through.
them. Georges River has requested a
You've
deferral from the application.
You've got to understand, there's a little bit of politics being
Well, are
played
you
by some
applying the
councils
policy or
too.
not?
There's a little bit of politics being applied in some councils because everyone, local government councillors are politicians too, and they have their eyes on their election or re-election in September.
Labor councillors are quaking in their boots.
Do you speak to many Labor councillors? Because I do, and they're not quaking in their
They're all
boots.
speaking to the media at
They
the
actually-
moment, Minister, and you know it.
Oh, right. They didn't respond to your letter.
Oh, mate, I got plenty of responses, don't you?
Yeah, I know. I know what some of them were, and they would get stuffed.
I think there was one of those, actually.
All right. Jolly good. Minister, can you indicate when the Central Coast deferred lands might be determined?
Right, I have some information on that here. You're just going to have to bear with me a second while I find it.
Thank you.
Chair?
Thank you.
Where is it? Central Coast.
And have you taken into account all the things I identified in my letter?
Look, I recall you writing to me. I can't recall the exact content and wouldn't want to say that I've taken into account everything because I would not want to suggest that if that's not the case.
I think you said
I just
so
can't
in your
remember all the
I think
things
you
you
said
wrote.
so in your response.
I just can't remember everything you wrote.
Thank you.
So the central, I'll just run through it for the benefit of everyone in the committee. Central Coast Deferred Lands Planning Proposal seeks to integrate deferred lands as set out in Interim Development Order 122 and Gosford Planning Scheme Ordinance in Central Coast Local Environment Plan 2022. The lands were included in the exhibited version of the Consolidated Central Coast LEP 2022, which has now been made. Now, during the consultation period, which ran under the previous government from the 6th of December 2018 to the 28th of February 2019 of that Consolidated Central Coast LEP, there are 156 submissions raised objections to the former method of translating the deferred lands provisions and the methodology used in determine the zones. So the deferred lands were excluded from the finalisation of that consolidated LEP in response. The deferred lands planning proposal was exhibited late last year from the 11th of October to the 15th of November. It's received 327 submissions, including 192 objections, 77 in support, and the remaining are under review as at earlier this month. So it remains under review, and I look forward to receiving further advice on it.
Okay, so just back to the question, timeline. So it's not yet made, but what do you think is the timeline to be
I'll
expected?
defer to the Secretary on that.
We are reviewing submissions. I'm disappointed it was 13th of February, not 14th of February for Mr. Farlow. I couldn't give a timeline. That's a reasonable number of submissions, and the department obviously takes very seriously reviewing them. So I'm reluctant to commit to a timeline.
Okay. Is it something that on your radar that there were some really significant basic
I'm aware
errors
of it,
as well?
and my colleagues in the Central Coast have raised it with me. And as I say, I look forward to the further advice from the department once they've had an opportunity to fully assess all of those.
We need to get it back from council first.
Yep.
Thank you. I really genuinely appreciate that consideration. It's an enormous proposal, and I think there's some real flaws in what was put out
Chair,
there.
the department takes everything that it gets to it very seriously.
And can I just ask though on that, I think just the actual overarching question there was the commitment was that there would be a like for like. And I think most of the evidence that I saw going into the submission process was highlighting how it really genuinely isn't like for like. So I think is the commitment from you as the final determination authority that it is like for like that you are genuinely working to achieve?
Look, I'll take some advice from probably Ms Gibson, who's best placed on this one.
Absolutely. So it's quite a unique zone that existed for the Central Coast. As the Minister pointed out, interim development orders and planning ordinances are ones that precede the 1979 Planning Act. So we're talking about some planning controls and some unusual and unique controls that have existed for some time.
Some of them are incredible when you read through those old ordinances. I was close to Kyogle, so I remember seeing the ordinance.
An ordinance
back,
there.
Yeah.
So yes, there was, because there have been a couple of attempts to move this into a standard instrument
but I think,
zoning.
Ms Gibson, just respectfully, is it fair, and no disrespect at all, but is it fair to say that your task at the moment is to ensure like for like?
That's what we are working towards, the like for like, as best as possible. There are going to be some situations, though, because there's quite a lot of land affected by this.
It's an enormous amount,
where the land use and some of the conditions of the land use may have changed from the way that it had been zoned under these old schemes into how the land is being used now. So the like for like might not always be like for that previous zone to the same equivalent zone. It will look more closely in some situations at how the land is currently being used and what is the best match to that zone.
And is there any consideration about where there is, a blur around what is like for like? Is there consideration for a kind of review process once that... I know that we've got an exhibition now, but I think fundamentally it's fair to say it's whilst an attempt's been made, there's a lot of errors. Will there be another process after this initial process to look at what it finally looks like, and challenge any genuinely kind of unintended consequences or environmentally adverse decisions.
Yeah, Chair, we would like to have a look at all of the submissions to see the submissions from individual landowners about what that means, to discuss with Council about, as it is Council's planning proposal, and how they might want to progress that, and what avenues there might be for any other specific consultation with affected landowners, or consultation more broadly on the instrument.
I think it would be a bit premature for us to say we're going to challenge the own outcomes until we've actually seen the assessment process.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Minister, are you committed to implementing the recommendation, which I actually don't have in front of me, from Operation Tolosa? Was the recommendation number... Sorry, I did have it in front of me.
That's all right.
It was ICAC's recommendation that was a directly relevant recommendation to you. Recommendation 4, that the Department of Planning and Environment limits the ability of a council to make decisions to advance planning matters at meetings in the absence of an assessment report considering relevant matters and an associated recommendation.
That's one from Mr. Honey, isn't it?
And I think my understanding is that you are literally meant to respond to this report by now.
Can I just take that on notice?
Yeah.
I just don't have a note on it, and I know we gave quite a detailed response back to that particular operation, so I'll get some information from you.
To the ICAC.
Yes,
okay.
and I'm pretty sure we have finalised our response on that particular operation, but I would like to just check with my General Counsel before I provided an answer back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just more generally, Minister, on that, if ICAC is making recommendations, is your...
Yeah, well, look, as a general process, I think, governments of all persuasions have been inclined to implement ICAC recommendations in the most effective way possible. The department works and clarifies with ICAC what it means by some of its recommendations, because there are some practical things. But since coming to office, we've already introduced the changes to Section 4.6 requirements that were recommended as a result. I think that was the result of the Maguire, was it Maguire? Or
no,
Canterbury Bankstown?
Canterbury Bankstown, yeah. So it has been the history of planning generally to implement ICAC recommendations, even though in some instances we might have to work with the ICAC a little bit on determining the most practical method of doing that.
Thank you. Can I also just move to the work? What are you doing in relation to Aboriginal landowners and the work the department, if any, is doing to assist for Aboriginal landowners to activate lands, including for housing? And, I know that there's the SEP, and the SEP's been there for some time now, but what in operational real terms is the department doing to assist?
Sure. Look, I might get Ms Fishburn to add to this, but so since coming to office, there's been a couple of things. So the New South Wales government, as a cabinet, we work with New South Wales Capo on regular meetings on closing the gap requirements. We've introduced some changes to self-assessment powers, which provide assistance to the Aboriginal Housing Office in getting more housing provisions out of the ground. And in a contrary position to the previous government, who wanted to ban any consideration of options on, say, Lizard Rock, for instance, in the Northern Beaches. I've taken the view that proposals should rise and fall on their merits the same as any other proposal. It's important that as we work through as a government, in my view, this is my personal view, is that as we resolve a lot of land rights claims, and there are a lot of them still in the system, some of them are very, very complex, that as we resolve those, we don't hand over land under that basis and then cut off opportunity and leave leave organisations with a huge liability and no potential stream of revenue in whatever form it may come from into the future. We have introduced the Caring for Country guidelines along with the New South Wales Government Architect, which are foundational in the work that we do. But yeah, I have the view that we should be, as I say, not handing over massive liabilities to organisations that couldn't possibly sustain it without a revenue base, and people should have the opportunity, sympathetically with everything and with every other merit-based consideration, to put forward proposals for that land and have them considered on their merit rather than ruling them out because of local political pressures.
And
but Ms Fishburn may wish to add some more detail to some of the other measures.
That was quite comprehensive, Minister. There's just two things I'd like to pick up on there as additional. Firstly, through the Crown Land Space, which is a different minister, but the department works very collaboratively and holistically. We've been working to resolve land claims, but doing that in a way where we're working very actively with the Loucks to understand what their economic outcome for their own lands is, including that which would be suitable for housing or to generate an income for the Loucks. So we're not just determining land claims, as in a taxi rank system. We're doing it with genuine consultation within community. And secondly, thank you, we also, in the planning space, have an Aboriginal planning concierge who works directly with the Loucks as well for when a land claim might enter the planning system and they need advice on how to get it through the planning environment. This is literally a concierge service to help them. If I give an example of where that's been working wonderfully, recent proposals that Darkinjung have put up, terrific land council, very ambitious, very mature in their way of managing their lands. The Aboriginal concierge helped work with them to develop a training program to allow them to put forward their case and respond while things are on public exhibition. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. Sorry, I feel that's the leitmotif of the day. It is very much a bespoke service that is provided both through the Crown Lands and the planning environment for the Loucks.
And so what about if because it's the ownership of land is inextricably linked to the grants system and the land rights system, is there scope for a Louck, if the land is incredibly environmentally constrained, and the merits of a development proposal would not likely get through the planning system in earnest, is there scope to actually engage in a potential land swap or a land transaction of sorts? Is that something that is within your purview of...
You're steering into Crown Lands and Minister Camper's territory, but because we do that work and have those conversations, I'm happy, despite the fact it's not Minister Scully's, to say yes, we do have those engagements.
Okay, thank you.
When I say a development, I don't necessarily mean a physical built development or a housing or an employment development. It could be a development in the sense of allowing, I don't know, an ecotourism venture or some sort of thing that is sympathetic in keeping with particularly environmentally sensitive areas. So I use development in the broadest sense of activity, I guess. If you like.
And I appreciate that. I suppose what I'm trying to get an understanding of is if there is a Louck that is proposed, that is feeling very compelled and it's necessary to develop the land that they own for housing and to deliver on their housing obligations and responsibilities, but that land's not appropriate, is there a pathway of engagement to be looking? And I think the answer is yes.
In blunt words, the answer is yes. Yes, and we are very proud of the work we do in the department in that area.
And that is happening directly between planning and lands?
Correct. Yes.
All right, and this concierge service, that would be a place that could navigate
that is
kind
correct.
Of engagement?
It is one of the areas where, while I'm saying I'm very proud of what we do in the department, and I think we're, nation leading in terms of being able to engage with some real complex issues around land management and land ownership. Nonetheless, it can always be sharpened. It's one of the things with the establishment of the department as a new entity, which really has a focus on land management and land planning, how we engage with the Loucks and Aboriginal communities in a way that doesn't doesn't mean they have 20 transactional points through the department. That's something I'm really passionate about resolving, and my executive and I are working to firstly establish an executive director Aboriginal outcomes position to be a point of guidance, and that is a designated position, but then also to look at how do we handshake between the work that might happen in Crown lands, the work that might then go into planning, it might go into public spaces, and Office of Local Government, there's intersect points across the whole department. And while I think the transactions that we have with the LAUCs are strong and good, making sure we get those handshakes right is probably our priority as an executive in terms of that particular piece of work over the coming months. You can tell I'm happy to talk about this as long as this is my passion.
We'll do some more after
This is my passion.
Wonderful. It's great to see other people get so excited about planning, frankly.
We are the Department of Planning, you know.
Yeah, you would hope they were a bit excited. A bit excited about planning.
Right. So on this, and the absolute love I have with all of this, so through the TOD, Seb, through the increased density, what are we doing genuinely to ensure that we are improving green space, we are building on green space, and we are improving natural environmental outcomes for all of the communities that you are currently focused on in these densification areas?
Yeah. Look, part of the assessment process was what land was available for green and open space in the areas, and what land the government may have held that could be turned into green and open space. Part of the money that has been allocated to those accelerated sites has been about making sure that we can add value and embellish those green spaces along with local government to make sure that that is working well. As I said earlier, we're not in the business of creating great housing, monocultures, if you like, where it's only housing alone and there's nothing else around it and you have to leave. That's too long been an approach to housing development, and it's what's locked people into cars in some of our urban fringes. I think we all saw during COVID a city divided around green space. Right? In terms of Sydney, even in the Illawarra, right? Even my hometown of Wollongong, we were slightly divided around green space. In those lower socioeconomic communities in some areas simply weren't having the access to it that they deserved. So through the combination of the money allocated around the accelerated TODs, through the infrastructure investments and the remaining funds under the other precincts, the access to green and open space is certainly part and parcel of our considerations. I mean, in fact, on the weekend I released the discussion paper around what we should do with 20 hectares of new parkland at Moore Park, taking some of that golf course back and turning it into parkland, and actively engaging the nearly 1 million people that will be living in that part or having an area for that part in what they want to see out of that parkland. But it extends beyond our environmental considerations, extend beyond just the parkland and open space and how we might do drainage and the like, and landscaping as part of it. But we've also got the pattern book work that will be underway, which will be important in terms of good design and how that comes into and influences environmental outcomes in terms of energy, thermal and other efficiencies. We've introduced a higher standard of basics, which has been welcomed by the Leader of the Opposition. I note his support, recognising that we do need to improve thermal and energy efficiency outcomes. So those good designs, those good landscaping, the good changes to building standards, along with consideration of open spaces, is all part and parcel of making sure we deliver better communities. Because we're actually in the business of building communities, not just in building houses.
Thank you. And then just finally, has the department got a policy or a planning instrument that will ensure the impacts from microplastic derived from synthetic surfacing? That's the synthetic turf, etc. Have you got an approach and a policy that will take into account all of the science that we're starting to see come on about the impacts?
Yeah, well, since the Chief Scientist's report, and I released it early upon coming to office because it had been sat on for far too long, there's been some work across government, and Mr Gainsford's been involved in that, about how we address some of those things. You may wish to add to that answer.
Yes, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Chair. So the Minister's correct that we have been helping to coordinate the preparation of the response to the Chief Scientist and Engineers report, and we're hoping to furnish that response to government soon and then make that available. The other thing that we've been working on is also some guidance for councils going forward, and again we're hoping to have that released in the very near future.
All right, I might take you up on some things after the
Sure.
lunch break. I think you've got a few minutes.
Thank you. Just 2 quick questions for the Minister. Did you receive probity advice or seek probity advice in relation to the Hill Racecourse ATC MOU or announcement?
The MOU's not something within the Planning Department's responsibility. What the Planning Department will assess,
No,
if
sorry.
there is a proposal.
It was a very specific question,
If there
Minister.
is a proposal.
Did
The government had probity advice.
Minister, did you or did you not receive or request probity advice in relation to the announcement? That's the question, yes or no?
The government received probity advice with respect to the MOU. As
Did
I
you
said,
receive that advice?
it was not the MOU process has nothing to do with me
Okay,
as the
so
Minister
no
for Planning.
is the answer.
The government received it, so
No is the answer.
indirectly I received it as part of the government.
Okay, so you did receive probity advice
There
in
has
relation
government
to the
has
MOU.
received the government has received probity advice. Yes,
So
I think
have
that
you-
was the
have you
Premier's
read
testimony.
it?
Minister, when did you
Order,
receive that
Madam Chair.
advice?
The Minister has directly answered the question.
This is
I
wasting
fail
our
to see
time,
what the
actually.
point of going on and on about the same iteration is. He's answered the question, the government received it, therefore
this is actually
indirectly
wasting
the
our
Minister
time.
received it. I don't understand what the confusion is.
Thank you. I don't think there's a point of order. This Minister's very capable of answering the question once, twice, 3 times.
Thank
Carry
you.
on. Thank
Minister,
you.
when did you receive that advice?
Mr Draper can add some insight into. I don't have the exact date available to me, but he's well aware of the process.
So I want to clarify first, the memorandum of understanding you're referring to is in itself an instrument designed to protect probity. It's a process, this document that supports the unsolicited proposals process, refers to the unsolicited proposals guidelines. It is not an agreement between government and another party
Yeah.
to do
I-
anything
I
other than to
understand.
govern the nature of the engagement between those parties.
I understand, Mr. Draper. Maybe we
memorandum-
can get
so
this
just,
in the
I'm getting to
afternoon.
your point about the probity advice.
Well,
The-
could I just ask
Just a
this
date,
question
Mr.
in the
Draper.
So-
afternoon, if there's an explanation, because we've got a minute and a half with the Minister, so if we can do that
but I
afterwards,
just wanted to
that would
make
be
sure
good.
you understood that
I
this-
did. I understand it very clearly, and Minister Harris has been kind enough to elucidate that too. So...
Do we have a date, Mr Draper?
That's right.
So I was going to just about to get to that. So the memorandum of understanding was entered into by officials by the government, and as part of that, they have probity advisors who work with them regularly, and they would have had advice as part of that process. But it's an absolutely normal process to enter into these sort of arrangements and
Okay.
to
No,
have
no,
probity
we'll move on,
around the
Minister.
unsolicited proposals
Thank you.
process.
Minister, do you know how many homes you'll be able to build by the end of this financial year?
We're not putting a number on it. What we're doing is setting up the system to keep delivering homes. You know,
Okay.
it's often been the criticism of premiers, of ministers, and the
I think
like
that's the answer
that
to
we're
the
not
question. We
that we're
don't
not
know.
upfront and honest with people. And the
Yeah.
premier and I have both
It's very
been
easy to
upfront
be
and honest with
upfront when
people
you say
about that
we don't
exact
know.
that exact fact. It's been explored in great detail in the premier's estimates hearing. He's made some comments in the Daily Telegraph about it. I did a lengthy press conference about it. It's important. We're setting up the system so it continues
So,
to deliver
no number.
housing
No number,
well
Minister.
beyond, during the housing accord and well beyond it. That's the important thing to do.
Minister, will you rule out any conversations with either the Premier or your colleagues about moving to the police portfolio?
That's a nice question.
I don't think that refers to my remit as the Minister for
I'm
Planning.
gonna
Will you rule them out?
I tell you what, I really enjoy
Will you rule them out?
I really enjoy the planning portfolio, and I'm not pursuing any other portfolios.
There's a point
I'm not
of order,
pursuing any other
Minister. I
portfolios.
can see you're thoroughly enjoying this, but there is a point of order.
This is
No,
the
I'd
planning
ask-
estimates. This is the planning estimates. It's not a relevant question.
I
We're
could
in the
ask the
remit of
Shadow
this
Minister if
committee's
he's ruling
inquiry
out bashing
and
in
we'll rule it out.
Alistair Henskins for the leadership.
Thank
You won't rule it out. You're numbers man
You
for
won't
Alistair,
rule it
are you?
out.
Well, there you
You
have it,
won't rule
folks.
it out.
Revelation of the day.
You won't
Thank
rule
you.
it out. He's on a winner there.
Minister, will you happily appear before the Todd inquiry that we're going to hold if you are invited?
I'll have a look at it and see, but I've appeared in front of inquiries before.
Well, this is.
I mean, it's often cited the fact that I appeared in front of inquiries before as some sort of criticism that I appeared in front of inquiry about.
No, we extolled your virtues.
No.
Well,
Look,
I guess
in the upper house, we love it when ministers
It'll depend
attend.
in part the attitude of the committee, right? Because the attitude of the committee today, or at least some members of it, has been not to want to deal with fact, not to want to deal with baseline information, and not to want to explore that in thorough detail. If that's the sort of attitude, and it's going to be a hatchet job and a political stitch-up, then I probably won't.
Right.
And I think that's
I'm
what
not sure how I'm going to take that as the chair
might
of
have
this
in mind.
committee.
I don't. That's not a criticism of you, Chair.
Yeah.
But I think the proponents of this committee might have had a political hatchet job in mind.
Mr. Ruddock, how dare you impugn Mr. Ruddock?
Well, thank you. I'll take that as you'll consider the invitation when and if you receive one. That's right. Thank you. Also, Minister, have you actually visited personally some of the sites, the ones around your electorate area of the zombie DA areas? Have you actually been to any of those yet?
I have, in a personal capacity, not as a minister.
Yeah, no, I realise that.
And I've been there in opposition to some of those as well.
Yeah, I assume so.
Look, I can understand the frustration of communities, but I refer them back. They have a local government election on September 14. They should be asking every single one of their candidates for their area what they intend to do, because the head of power exists already with local government.
Minister, some of those some of those DAs were state significant
But
DAs or Part 3A DAs,
exists with local government at the moment, and local government shouldn't be looking to somewhere else to deal with it. They always want to deal
Minister,
with local
respectfully,
issues.
it's really important that local government and state government work
which
together,
is
and I
why-
think communities
which is
really
why
want
I
to see
established
that.
help establish that lower house inquiry, because this has been a frustration for too many communities for too long. And I understand it. You know, I genuinely understand it.
And would you
and I'd
would
like
you
to,
agree
I'd like to come
to-
up with a policy solution that actually works,
Thank
so
you.
that we're not doing this in
Yes.
however many years' time that I'm hoping to be in this role.
Thank you. I take that in absolute good faith. And so,
See, that's
would you
confirmation. I'm not looking for the police minister's role.
Conversations.
Would you be willing
confirmation?
to,
Confirmation.
Minister, would you be willing to meet with an organisation called Coastal Residents United? They're an incredible group that represent communities from Tweed to
Look,
Bega.
I'm happy to meet with anyone, but I'd also encourage Coastal Communities
Coastal-
United, was it?
yes,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'd also encourage them to have a good look at the lower house. Legislative Assembly's Environment and Planning Committee's inquiry into the zombie
They
DA
will
process.
absolutely.
And
They'll
actively
participate.
engage in that, because I'm looking for good work out of that committee that will help inform this process
Yes.
going forward.
And also those
They should also
communities-
ask their council candidates what they intend to do.
Of course they will. But do you accept, Minister, you are looking now to councils to deliver the densification agenda you have. So it's fair for them to look to you for resolutions on historic planning errors.
Well, by the same token, I'm looking to the federal government to help assist us with funding infrastructure works and the like. So you could argue that you could look to them. What I'm looking to is a shared responsibility to tackle the challenges that we have in front of us, no matter what they might be.
Thank you. Government time.
Thank you. Minister, there seems to be some confusion, particularly with the opposition, about what non-refusal standards are and how they operate, specifically in relation to low and mid-rise reforms. Can you explain to the opposition?
Sure. Look,
on this issue, or perhaps
I'm happy to, because, and I'll ask Ms Gibson to add some more to this, because being a incredible technical expert as she is. But non-refusal standards are a type of provision used in the planning system to set constraints and consistent standards for certain types of development and provide certainty and flexibility for councils and proponents. In the context of the reform proposals that we're proposing, perhaps it's good for Ms Gibson to run through just how they would work and also to maybe slay the myth of how they don't work.
Sure, thank you, Minister, and thanks for the question. As the Minister's outlined, non-refusal standards are a particular part of the planning system. It does help with providing certainty, so set expectation, and provide flexibility so that there can be some site-specific outcomes achieved through particular controls. In the EIE, or the explanation of intended effects for the low and mid-rise housing, we've outlined a number of non-refusal standards that we are proposing and asking for feedback on those non-refusal standards. What happens there, and so for example a non-refusal standard might relate to the height of building, and so control set about the height of building, is that sets an expectation that that would be a height that would be appropriate in that area and could be assessed by council. If a taller height is proposed, there is still a mechanism for council to assess that. If a lower height is desired in that area because it is more appropriate, because there are overshadowing issues or other impacts that come from that height, then council can work with the proponent to either change the design, or in a circumstance where that change can't be met, council can refuse a development application on the basis of overshadowing, privacy, or other implications from those standards. So it does not mean that all development that comes in at that height must be approved. It means that it is a matter where there's a standard set, as an expectation around that height can be assessed. And if there are impacts created from that development that create traffic issues, that create overshadowing, that restrict the amount of landscaping, that might even affect the heritage value of that location, then council is entitled to refuse the development application, and they would explain the reason for that.
Thank you. Ms Gibson, can I just also ask you about, there was a suggestion that the reforms were going to impact tree cover. Can you perhaps speak to that, and if there is protections that would prevent that from occurring?
Yeah, happy to. So again, in the explanation of intended effects for low and mid-rise, there's some detail about the landscaping requirements and how they would apply. So most councils have a landscaping requirement set out in a development control plan, a DCP, and they will continue to apply in addition to the reforms that are proposed. There is also some specific detail in some design guides that the department has previously produced that set out landscaping targets. I've outlined those landscaping targets for every type, terrace housing, residential flat buildings, and in the different types of zones, the R2, the R3 zones. So for example, a manor home on a lot that is smaller than 300 square metres would need to provide a minimum tree canopy of 20%, a deep soil target of 20%, and for every 200 square metres of the site area, at least one tree planted. So there's detail included in the guidelines around that. And so that is to support council's current controls, but also to add to new standards and set new expectations about tree canopy and landscaping with new development occurring.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for attending this
Thanks,
hearing.
folks. Good to be with you.
We are finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and welcome back for this afternoon's session. And Secretary, I understand.
Yes, thank you. I took on notice, Chair, a question about Operation Tolosa. It somewhat threw me because I was absolutely positive I had responded to that, but not through the planning context, which is correct. The department has responded to all 4 recommendations made by the ICAC relevant to our department for Operation Tolosa. However, all 4 of them are to be enacted by the Office of Local Government. So I can confirm we accepted them all, but any detailed question would have to be for Minister Honeck or my relevant Deputy Secretary when we meet next week.
Thank you. Right, opposition.
Thank you very much. Just starting off back to Rose Hill, when did the department become first aware of the Rose Hill proposal?
Oh, I think not much before the announcement. It would have been simultaneous with the time the Minister was aware, or slightly afterwards. Ministers often tend to know things prior to departments. So I'm not sure of the date of the notice. We don't have a note on Rose Hill, but I would say, not much before it was made publicly. There was a public statement made about it.
So was it always intended that Rose Hill would be the site to announce the transport-orientated development program?
I have no idea about that. It's not in the department's gift to determine where announcements are made.
Was the department involved in planning for the announcement of the transport-oriented development program?
No.
Not at all?
I should correct that. Obviously, we provided information about the TOD program to enable media releases and or any speeches to be written, but we didn't determine where it was to be announced, when or where it was to be made.
And was that date the date that it was always intended to be announced, the TOD program?
I don't have an answer to that because it's not for me to determine what date announcements are made by government.
But surely you would have some understanding of when information is uploaded, for instance, to the website and the like. And I know there was a mistake in the uploading of information to the website.
Yes.
There would have been a time frame, wouldn't there, to when to upload that information and when to get that information ready?
Obviously, we were working towards a general time, not a specific date. What would usually occur, noting that in this instance we did have an accidental upload, what usually would occur is that a date would be determined by the Minister and or Premier, depending on what the announcement was, and rapidly after that we would update our websites. We would have stuff ready to go in the background, but we don't make the date decision. We just make sure we prep towards it.
I'm just wondering what the Department of Planning's role is in the consideration of any unsolicited proposal for residential or commercial development.
Any USP?
Yeah.
So we are asked for technical and planning advice on USPs when they intersect with, they potentially are going to intersect with the planning matters. Mm-hmm. We do that through our planning concierge, which is part of the planning delivery unit generally. We also would draw on, if required, expertise from other areas of the department. It would really depend on the nature of the USP.
Mm-hmm. So what's your understanding of the proposal, non-proposal for Rose Hill?
Well, it's not a proposal. We don't have a planning proposal at hand for Rose Hill. My understanding is that there are discussions through an MOU, which I'm not a signatory to, but obviously as a public servant I would abide by any requirements, to discuss with government the potential for a USP for Rose Hill. We will, as we would with any other USP, provide that planning advice as and if it's needed.
Do you know who is a signatory to the MOU?
No, I have not seen the MOU.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a copy of it, feel free to table it and I'll have a look through, but I'm not a signatory to it.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of the proposal for 25,000 homes, does that in any way include houses that you're tallying up for delivery?
So really two parts to that question to answer. Firstly, it's not a planning proposal at this point in time.
Yeah.
So until a planning proposal came into the department, I couldn't give you an answer one way or the other about the number of dwellings that a particular subject site might be able to equal. Mm-hmm. Secondly, no, we have not counted any potential, and I'm using this very cautiously because I don't have a planning proposal.
Yeah.
So we have not counted any of what might be available out of Rose Hill towards the figures that we are working towards.
So that figure was arrived at without any oversight from the planning department?
If I recall correctly, I did ask for some advice on what density to the size of Green Square might look like, and you would be able
Rose
to.
Hill? Rose
No,
Hill?
no.
density.
No, I was using.
Green
I was
Got it,
trying to.
understand,
I was
sorry.
trying to determine in my own head what a level of density might be like.
Yeah, right.
Look, as I said, without a planning proposal on hand, it would be very difficult to determine it. If I was using that as a ready reckoner, you would probably look at more than 25,000. So, it is very, you can pull a figure out, and we've all seen this. And then when you go into the planning system through a planning proposal and then through DA, the figures may vary considerably. It is really, I understand what you're asking. You're trying to, ask whether there's any sense behind those figures.
Yes.
Broadly, yes, because you can look at, other density in the areas, but without a planning proposal, it's really, at best, it's a guesstimate using the tools that are broadly available within planning to understand what a certain level of density might yield.
So Ms Fishburn, to that point, the Premier indicated that there'd be 25,000 homes on the site. When were you requested for information about what that site could actually hold?
I was not formally requested for information about what that site might hold. I had the figure on hand, and I can't further discuss that because it goes into matters which were discussed in Cabinet.
Okay, so how did you have the figures on hand if you only learnt about this just before the announcement?
I really can't detail any further without breaching. I have concerns I would breach a formal Cabinet in confidence then.
So when did, just to clarify, when did that Cabinet in confidence trigger come into place?
I can't discuss that, and I can't discuss that.
Was it prior to the announcement?
I
You're
cannot.
going to take a point of order.
Can I please get some assistance? I can't discuss this.
I'm going to take a point of order.
Of course.
This is a question that has been put in relation to Cabinet deliberations. That is not something the public served should be asked about and can be asked about in this forum.
Okay, I'm happy to move on.
Thank you.
I might just ask a couple of questions, Ms Fishburn, with respect to the leaking of that Todd information.
Sure.
It's been publicly reported that there was a person who was sacked over that incident. Is that correct or not?
That's not correct.
Okay, it's not correct. So nobody lost their job over that incident at all?
Directly over that incident? No.
No, okay. But you say directly over that incident. That seems to be somebody who may have been involved in that process did lose their employment, did they? Or?
There have been a number of changes that have been made in the department because of a range of issues, predominantly the machinery of government changes.
Okay, and that person who was responsible for that no longer is with the department, is that correct?
The person, no, that is not correct.
Okay.
Sorry,
That's fine.
It's been confused by reporting in the media that's inaccurate.
Yeah,
Right?
and that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of here as to whether that was. So, what steps did you take following the release of that information to look at how that information was released at an inappropriate time?
As you can imagine, it was not the finest day in the department, and it was a pretty stressful experience. If I take through the steps, the first thing we did was look at what was out there publicly and where it was out there. It was quite apparent that it was not the complete document. It was a draft document. It had ipso factum all through it. So made sure that the information that we thought had been accidentally released had been accidentally released. And yes, Monica's just reminding me that it wasn't a leak, it was an accidental release. As quickly as we could, we got that information taken down off the website. Then we went through a process of determining who could have had access to that material in the first instance. It was a pretty narrow number. Then we looked at when and how the material got out into the public domain. It was actually a bit earlier than was reported in the first date in the media, as I'm sure has come to light in the meantime. We looked at how it, literally physically how it could have got out there. We were using the information that got out was using a particular website which is used for community consultation. It's not the normal DeFi website that we use. We do use it for the community consultation, but it's not the.
So it was on the
normal
planning portal website, was it?
It was not on the planning portal, no. It was a different part of a website, and I'll get you the exact name about it. That actually is a system where it is much easier to accidentally hit go. And I'm not being flippant about this. It was literally that accidental. We had information there. It was being edited. Instead of shutting it down from editing, it accidentally got publicly released. Not a conspiracy, a complete and utter accident. No intent to do anything other than somebody trying to do their work, and essentially through a series of mistakes they hit the wrong button. Thank you. And the clarity is that the particular website we were using is called Social Pinpoint, so it isn't the normal DeFi website.
Thank you. And with respect, you said it was up there for a longer period than when it was reported. What was the period that it was up there for? From memory, and I'll check this, it came out on the Monday and it's been up there since the Thursday, I believe. Okay.
Thursday before.
Yep, Thursday before. Okay. And with respect to that period and that information, what have you done since to change the process so that a leak like this could, an accidental upload, I'll say.
Thank you, I appreciate the clarification. So firstly, we're looking to not use that Social Pinpoint service. We've changed the approval pathway for our own website. I might add, we haven't had any issues on our own website, so I feel pretty confident that the system of checks and balances we put into play are effective. And we've made sure that we've sharpened those as well. That's a process of continuous review and improvement. We've also looked at how we release digital information generally as well, and looked at process improvements there. I do want to stress, because this was really quite distressing for the department. This is work that we had done, we stand behind, we're really proud of. This really was entirely an accident. It was one of those things that just occasionally happens. We wish it didn't happen, but it was not malicious in intent. It wasn't an enormous systems failure that has happened 100 times before in the department. It was a one-off incident. It was unfortunate, but I feel pretty confident through the systems that we use day to day, every single day. Are our processes, they're not foolproof, no process ever is, but are they fairly robust? Yeah, I'm pretty confident in them.
Just going back to Rose Hill, the Premier's December media release stated that several sites across Sydney will be earmarked and investigated for a new world-class racecourse track and facilities. I'm wondering if you have been given any requests or directives to investigate sites?
No, not at this point.
Okay, so no work is being done at all to earmark or investigate new sites?
Not to my knowledge. I'm looking at the rest of my team. It's probably not something that would initially come to the Department of Planning. I have had conversations with the ATC about their current sites, so to understand what they're interested in doing in Warwick Farm or Canterbury Bankstown. But in relation to new sites, my department hasn't been. I'm just looking to double check, but I don't think so. Horsley Park. Have we been requested to provide any information there, Mr. Gainsford? As you can see, this is not something that we're working on a daily basis.
Thanks, Ms. Fishburn. So just to clarify, yes, there has been some discussion with ATC around investigations that they're looking into for Horsley Park, but at this point in time, we haven't been asked.
No, but we haven't been asked to do that.
We haven't been asked to run the ruler over any of those.
So the ATC has approached you directly to have those conversations without the knowledge of the Minister?
Think
how does the ATC...
the way you've asked that question is a kind of leading question.
Well, I guess the thing is that ATC having meetings with the department? How is the ATC getting meetings with the department?
Well, they are a significant proponent in general. We've been meeting with the ATC for many years in relation to their Canterbury Racecourse. We've had discussions with them in relation to Warwick Farm. I understand they've got a mod coming in for Randwick as well. They are a proponent for whom the department would meet on many occasions. They've had an interest in the work we've done around the Camellia rezoning. So that's why I'm a little surprised by your question, because it's, as such a large proponent, it would be exceptionally unusual if the department didn't meet with them to discuss those things. So in the context of discussing their interest in potentially upgrading, I think Warwick Farm, they discussed, Mr Gainford and Canterbury Bankstown, that was at the time that they said they were looking at Horsley Park. But as we both answered, it's not something the department's been directed, but as with any other proponent, we're interested in hearing what they're doing.
So is the department doing work on those areas at the moment to rezone them or investigate any different type of use or an expansion of use?
So the areas that are managed by the ATC.
So yeah, Warwick Farm, Horsley Park.
I'll take you through each of them then, because it is quite interesting. ATC Randwick have a modification that is it in with us yet, Mr. Gainsford?
I probably need to take that on notice, Ms. Fishburne. But yes, there has been a series of applications and modifications at Randwick Racecourse that we've been dealing with.
And
Canterbury, Canterbury ATC have been interested for some period of time about using some of their land that they believe is surplus to needs for, I think, residential housing, and I believe, Miss Gibson, they will have been speaking to your team about that.
That's right. It's in an area that Canterbury Bankstown Council are planning for in their precinct around the Canterbury Metro site.
Okay.
Yep. Warwick Farm, we've had discussions with them, but there's nothing currently in our system. And Rose Hill, there's nothing currently in our system, as I detailed, but we have had discussions with them in relation to their aspirations for some of their land outside of the racecourse environment. So I just want to make that distinction. But there is nothing formally in the system.
Okay. And the Minister's never asked you for any briefings on this information?
I have to take that on notice, but off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
I should, we may well have discussed some of these matters with the Minister at some stage, particularly I'm thinking Camellia, as we've been discussing looking at the rezoning there, but I can't recall that we've been formally asked for any information.
No.
We'll take it on notice.
Thank you.
Yep.
With respect to Canterbury, outside the surplus land, has any assessment been done on converting all of Canterbury Racecourse to housing?
I'll have to ask Miss Gibson. I think there were some discussions about that, but again, I don't think we've looked at it formally.
Nothing that we are currently looking at, nothing that we have looked at for any of the planning system reforms. I couldn't speak for work that might have been done more than 2 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, just finally, that you, Ms. Fishburne, didn't provide the Minister with any independent probity advice relating to ATC and the 25,000 home announcement.
So sorry, let me just, any independent probity advice?
That was unrelated to the general MOU probity advice that
I was not involved, and nor was the Minister in the MOU discussions. So
yeah,
there was never a point at which I would have been asking for probity advice, because it's kind of like it's an Uberus, right? It's a snake eating its tail here. I wouldn't have asked for probity advice because I wasn't involved in the discussions around what the MOU might be involved in. Were I involved in that MOU discussions? Well, actually, I can't even answer that question. I haven't seen the MOU, so I don't know whether I would have sought probity advice.
The reason I ask is because Ms. Mildwater responded last week with relation to Minister Harris that she had sought independent probity advice for the Minister because she was concerned about the public nature of the announcement and the matter, that the Minister should be specifically advised on his responsibilities. And he said that even before that, he made the decision not to be involved with the announcement. And I'm curious to understand if that is a general process that secretaries engage in or anticipate.
There's not a, I can't believe I'm using this again, there is not a one-size-fits-all answer to that question.
Talking points are taking off.
The point where I would feel that, we would want to have a probity process undertaken would be if the USP translated into a planning proposal. At that point, in much the same way as I detailed the probity for the TODs, we would have a very similar process in play for that point, but the Minister is not a signatory, or neither am I, to that particular MOU, and will not be involved formally until the point at which it might translate into a planning proposal in the department. And that would be the point where, yes, I agree with you, at that point, absolutely, we would want to make sure we had a very clear probity plan put in place.
Okay.
Ms Fishburn, you raised Camellia previously. What work must be done to the land in Camellia to revitalise it for the purpose of housing or anything other than sitting idle effectively?
Are you asking specifically about the race course area?
No, asking
or
about Camellia, the separate. Separate to the racecourse,
so great. All right. Well, we'll take the racecourse away because I can repeat again. I don't have a planning proposal on hand. There are some significant constraints in the Camellia area. Some of them are flood. Some of them are contamination, and we have been looking at that in the development of the master plan. And I'll throw to Ms Gibson, who will be able to give you much more detail.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thanks, Ms Fishburn and Mr Farlow. The department has worked on a place strategy for the Camellia Rose Hill precinct. It was finalised in November 2022, and it was to help guide the renewal of that precinct over about 20 years. Potential in that precinct for 10,000 dwellings and 15,000 or so jobs. The department's currently working through a rezoning on part of that land to implement that place strategy. The rezoning is investigating issues, as Ms Fishburn has mentioned, around flooding, contamination and also hazards. There's some existing industrial uses and a fuel pipeline through that area, gas pipeline, that are hazards that we would need to plan around for. The work is underway. We would be exhibiting a draft planning scheme when that work is ready for public consultation. And we've been working with landowners in that area as well as Parramatta Council and a number of other state agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions, and I think these may be for you, Mr Gainsford, but happy for you to work out where they go. Since the IPC was established back in 2018, there have been 13 public hearings out of 635 determinations. All public hearings, as we know, which extinguish merits appeal rights, have been for state significant development and involving the extractive industry, mainly coal, except for the one gold and one silver mine. The only projects that where communities have been denied merit appeal rights were ultimately coal and the Narrabri gas project, and that's since 2018. So I'm just wondering if, is there a policy or some kind of published or unpublished record or document to routinely ask the New South Wales IPC to hold a public hearing when a mining project has been referred, but not for all other projects, including renewable projects?
Yes, so thank you, Chair. And I think sort of picking up on some of the questions that you're asking this morning, it's probably worth talking a little bit more about the public hearing process, which I know we've had the opportunity to talk a bit about in the past. You're right to identify that the public hearing process is something that has actually been in the system since we've had planning assessment commissions and IPCs, and so I won't dispute your analysis of the data there, except to say that it has been something that's been in place for a long period of time. You're also right in characterising that on a case-by-case basis. The Minister of the day makes a decision and directs the IPC, in this case, to hold public hearings. What I would also say to you is that there haven't been any public hearings directed, in the last over 12 months. So to that extent, it is a case-by-case basis. There is no guiding policy as such that you're referring to.
But so Mr. Gainsford, you've been in your role for some time now.
Yes.
My understanding of the process is the Minister will always take advice.
Yes.
And so why has your advice consistently been to the Minister of the day that there should be a public that he or she should request a public hearing in relation to coal and extractive programs?
So I think, Chair, since I've been in this role, I can only recall a couple of recommendations that the department has made to the Minister. So I wouldn't necessarily characterise it as me having the history of all those recommendations that have gone up.
Apologies if that's how it sounded.
Yep.
You or your predecessor, and it's not. This is not you personally. This is I'm trying to understand.
Yep.
Why those recommendations have just been made by routine since, I would say, going back to 2012 when the last merits appeal was challenging a coal project, when a public hearing wasn't recommended.
I guess the other thing I would draw your attention to in answering this question is the differences, and I know we've talked about some of these things in the past, between a public meeting and a public hearing. And certainly, if you look at the Independent Planning Commission's, I guess, guidance on how they conduct a public hearing, they certainly talk to the fact that in a public hearing, and I might ask Mr. Preshaw to help me with this answer, but in a public hearing, there certainly is the ability to compel witnesses.
Can I just interrupt there? Thank
Yep.
you. I'm not trying to be rude here, but my understanding is that power has never been exercised once. And I think I asked that in the last estimates and got that answer. So if we're looking at, why we do it, the substance of that procedural possible benefit has never, ever once been exercised.
I think, Chair, I was also going to refer to the fact that the IPC also, and routinely does so for public hearings in my experience, gets expert witnesses to come in and be part of those public hearings. They also certainly involve all of the groups and organisations, including the department, request that we are not just there to present some evidence at the start, but we're also there to answer questions. And certainly, again, looking at the IPC's guidance on this, they acknowledge the fact that a public hearing means that those merit appeals are turned off. And in effect, they're making sure that scrutiny happens to the extent that it can, by making sure that all of those aspects from their perspective.
But so nothing precludes, am I right in saying nothing precludes all of those functions being exercised by the IPC in a public meeting either?
Well, I mean, you'd have to ask the IPC and how they conduct these
Well, that's what I'm
things,
saying. There's nothing written in the law, though, that says during a public meeting the IPC can't do the things that it would want to do. I've seen many public meetings that look exactly like a public hearing.
Mr. Preshaw, I wonder if you can talk to maybe some recent public meetings?
Look, just a couple of points I would make is, firstly, my understanding from the IPC's website and their guidance around this, with a hearing they can actually require people to provide evidence, and as I understand it from their own guidance, they can't do that for a meeting. So that is one difference. Another thing is that when a public hearing is directed by the Minister, it must be held. Whereas some projects that go to the IPC public meeting is not actually held. It's not a requirement to actually happen. So if the Minister asks for a hearing, it must happen. If a project is referred to the IPC, it may not involve a public meeting. So in terms of the actual process when you get there, there are some similarities, but there are some differences. And the only other thing I'd add, just very quickly, is that typically with a public hearing, the timeframes at which the department expects to receive the determination back is much longer, and in practice the determinations take longer when there's a public hearing, which I think reflects the concept that a public hearing is a more comprehensive, inquisitorial, robust type process.
And in your experience, does anything much change from the outcomes of a public hearing to what the department recommends?
It's an interesting question because it sort of depends on which point in time we're talking about. So going back the sort of 10, 12 years you're talking about, certainly hearings often led to a lot of questions coming back from the Commission, which we would respond to. I'd say that's still the case, that we receive more material questions about our assessment when a project goes for a hearing as opposed to a meeting. And so that's still the case for mine projects. So usually we have to respond to more things than if we were going to the IPC and they held a public meeting.
But you can't know that because that's never happened in relation to a mining project. Like, I'm not trying to be funny there, but
Sure.
you can't know that. But
no,
yeah,
I'm just comparing
you're
a
making
public
those
hearing
assumptions
for a mining project against a public meeting for other projects, which my area deals with.
Yeah. Thank you. So just on so I'll stick to the same topic. In relation to the modifications I raised with the Minister earlier, and these are the most sort of recent coal modification expansions, why are you assessing these projects as modifications and declaring them? It's your assessment that they are substantially the same development, notwithstanding the evidence of impact and etc., and the expansion of the footprint, the lifespan, and the amount of emission and the harm. Why are we still considering these mods substantially the same development?
Yes, so thank you, Chair. And I might again pick up some of the questions that you asked in the morning session and refer to Mr. Preshaw for some of the specific modifications that you also mentioned this morning. With regard to modifications that are received, it is often the case that the modifications that are being proposed by applicants that come in, and this goes across the range of projects that we assess, not just mining projects, which is obviously your interest, that those applicants would often bring their own legal advice to demonstrate that something is substantially the same. Often we will test that. As you would know, we have internal legal advice that we rely upon to assist us with the processing of these types of applications. What I would say is that there certainly are instances of where we've had applicants come to us and want to pursue modifications with us, which we have found would not meet the test of substantially the same, and so those projects often don't progress and don't come into the system. So I guess to your original question, there's certainly a thoroughness to the way that we go about determining whether these projects are substantially the same and can progress as modifications.
And so then I think what you're saying is perhaps in relation to Mount Arthur and Boggabri, mining those proponents did provide legal advice to you saying that they are modifications?
Mr. Preshaw?
Yeah, so the answer is slightly different for both those modifications. So in the case of Boggabri, and this reflects the process that we have in place within the department, we asked the company to provide their legal advice supporting the fact that it was, in their view, substantially the same development.
Sorry, was this Boggabri?
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the answer to Boggabri is yes, and then we run that through our legal team for review, and it was agreed that it was certainly within the range of substantially the same. The reason for that...
Did you provide that legal advice as part of the assessment? Is that publicly available now?
No. That's a legal decision as to the pathway, not a part of the assessment of the merits of the modification.
Presumably it's legally privileged as well.
Correct, yeah. So, I mean, the reason, to pick up on what David was saying, the reason we did that in that instance was that there were some physical changes to the project. So there were aspects of the modification that we wanted to confirm were not outside the bounds of substantially the same. We deal with a lot of modifications. I think last year we determined 95 modifications. So we don't go through this process on every single modification. No. We do it where we think there might be some question, and I think we were probably quite conservative in the case of the Boggabri mod. In the case of the Mount Arthur mod, we haven't required the company to provide that legal advice. In that case, they're actually seeking to extract the same coal resource that has previously been approved, but they've reached a point where the consent is going to expire before they could extract some of the coal which has previously been approved. And importantly, I guess for that modification, as you probably know, that's part of BHP's plans to actually stop mining coal and to provide an orderly transition to allow their workers to find other options and to work out what to do with their land. But we certainly don't have the types of questions around the Mount Arthur modification in terms of whether it's substantially the same, given it's exactly the same type of activity. Yes, it's an additional time period, but we haven't got the same questions that we did in for example, the Boggabri mod. But there are certainly, of the 95 modifications that we looked at last year, I can tell you that we went through the process of checking legally with advice from the proponent, and then checking within our own legal branch whether they were substantially the same.
So on Boggabri then, is it not if you were questioning the legalities and the parameters around substantially the same, and then the proponent's given you legal advice, is that not something that, in the public interest, the department should actually be pushing back on and challenging? Is there a litigation fear in amongst the department, or is there a desire to defend your initial decision, or is it? If I am a big company and I just get legal advice and throw it your way, is it that clear that you were wrong? Because that's not my understanding of how legal advice works. It's normally very, very neck and neck, and I'm just curious about what is the deciding factor on whose legal advice we would prefer.
I might try and take that question, Chair. I certainly wouldn't characterise it as, that we take on legal advice that comes in with an applicant as gospel. Certainly that's why we've got capacity within the department to provide us with independent advice. And I'm certainly aware of instances where we've disagreed with the legal advice that has come in. So, I guess my response to that would be I would have confidence in the advice that we receive from our internal legal advisors.
And would you brief out on something would you then go and get an external senior counsel opinion? And did you do so in the Boggabri scenario?
So in general terms, yes, certainly when our legal counsel feels that that's appropriate, they may well brief out. With regard to Boggabri,
not in relation to Boggabri, but we have recently on another proposed modification.
Thank
I would
you.
also just in response to your question around what we put into our assessment. I mean, there's certainly a difference in the question of what is the correct pathway for an application versus what is the merits of that application.
Yes.
So we do cover in our assessment report why it's taken a particular pathway, and we'll explain in our own words, which is informed by legal advice, as to why it's a modification, therefore as to why it's substantially the same. But the focus of our assessment report, as you'd understand, is on the merits of the application.
Yes. So let's get there. Just in relation to Boggabri, I did ask this of the Minister, and clearly it's not, it's perhaps too granular, but why was there so much weight on the strategic statement on coal in that assessment for that Boggabri modification?
So thank you, Chair, and obviously, following on from those questions that you asked this morning, I think that would be wrong to characterise the assessment, which was a comprehensive assessment, and obviously that's been published and is available for people to digest. That in effect it was, a weighing up between the strategic statement on coal and the greenhouse gas emissions. There were many factors that we took into account as part of that assessment process. Certainly the Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions associated with that project were, part of those considerations. So I don't think it'd be right to characterise that assessment as, a weighing up directly between the strategic statement on coal. We're required, whether we're assessing applications or modifications, as you would be aware, to consider government policies of the day. As part of our assessment, but that doesn't form the whole part of our merit-based assessment.
And so then how now do you take into account the Climate Change Net Zero Future Act? And, accepting we don't yet have a Net Zero Commission, but clearly there's more than government policy, there is law on the table, and one of those requirements is to look at the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and we're belching coal into the atmosphere. How do we do this?
Yes, so thank you again, Chair, for the question. So prior to the Net Zero legislation coming into effect. I think as we've talked about in the past, the assessment of greenhouse gas emissions was already part of the merit-based assessment that we do for these types of projects. And the department doesn't do that by itself. It seeks advice from various experts in this area, including the Environment Protection Authority, the Climate and Atmospheric Sciences area, and also from our independent panel on mining, who also has some expertise in this area. And so with the passing of that legislation, obviously that is also a factor that we've needed to take into account. And again, I draw your attention to our assessment report, which does talk to the way that we have looked at that legislation, and again sought that advice from some of those agencies that that I mentioned before. Importantly, when we're assessing these types of impacts, in seeking that advice from some of those other government agencies, one of the key bits of advice that we look for is whether in the forecasting that's been done for the state to reach net zero and some of the interim targets, that these sorts of mining projects have been taken into account. And the advice that we got from Boggabri, I understand, was that this had been taken into account in terms of that modification.
And so just going back to the, we were talking about why we think that the public hearings, and we were looking at this idea that it can provide more scrutiny, can provide more detail, can provide more, can compel witnesses. Why have we only done that in relation to coal projects? Why do we not require that standard for anything else? And obviously right now, the wind farms, for example, why are we not suggesting that level of scrutiny, remembering that it then extinguishes communities' appeal rights? What is the thinking in the department?
Look, so Chair, I really can't speak to what's happened, a decade ago, with regard to, advice that we've provided to government and decisions that previous ministers have made in directing the IPC. With regard to, and I'm happy to take it on notice in terms of those projects that I've been party to in terms of making recommendations to ministers, but I think it's a very limited number with regard to public hearings. But certainly, some of the factors that we take into account are, how controversial those projects are, how many submissions are received, the public interest in those projects.
I think, Mr. Gainsford, the only thing, and I've done that analysis, the only common thing I can find is that they're coal projects and they extinguish third-party merit appeal rights. That's honestly, that's the only common thread in all of these projects. I would love to find something else, but there just isn't. And just before I hand over, are you suggesting with what you're just saying there that we have now got a different direction and we won't be referring projects to public hearings?
I don't think I've suggested that.
Okay.
I guess what I would say, Chair, is that there hasn't been any directions for public hearings in the last 12 months.
No, I'm aware of that.
That's just a matter of fact.
And there's been no coal mines, new ones proposed. They're all modifications. All right, I'll just hand over. Thank you, both of you, very much.
Thank you very much. Just returning to some of the measures around the TOD. This morning we discussed the declarations required under the Code of Ethics and Conduct and the additional declarations that were required. As part of those declarations, do you hold a register of private holdings as a result of those declarations?
As a result of the declarations on the TOD for the people working
on the TOD, or the typical declarations that are required under the Code of Ethics and Conduct?
We hold people's conflict of interest declarations, yes.
Yeah, but in terms of that, is it held as a register, or is it just held? Are those documents uploaded onto some sort of database management tool, for instance?
Look,
or are they
I'll
just
have
kept
to
as,
take those details on
that's
notice.
fine.
I'll get back to you. Yep.
Or are they just kept as the files? Following the announcement of the TOD program, was any assessment conducted by the department to see if any interests of employees were held within those 39 precincts?
No, however, as I detailed, the staff who worked on the project had already had to detail their conflicts of interest. Once it became a public matter, your normal requirements to declare your conflicts of interest obviously would be available there.
And has the department undertaken any assessment of those interests over the last month?
Do you mean have we gone through and
Yeah,
reviewed
and-
those?
yeah.
At this point in time, what we have done is again remind people of their conflict of interest requirements, and I can assure you I have reminded them in every forum that is available to me. Within the Todd working teams as well, I understand Ms Gibson has had further conversations in including those discussions with the staff who are relevantly working on the projects too. Yep, is that
Ms.
correct?
Gibson?
Ms.
That's right.
Yeah.
And how many staff within the Department of Planning own property within one of the Todd precincts?
I'd have to take that on notice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And with
I don't.
You don't? That's
No.
fine. And with respect to the additional declaration, and neither do I for that matter. Funnily enough, actually, sold one just prior. With respect to the additional...
Sorry, bad luck.
Yeah, indeed. With respect to the additional declaration of senior executive private interest, what level of executive do these disclosure requirements relate to?
It's all levels of senior executive, so SEB 1 to 4.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And were any changes notified to property purchases within the Todd regions by the Department of Planning officials?
Sorry, are you saying did anyone update their conflict of interest? I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And how many people were working on the Todd project development team?
On the team prior to the announcement of the Todds or post the Todds?
Well, both, I guess.
Because they're two different matters. Working on the...
Well, I guess it's the project development team. So as you were working on the project and then subsequent to it being announced, I guess?
So approximately 130 people over the course of the work from July to December to determine what the Todd sites were going to be were involved. They were not just Department of Planning staff, as we detailed. There were staff from other areas, all of whom, I should add, also were required to go through this probity. I don't want to disparage any of my colleagues from other areas. I'll have to ask Ms Gibson how many staff are currently working on the... It's a bit hard to determine because people obviously work in and out of things, but the Todd team, if you was...
Yeah, I would need to take the specific number on notice, but we have a dedicated team stood up to do the accelerated precinct work, so that's to start the master planning on the 8 precincts. We have a team that is dedicated to the preparation of the Todd SEP. And we also have a team that is being put together to prepare for future state significant development applications that would come in the accelerated Todd locations.
And that'll be in Mr Gainford's area.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So there's 130 people from July to December as part of that project development team. And that was when the team was stood up in July, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Not all of those people would have been involved at any given time, and there's different levels of involvement. I think we talked about this earlier this morning, that as information, as the 305 got narrowed down, a lot of information was on a needs-to-know basis. It wasn't broadly available to absolutely everyone, and indeed, I wasn't fully briefed on many aspects of it until it got to a further stage in the process. It was that shut down.
And with respect to that as well, were there any external consultants who advised the government on the development of the program?
Yes, there were, but I'll have to give to Ms Gibson to give the details.
So thanks, Ms Fishburn. We did have several external to government contracts supporting the Todd development program. It included the probity advisor. I think Ms Fishburn mentioned that earlier today. We had the Centre for International Economics that assisted with the independent feasibility analysis that helped with the review of the 305 sites. And we also had a firm called BDO who assisted us with some of the program setup.
Okay. And what information was shared to those parties?
Information relevant to the particular work that they were doing, and again with probity measures in place relating to the confidentiality of that information. They didn't have full access to all program information, and that was discussed with our independent probity advisor how we would share that information outside of government.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Ms Munro.
Thank you. Just on the 8 stations that were formed they formed the 8 stations for the Todd Accelerated Precincts. Were they identified by the Department of Planning to have the most capacity to support additional growth? Is that how they were chosen?
As I mentioned earlier today, it wasn't just about the amount of potential development capacity. It also related to factors of the distribution of these around local government areas. There was some parameters set up so that we weren't there was a distribution of the TOD locations. There were also factors relating to how advanced some of the planning work was in various locations. So, for example, if I talk about Hornsby, which is an accelerated precinct, the work that Hornsby Council had done, an excellent work that Council had done in preparing a master plan for the Hornsby town centre and around the station, was a significant factor in identifying Hornsby as an accelerated precinct.
Stratfield is another excellent example. Council's done extraordinary work there, and this is really just able to bring forward some of their aspirations. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So effectively, just to shortcut on that question a little bit as well, in terms of those, will you just be picking up their master plans effectively and implementing those?
Yeah, so in the example of Hornsby, yes, and meeting with Hornsby Council and councillors last week, that was a question that was asked and we answered in that session. So the work is significantly advanced by council. So we would like to be able to complete that work with them.
That's okay. Do you have reports that you're giving on these precincts to the Minister? What have you provided? What information have you provided around these precincts to the Minister?
We've provided a lot of information to the Minister during the period of time in planning for the TOD program. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot of policy development, program development with him from about May last year.
So was that in relation, like he had input to the metrics, for example, that were used to determine the 8 precincts?
So we provided some advice to the Minister about the types of ways that we could go about identifying locations for the accelerated precincts.
And he agreed with all of your recommendations?
Turning my mind to the number of conversations that we had, and there were many conversations, I think that we probably came to some matters with an open mind, and there was views of the Minister about options that we might take in identifying the parameters for choosing sites.
I recall there was some discussion about bringing in government-owned land, and had we weighted that enough considering government policy. So it was certainly a iterative, like any policy development is within a department and then with a Minister.
Yep. So how did you narrow down the metrics in the end?
So we, through a series of testing different matters and testing whether we had a sort of complete set of parameters, testing whether those parameters would give us sufficient information to be able to make choices, and then testing through some preliminary investigation that we undertook within teams within the department. It helped us refine what were the final parameters. We made those as recommendations. They were considered by the Assessment Review Committee that, as Ms Fishburn outlined earlier today, included representatives from a number of different government departments. And then those matters were also considered by the Minister and by the Cabinet.
So sorry, just one second. So your assessment of government-owned land, were you looking at things like commuter car parks, for instance, and do you have plans to be able to transition those into housing as part of those TOD SEP locations in particular?
So we were looking for land that was in government ownership, and that was the factor that we were looking for, land that was in government ownership. I couldn't talk to a hypothetical about a commuter car park.
But there are several commuter car parks within these TOD SEP areas.
There is a lot of government land in these precincts that is used for different types of purposes.
So did you go into this process knowing that you would come out with 8 sites?
No.
No.
So why, like, you obviously went through this iterative process of finding out which parameters best spat out a suitable list. Obviously, the question being what is considered suitable and how you get to 8 rather than 10 or rather than 4.
So the multi-criteria assessment across all of those factors, followed by a review by senior executives across multiple agencies, really helped us refine that list. We wanted to make sure that we were meeting so many different outcomes. So making sure that there was going to be homes built, completed, constructed during the accord period was a key factor. So things like water and sewer availability became really important. So the advice...
Just on that, sorry, just to clarify, with those 8 precincts, do you have an amount of housing that you are expecting to get out of those by the end of the 5-year or the housing accord time period?
We've certainly had a look at what the capacity over the long term would be in those areas, and then what might be. So that's the 47,800 homes.
Yep.
And those precincts.
And the long term being.
That's in the long term. That we expect that to be over about a 15-year period.
Okay, 15 years. And is that in addition to what was already zoned for? Or is that just the total amount with the new zoning?
So that would be for that precinct.
Yeah.
So in it is generally considered to be the uplift, but it would include in some of those locations that they might have already had a planning control for, say, a 10-storey building, and the master planning might suggest that it becomes a 15-storey building. So the numbers are based on it being a 15-storey building.
So it doesn't... Is there a number that reflects the additional capacity compared to what was available prior to the plan?
Thanks, David. I would need to take on notice to see if we've done that calculation.
That would be helpful. Thank you. And what that calculation is.
Thanks.
Yes, if you can.
Yes.
Further to that, just returning to the government land component of this. So in terms of, let's say, the accelerated precincts is one category because you've got to master plan it, but in terms of the TOD-CEP, the application is to the residential land and the mixed use and employment zones E1 and E2. But when it comes to the government land, like, so let's say, for instance, a commuter car park, that would be railway land current zoning, is that correct? Or railway infrastructure, I think it's called?
There's probably a lot of different zones across government land in these precincts. It would vary from perhaps being land that is in a rail corridor that might be in a rail zone to land that might be already zoned residential or employment.
So in terms of that land in the rail corridor, would there be a process for which the government would be looking at embarking on a rezoning of those properties?
I think you're asking a little bit outside of the scope of this discussion. This feels more like the conversation about Minister Camper's land audit. And I do believe, if I recall, in that budget estimate hearing, the Minister and my senior staff did detail that all elements of government-owned land that could potentially be used for residential are actually subject to the land audit. So I think you're starting to ask down a hypothetical line.
But that has been part of a consideration that you've made in terms of the assessment of those sites.
As Ms Gibson detailed, yes, whether there was government-owned land. I mean, obviously the government has to have our own skin in the game in terms of delivering of housing, and so that's obviously a consideration. It's also somewhere where through our government partner agencies like Lancome or LAC, you would be able to realise housing potentially faster than you could through private development.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify with that time period, how many of those homes are expected to be built within the National Housing Accord timeframe?
We have done some modelling to make some estimates on what that might be.
Okay.
And we've done that work across a range of different housing reforms as well, in order to be able to provide some advice to the Minister and to Cabinet about how 377,000 homes could be constructed and completed in New South Wales during the period of the Accord. It's not starting from zero. There were already more than 200,000 homes forecast to be constructed and complete during the period of the Accord. So the net additional homes from the TOD program and the low and mid-rise would be adding to that. We haven't published the information yet about our modelling. It's going through some review at the moment.
But it's the intention to publish that modelling?
Oh, that's a question for the Minister to determine.
Okay. So have you provided that modelling to the Minister?
No.
Okay. Has he asked for that?
We have provided our internal work to the Minister, yes.
Okay.
We haven't provided the reviewed work to the Minister yet, or that report.
Okay.
And are you conducting that review internally, or is there an external consultant working on that?
We've asked for external advice.
Okay. So just going back to my question about the amount of homes to be built within that Accord period, is there an amount that's expected?
So there is an amount that we would like to be working with councils, with landowners, with the development industry, with all the parties that have a role to play in the construction of homes. It is something that is, I guess, there's a lot of variables, and it's quite a complex estimation, and the crystal balls aren't perfect in this situation. There's a little bit of cloud in that. In terms of the exact number and where we might be, because it's going through review, I'd prefer to take it on notice so that we could give you a number that we have.
Okay.
So with respect to the TODSEP, you indicated 11,400 homes to councils in their briefings, and this has been published on websites within the Accord period. Is that a correct figure?
No, in relation to the TODSEP, we've actually said 138,000 within the TODSEP over a 15-year period, and 47,800 for the 8 precincts. That's what we've said for the 2
but within
TODs.
respect to the Accord period, and this was your briefing that was published on Ku-ring-gai Council's website, it says that TODSEP creating capacity for 138,000 homes, 11,400 homes estimated to be completed within the Accord period.
That is some information that we are having reviewed at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. You've indicated that high and mid-rise housing will be delivered within 1,200 metres of the 8 accelerated precincts. High and mid-rise housing capturing all of that 1,200 metre radius.
Can I could I correct that, because that's not
my question is it a tapering approach?
Yeah. So and my apologies for jumping in before you'd finished your question.
You're very knowledgeable about this area.
In relation to the accelerated precincts, we did initially start at looking at a 1.2 kilometre radius around train stations. We looked and chose that number in relation to a walking distance that's used internationally for major transit-oriented development locations. Within that, we have clarified through our policy development that not all land within 1.2 kilometres would be upzoned for high density or medium density housing, and in fact it would be the master planning work, particularly led by councils like Hornsby, work led by Strathfield Council, work that Canterbury Bankstown have done in the Bankstown area, etc., for the precincts, that those locations. Now that's probably more like 400, maybe in some instances a little further than 400 and out to 800, where suitable sites through a master planning process would be identified and they would be zoned. So it's not a fixed distance, and that all land in that location would be zoned.
Thank you.
No problem.
Can I just ask on the, you mentioned, I think it was you, Mr. Gainsford, about ATC and Randwick Racecourse? Was that right? That there had been some discussions?
With
They submitted a modification. I've actually got the details.
Oh, great. Okay. Ms. Fishburn.
Sorry, because I thought we took that on notice. Let's get it back. Let me have a look. The department assesses the SSD applications at Royal Randwick Racecourse for development over $10 million and non-race day events such as music festivals. For the point of full disclosure, Randwick Racecourse is a Crown Lands asset on a leasehold. The department is currently assessing an SSD application lodged by ATC on 20th of September, seeking consent for a 7-storey hotel at Royal Randwick Racecourse. The application was exhibited in October 23. Council did not object to the proposal but has requested some design and detail changes and some additional information. The department received 7 public submissions of objection with some key issues I'm happy to go into detail if you wish me to. The department's currently awaiting the applicant to lodge a response to the submission, so it's back with the applicant at this point in time. Once a response is received, the department will finalise its assessment and determine the proposal under delegation. So pretty straightforward SSD application.
And is the racecourse being considered in the land audit, given it is it's Crown land?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I'll have to take on notice and check with my relevant staff.
Thank you. I just want to turn to the Reconstruction Authority, if we could, just following up on some things earlier and about the pods, but also if we could just start by, is it your understanding that, and apologies if you did explain this in the earlier, is it your understanding that that list of members of the community waiting for for housing that was identified as being 724 in November, is that the working understanding you have currently? And sorry, I'm not sure who to address the question. Is it you, Mr. Draper?
I don't have that number. One of my colleagues may have it.
So as at January 2024, it was down to 645. But we do need to undertake an audit of that list to really understand if people whose names are still on it are actually in need of housing. Our assumption is that a number of them will have sorted themselves out. We know that they were living with family and friends. They could still be in that situation or perhaps have moved on. So we do need to undertake that audit, and as part of that we will also be looking at where they are experiencing housing challenges, referring them to appropriate services and supports.
And so when do you have sort of timelines on when you would do that, or is there something, is there some way of knowing when we would have certainty around that?
We are engaging a community housing provider to undertake that process on our behalf. That engagement is underway and the preparatory work is happening, so we would expect that the actual reaching out to people on the wait list will occur in a couple of weeks.
And
who will commence.
Thank you. And who is the provider?
I think it is Uniting, off the top of my head, and I think I'm right on that.
Thank you. And so, just with the 157 pods and the decision to relocate those, was it so? As I understand from your answer earlier, the question was, the reason for that was there was no land to put those pods, and they were needed somewhere else. Is it the case that we've made a decision that there is no more looking for other land for pods for temporary housing? Have we finished doing that, or are we still looking for appropriate lands for pods?
So at the time, a review had been undertaken of the temporary housing arrangements in the Northern Rivers, and the findings of the review, which were considered by government and supported, were that in view of the considerable cost of the program and the land shortages, which meant that there were 11 sites established, but it was proving to be very difficult to set up more sites, that those pods should be relocated to the Central West where there was an absolute need. The funding arrangements behind those 11 villages come to an end in the middle of next year. So our focus now is very much on planning for the transition of residents on a village by village basis into permanent accommodation, recognising that the villages that were only ever intended to be temporary in nature.
And so that goes to my next question. There was some reporting that the pods have a 2-year lifespan. Is that your operating understanding?
No, the pods are in good working order. They will be able to be reused again. They're obviously do have a defined lifespan, but yes, there is more use in them yet.
Thank you. And so at this point then, the funding ends by mid-next year, and it is your intention that all of the residents of those 11 villages will have somewhere else to go?
So we are working very closely with the Department of Communities and Justice, Homes New South Wales, and our community housing provider partners in the region to look at, on a village by village basis, what are the options for these residents given their circumstances and needs, and to really explore what available programs there are, what there might be there that is going to be their next step.
Okay, so that's the residents of the 11 villages plus potentially 645 members who are still on the list, and we think by mid-next year they'll all have some kind of housing plan.
I expect the 645 to be a lesser number, but certainly it is a significant challenge, which is why we've convened this regional committee with all of the right experts around the table to apply our efforts to find that longer term accommodation for those residents.
Thank you. And with the current sites that there has been an agreement for a buyback, or let's just say those current sites at the moment, the former housing lots, who is currently responsible for maintaining those, and particularly the ones where, the buyback has happened or there's an agreement to an acceptance of the buyback? Who's maintaining those places?
So I will defer to my colleague, Ms. Leck, on that one.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. So with regard to those properties that have settled as part of the buyback program, those properties are maintained on behalf of the Reconstruction Authority by Public Works. So that includes dealing with regular maintenance issues, mowing grass, tidying shrubbery and the like. And so that there is an ongoing maintenance schedule occurring on a monthly basis for those properties.
And is that work being outsourced, or is that who's actually? Are there contracts for that work that's happening, or?
Well, we have engaged Public Works to do that work, but I'll have to take that on notice if you want to know if they've sort of subcontracted that work further.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. It's just there's communities trying to understand who's doing what and who's getting the work and what's happening in this program. So thank you, I'd appreciate that. And so with the work that you are doing in terms of the adaptation work and that more strategic work, how is that applying now at an operational level to areas that we are currently continuing to develop that are at threat, real risk, particularly floodplain developments that are actually happening across the Northern Rivers as we speak? How is your adaptation work feeding in at an operational level to prevent any more communities at significant risk of harm from these disasters?
Look, if I might sort of start at the strategic level and go down to the more operational level. So the State Disaster Mitigation Plan was released last Friday, and that calls for disaster adaptation planning to be done in priority areas. One of those is in the Northern Rivers. That work has commenced. and there is several pieces of work underway at the moment, so in that operational sense.
Can I just interrupt? Sorry. When you say Northern Rivers, is that all of those LGAs?
Those seven
Yeah,
LGAs.
thank you.
So it covers those 7 LGAs. Some of the operational work underway that will underpin the thinking for the disaster adaptation plans include such things as floor level surveys across the region to understand floor levels in respect of potential flood heights, some flood awareness and engagement campaigns, and some flood evacuation modelling work. In addition to that, we're working closely with CSIRO, who are undertaking one of the largest catchment flood modelling exercises really ever completed in Australia. And all of those things, all those pieces together will underpin the work for a disaster adaptation plan, which will consider a range of options for mitigation across those 7 LGAs, or that north region of New South Wales. And those options will consider such things as reducing both vulnerability to future disaster, but also exposure to future disaster. So they could be a range of mitigation measures from, for example, flood evacuation modelling that I spoke to, warning systems, infrastructure and the like. So in terms of operationalising, if you like, that disaster adaptation planning, that will identify the options that are most likely to have the most beneficial outcomes in a future disaster event, acknowledging that this is the first time we'll have done a DAP that is multi-hazard. So it's not just focused on flood, it also includes bushfire and coastal hazard.
Yeah.
But
does it include all the landslips as well?
It will look at all hazards across the region.
Yep.
Landslips aren't specifically in scope. However, as we know, as occurred in February of 2022, there were many landslips as a result of those floods.
I think it was one of the, it was one of the things that we experienced, and many of the climate scientists and others and planners, it took us all by complete surprise. I don't think it was something we had firmly in scope as one of the outcomes, and it's been fairly catastrophic for many communities. So with the CSIRO work and your interaction, how active is that interaction? Like, are you currently aware of some of the early indications and findings that the CSIRO would be considering as far, in particular, mitigation proposals?
There's 2 answers to that question. So as I believe you would be aware, CSIRO identified some early programs, mitigation programs, some 36 as part of what we call the NRRP program. And so there's been close engagement with CSIRO in the development and scoping of those programs. And all of those programs are either in early sort of concept design and the like, and some have now moved into delivery. So there's been close engagement with CSIRO to determine that mix of programs and, to secure appropriate funding envelopes for each of those programs and the like. I attended a briefing with key senior staff in the region just 2 weeks ago as part of the NRJO meeting, where CSIRO presented on the flood modelling and where they're up to. So I would suggest it's an ongoing dialogue.
Do you think, is it fair, is there any indication that we are looking at, for say places like Lismore, increased levies and dams? Are we looking at those sort of hard, concrete mitigation things, or have we moved on from that?
I don't think it's appropriate to comment on the outcomes of the CSIRO study until it is delivered. We've seen nothing specific from CSIRO on their modelling, and I think it's important that we wait until that is delivered, and I believe their anticipated date is June.
Can I just jump in there?
Yes,
Perhaps just to say, not so much directly on CSIRO, but because I've had some discussions with some of the leaders in the Northern Rivers about this.
Yes.
We've tried to use the example for the Hawkesbury Nepean and the model that we did there for the disaster adaptation planning that Amanda and that team are leading. One thing we have tried to reassure people is that, having done the risk assessment, the hazard risk assessment, that the options for mitigation and adaptation, we should be agnostic about those, because you end up probably using a portfolio of solutions. and some of them will, we certainly would consider what people call hard engineering type solutions, but that's just one category of things that can be done. And the buyback program we've got going on in the Northern Rivers at the moment is another example of an adaptation program as well. So there's a whole suite of things that can be used. It's unlikely that you'll have a single solution, but we are trying to keep an open mind and be agnostic and be kind of led by both the impact in reducing the exposure and vulnerability, as Amanda said, but also the economic analysis that goes with that.
And I think one of the concerns from the communities impacted in the Northern Rivers is the idea that there may then be dumped on the agnostic table of options things that would have potentially good mitigation impacts, but would have significant environmental impacts that would, really go to the heart of part of the community's concerns. So I think there is that genuine concern about whether, how do you say it? I think it's fair to acknowledge we've got an incredibly traumatised community that has been standing up for community-led outcomes, and there is a bit of a fear of, we've got the RA, you're a $1.5 billion government agency, and the CSIRO, and I think there is some of that coming through. So, if there is there a program for really early and ongoing engagement about the outcomes and that dialogue happening?
Yeah, Amanda can expand, but just to be clear, but that's one of the comments we have provided to all the leaders in the Northern Rivers and the community. There's lots of trade-offs in all these things. There's no straightforward solutions, and some of those sort of infrastructure or engineering-oriented solutions both can be very expensive, and also if they involve construction of new assets like levees and other dams that you referred to, they are subject to assessment by the planning agencies. And there are a lot of hurdles to get through, both environmental, Aboriginal cultural heritage, a whole range of things that have to be considered as part of that.
And so just finishing on the current situation, so is it fair to say that the RA is undertaking, the question is, are you undertaking proactive work at the moment to understand how many people are still camping in tents in their gutted homes? Is that something that you've got a clear lens on and you feel confident that you understand what is going on the ground at that?
Look, we have recovery support services. We have partnerships with the community housing providers up there. There's the Community Leaders Forum, which has all the councils represented on it. And we have a regional recovery committee that's in place as well. So we would hope that through those different mechanisms, we do have a reasonable sense of what is going on the ground. We've also recently undertaken door knocks. There have been 8 kind of door knocking operations undertaken towards the end of last year and early this year to just really check in on how people are faring, what their circumstances are they aware of supports and services that they're able to access. So it is a process that we need to, continually engage with the community through these different mechanisms, but we're certainly doing that.
And is there a way, and so just going to the Auditor General's comments about how we're recording the experiences, is there a place where, we can go and say, hey, as a result of those 8 door knocks over this period of time, these are the things that we heard, obviously with respecting people's privacy, and is there a way of understanding what we're going through as a collective community?
Look, we certainly have identified some key themes that have come out of those door knocks, and I believe that we do have regular communications back to the community through a variety of different mechanisms. Certainly sharing that information with the community leaders. There have been some regular newsletters going out to the community, and we do understand that there is a desire for that kind of information and for that transparency.
And sorry to interrupt, just to say part of it is about the community education that we want to continue, which is also about checking in with your neighbours where you're able to. And I think in the last Door Knock series, there were 40 individual households that were then referred on for greater support services, be that mental health or other support. So there still is a cohort of people who have either not felt able to come forward or who have been waiting for the right time to come forward to really come to the RA or previous iterations to say that they need more help. But we need to spend more time reaching in rather than expecting people to come out.
And I think that's, my memory from the initial, it was the evidence suggests that that this is the period of time when you're sort of 2 years on, this is when we will see some incredibly broken people who just have held up. So thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Wendler, were you or Landcom involved at all in the identification of the 31 Todd Sepp sites or the 8 accelerated precincts?
No, we have not been involved in identifying these sites. But
were you consulted at all in terms of the sites before they were published?
No, not to my knowledge, but what we have is we have 2 of the priority sites, Bella Vista and Kellyville, are sites that we are developing as part of our partnership with Sydney Metro.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect to the Todd project team, Ms. Fishburn and Ms. Gibson, is that a continuing project team in terms of identifying new sites? Are you looking at any new sites to the Todd project at all?
We haven't been asked to look at new sites at present. However, I can confirm that some councils have asked us to look at additional sites. So that's obviously something that we'll provide advice to the Minister about.
Thank you. Now, with the Todd project, you've been very specific in outlining that it will apply in heritage conservation areas. We
were wondering when we'd get to the heritage conservation area. Thank you, Mr. Farlow.
So you've indicated that it will apply in heritage conservation areas, but it would not apply to heritage items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep. With respect to the low and mid-rise changes, does that have the same application?
Yep, I'll ask Ms. Gibson to speak to the detail.
Yeah, thank you. So the low and mid-rise reforms do apply to heritage conservation areas and heritage listings.
So it applies to heritage listings as well?
It does.
Okay, so the low and mid-rise, so it will be different to the Todd SEP, is that correct?
That's right. That is currently, as we have outlined the reforms, there currently is a difference between the 2 of them.
Okay, so just let me get this straight in a sense, so that there will be more heritage protections under the Todd SEP rather than the low and mid-rise, is that correct? Or?
I wouldn't characterise it in that way. I would say that they just are applying in different ways.
Okay.
We are seeking feedback from councils, from stakeholders, from the community about all elements of the reforms, and I know that we are receiving a lot of submissions about the heritage, the way that the reforms apply to heritage areas and heritage items.
Okay.
Can I just want to back in, not on the question of heritage, but none of these SEPs have actually been made at this point in time. They are all either subject to really quite rigorous and in-depth consultation with local government, the EIE process, which we've discussed, consultation with a range of stakeholders. So what we are describing is what is proposed. That may well change. Planners love to consult and love to read submissions, as Ms. Gibson assures me. And obviously, depending on the content of those submissions, the discussions with councils, sometimes the questions can imply that this is a done deal. And actually, what I want to emphasise, and I know the Minister did this as well, is that we are talking to councils every single day in various different formats, different governance at the very senior level to engage on these topics. Yep.
Thank you, and Ms. Higginson has allowed me to ask one final question on that. The Minister indicated on the 30th of November that the changes to low and mid-rise housing wouldn't apply in heritage conservation areas. So the Minister wasn't correct in making that statement on the 30th of November?
I'm not aware of that statement, so if you could give me where
happy
that
to
statement
happy
was
to hand
made.
up the
Yeah,
article?
that's fine. Then, but let me repeat again, we put an EIE out, and the whole point of an EIE is really, it's the equivalent of testing the market, right? You discover what people want to make comment on, what they have concerns or opportunities about, and that's the whole point of the EIE. So we haven't actually made these changes. They have not been brought into effect yet.
Do you think you might put out an explanation of unintended effect as well? Sorry, it was.
I'll take that as a comment, Chair.
Terrible, terrible.
Yeah,
joke.
always in a joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, it was.
That's okay.
They're very good, important documents. Thank you. In terms of the approach that we are taking, is it going on to the TOD and the mid, low and mid rise density? Is it fair to say, from your perspective, that your brief is to drive something now that is very much about a market-focused approach? It is about proponents that will build and will provide housing through market opportunity.
I want to take that question a step back, if I may. The brief of the department is really quite clear. The government, the state government, as well as local government and the Commonwealth has all signed up to the National Housing Accord. We have a responsibility to do what we can within our powers, and I'm happy to talk about the areas of influence within housing that are outside of the remit of planning, if that's useful.
So can I just ask then, in terms of the Housing Accord and what we were looking to achieve, it's a broad achievement in terms of what we're trying to do, but why is it that we are now in New South Wales focused on these instruments to deliver the housing that we apparently need, but that the affordability, the affordable housing component, it aims for 15% under the TOD, but in fact it will only guarantee 2% of affordable housing? How is that remotely? I see you're shaking your head, Ms. Gibson. Explain to me how it provides affordable housing more so than that.
To indicate, sorry, Chair, I was shaking my head about the difference that the way that the 2% and the 15% might be considered.
They work in two different areas.
Yeah. So as we have been briefing councils and as we've been explaining the policy, what we are proposing is in the TOD SEP that affordable housing would be a 2% in perpetuity affordable housing for the housing change in that area. And the Minister indicated this morning that he expects that will change over time and to a published schedule. In the accelerated precincts, because the uplift of development potential we expect will be much higher than it would be in the TOD SEP locations, where we would expect that there would be more potential for affordable housing in those areas. So a percentage of in perpetuity affordable housing up to 15%. It won't be the same for every one of the accelerated precincts because we know that the feasibility of development and the amount of uplift for new growth in those locations will vary place to place. But the principle of affordable housing in perpetuity in these locations has been included because of the well-located nature of these precincts.
But so why is it so low?
There will be different perspectives about whether that number is low or not. I certainly am receiving some representations to suggest that that number is high and will be difficult to achieve.
I could certainly guess where that's coming from, but like in earnest, if we are seeking to achieve housing, that is surely affordable housing is the one of the really big goals under the Accord.
I think, you go, please. Ms. Gibson.
We've got
Thanks. Sorry. Never good to speak over somebody asking a question or the Secretary trying to answer. So 2 strikes today. The number, the 2% or the up to 15% in these precincts is coming from places where the number is usually 0. So so this is a start, this is a progress, and the Minister's indicated that there would be intention to increase that over time. The affordable housing infill bonus could also apply in addition. So that is a 15-year time-limited affordable housing component. So there is a progress towards the task. There are some the National Housing Accord does include a number of affordable homes, and there is work being undertaken by a number of state agencies in relation to that. primarily Homes New South Wales, who is typically the government's provider of affordable and social homes. And my colleagues sitting further down the table with Landcom, who also have been tasked with providing more affordable housing. We also know that the industry will provide more and certainly looking to work with community housing providers about the reforms that would be useful in the planning system to help increase how they could work towards delivering affordable housing.
Thank you. We'll come back to that, but it is now time to have a 15-minute break. Thank you. thank you and welcome back. And just for the committee to note that Mr. Hebron has been excused, and we will now continue with further questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Just returning back to the heritage question, with respect to the explanation of intended effect, the only reference I can see in it is with respect to heritage, that all other applicable and this is on page 34, that all other applicable planning controls in local environment plans and development control plans, such as heritage and environmental considerations, will continue to apply to the extent that they are not inconsistent with these new standards. Is that correct in terms of what's been put out on the EIE, or is there something that I'm missing?
Mr. Philo, we might have slightly different page numbering in our EIEs, but there is mention of heritage in the document.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't put out any other public information at this point in time, though. I have spoken in some council forums to say that we will be providing some additional guidance around this matter, because there have been a number of questions from councils during our briefing sessions.
Okay. So with respect to that and the additional guidance, do we expect to see those public, or they will just be shared with councils?
I would expect that they'll be made public.
Okay. And with respect to some of the controls, like what are we talking about in terms of how far they will go? Will they start to impact on local LEPs, for instance, around, and this is with the TOD, not the changes to lower mid-rise, but will it override things like controls under Part 8 of the Marrickville DCP, for instance, around the Dulwich Hill TOD?
So I haven't read in full the Marrickville Development Control Plan, but looking at some of the other Inner West Development Control Plans, particularly around Haberfield, because council's recently exhibited some changes in the Haberfield area. The reforms are not proposing to make changes to development control plans. They're not proposing to make changes to heritage listings or heritage conservation areas that are outlined in council's local environmental plans. The reforms are talking about permissibility of land use. So where council has an R2 zone, like some of the heritage conservation areas that exist in suburbs like Croydon or in other parts of Sydney, the permissibility around low-rise development would be changed through the SEP. The non-refusal standards would also apply. But I just want to reiterate something the Minister said earlier today, that the development applications for that type of housing would continue to be lodged with council and assessed by council. Council are very well placed to assess applications for the impact in heritage conservation areas, and often encouraging new development to occur in those areas where it's contributing to the values, the heritage values of those locations. So that might involve the removal of a non-contributory building to the heritage value of that area, and that new development would improve and enhance the heritage values of those locations.
So for instance, and I think this is the case in Croydon and the Malvern area, there's controls at the moment regarding the demolition of contributory buildings within that HCA, so they would be overridden by that SEP, would they? Or?
No, so those demolition provisions might say that only non-contributory items could be demolished. So other demolitions would not be allowed. And so there would be no change to that through the reforms that we are proposing. But where a demolition is allowed and encouraged in order to remove something that is not adding to the heritage value of that area, the replacement of that non-contributory item with a well-designed new building, new home, is something that council could definitely assess and consider.
So I'll put to you, and it's been published on Ku-ring-gai Council's website, but Heritage Advisor Lisa Truman has written that, and I quote, "As the new standards seek height and density that is entirely inconsistent with the significance of each of the HCAs, it's very unclear how clause 5.10 could be applied to protect the heritage values of the Ku-ring-gai HCAs." How would 5.10 be applied in this instance?
So, Mr. Farlow, clause 5.10 of the Standard Heritage
Instrument,
Instrument, Standard Heritage Instrument,
Standard
Standard
LEP,
LEP is the Heritage Conservation Clause. That clause outlines the matters that Council would consider in assessing development applications in those areas. We're not proposing any change to that. And in fact, they are the matters that Council would be referring to when they'd be assessing any application. So if Council considered that the height of a development application that had come in a heritage conservation area was going to significantly detract to the heritage value of an area, that would be a matter that Council would be assessing and working with a proponent to make sure that that was either modified in some way so that it was consistent with the heritage value, or in the case where Council couldn't reach that decision, they might choose to refuse that development application.
Okay, so let's take, for instance, outside of the Todd Sepp area, let's take somewhere like Beecroft, for instance, which has got a heritage conservation area within the within both the 400 and the 800 metre zone of the station. In that area, would each of those R2 properties therefore be allowed to have a permissible use of multi-unit dwelling? Trying to remember the multi-dwelling housing. That's it, isn't it? Yeah, multi-dwelling housing, terraces, and manor houses in that area.
So, regardless if it's in a heritage conservation area or not, the permissibility is based on the zone, not on the heritage conservation area. So, the zone would mean those uses would apply in what we're proposing. The heritage conservation area, which we are not changing, Council would continue to assess. That would involve usually a heritage impact assessment that would need to come in with a development application. And as the Minister mentioned this morning, this is the reason why it's a development application and not a complying development pathway.
Mm-hmm. And then further to that, the non-refusal standards would also apply within
That's
those
right.
precincts? Yep. So whether it's a Todd Sepp area or whether it's changes to low and mid-rise housing, the
that's
non-refusal standards under both would apply?
That's what's proposed in the EIE.
Okay, thank you. Now, turning to some further questions with respect to the changes to low and mid-rise housing. Having a look, we had a regional example before in terms of Bathurst. Also, indications have been made from Tamworth as to where they have limited sewer capacity in their R2 zones. Is this something that the department will take into consideration in looking at exemptions from any application of the code?
We're really looking forward to reading the submissions from every council and the reasons and their suggestions about how the policy will best work in their area. I think the Minister used a quote earlier this morning that it's no good having a building if you can't flush the toilet or turn the lights on. Mm-hmm. So because the intention of these reforms is to see more homes completed and constructed, we want to make sure that those essential services are available in those areas. Typically, councils have a provision in their LEP, their local environmental plan, that says that they need to consider whether essential services are available on site, and that would be a matter that council could refuse a development application on.
Okay, so that would effectively go back to the councils in terms of their assessment, is that correct?
That is one of the options that we would be considering, but I'd really like to have a read of Tamworth's submission in detail and see what they're proposing, and then seek any clarification from them before we make a final decision about how the policy might apply in Tamworth's R2 zones.
Thank you. And with respect to the age of, with respect to the ability to be able to flush a toilet, which I think we all agree makes for habitable living, was the age of sewerage infrastructure taken into consideration when assessing the TOD locations?
Mr. Farlow, I am assuming what you mean by age, you're talking about how capable it is, what
How long
sort of
they've been there for,
capacity is available. And yes, that was certainly a consideration. Thankfully, age doesn't mean that things are not as good as they are when they're young. Which I'm pleased about. But the capacity is what's relevant. So that was the question that we asked and sought detailed information from Sydney Water about.
With respect to that as well, did you ask questions with respect to the amount of sewerage sites that had burst within a period?
We asked Sydney Water to provide their expert advice on the capacity for additional homes to be in an area. I think the factors that they considered and whether there were maintenance issues or other matters related to their sewer would be questions for them.
Lucky we got them tomorrow. And there was some media reporting that indicated that sites like Edgecliff, for instance, weren't included because, and I quote, they were currently limited in additional growth because of limited sewer and water infrastructure. Were there other sites that were eliminated on similar grounds?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Can you provide us a list of those sites at all?
I'll need to take that on notice. The reason for that is some of those matters were specifically discussed in cabinet settings and are included in sensitive documents. I'd just like to take advice.
We'll just take some advice about what we can
I'm happy
provide.
for you to do that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now, just turning to the changes to low and mid-rise housing and the controls that are coming in place. With respect of dual occupancies and the non-refusal standards that will apply in Greater Sydney, is there any council currently that allows a height higher than 9.5 metres for dual occupancies?
I would need to take that on notice.
Yep, sure. And if you can also take at the same time which councils allow a height of 9.5 metres or above.
I will do.
And does any council currently allow an FSR of higher than 0.65 to 1 for dual occupancies?
Again, that's something that I would need to take on notice and happy to do.
Okay. I might put a few of these on notice because I suspect that is where we're going to head. But this question you may be able to answer to me now. If you have a block of 1,000 metres squared, can you then go through a process of subdividing it into 2 blocks of 500 metres squared and then build a dual occupancy on the resultant block, thereby allowing for 4 residences?
It's a bit of a hypothetical question because every site will be different and it would be a merits assessment about that subdivision of the land in most situations. That would take into account the dimensions of that site, the resultant lots that would be created from that. It would consider things like the access to the road, what the frontage of that would be. It would also consider the slope of the land, vegetation that might be on the land, bushfire hazard, flooding issues. So without a specific example, without talking about a particular application, it's I probably couldn't give you a completely accurate answer.
So, but in the sense of if you were to subdivide a site into 2 500 metre square blocks, it would then be assessed not on the original site, but it would be assessed on the resultant blocks. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And also, with respect to the TODSEP, you've talked about maximum parking requirements. What is envisaged in terms of maximum parking requirements?
So we are working through the policy settings in relation to maximum parking in the TOD areas. That's likely to be different in the accelerated precincts as well as in the TODSEP area. We are consulting on maximum parking rates in the low and mid-rise reform, and there have been a number of submissions in relation to that. So we'll use that feedback to work through any details and provide recommendations to the Minister about maximum parking rates.
Ms. Munro.
I wanted to turn to the planning portal. I'm wondering in the last 12 months how many complaints you've received about the New South Wales planning portal.
I'd have to take that question on notice.
Okay. Could you also, on that, provide
Might be a few on that.
provide a breakdown of the different types and sources of complaints, with the number of each?
Yes, obviously I'll have to take that on notice.
Yes,
That's detail
yes.
I don't have at my fingertips.
Understand, thank
Yep.
you. Do you track the response time from the planning, like for planning portal inquiries from the councils and certifiers?
What we do is categorise the inquiries we get through the planning portal, and I want to distinguish that some of those are legitimate complaints, right? No system is perfect. Some of them are just genuine inquiries. We do categorise them in terms of urgency and need and the type of inquiry that we've got. And yes, we are able to broadly track those. I will say, because I suspect I know where you're going here as well, that we are aware there have been issues with the planning portal, and we are working overtime to remediate them. And part of that process has been being more strategic with the way we deal with inquiries into the system and the way we get them back out again as well.
Is there a percentage of inquiries resolved?
Yes, we do track that. Yep.
Is that information able to be made public?
I don't see any reason why it couldn't be made public, but let me take that one on notice and have a look for you.
Thank you. That would be helpful to get that information. I'm wondering what the department's response was to published comments of Michael Komnenos of the Astrolabe Group that the New South Wales Planning Portal is under-resourced, not a mature product, unnecessarily complex, and not designed with a customer focus.
Well, my first comment back to that is that I've already stated that I think the planning portal needs some improvement. I don't want to throw out what is ultimately a process that has allowed for greater transparency in the planning system, both in terms of data, but in terms of proponents being able to understand where their things are, what is required, who is looking at what at whom. That's a really, really positive outcome. Could we, and the data analytics piece in terms of us understanding what's going on in the world of planning is immeasurable, right? So there are wonderful things that the planning portal has brought to us. Can we have a sharper customer focus on it? Yes, I would agree that that is the case. I believe I'm on the public record of having said that that is something I would like to see. But I don't want to, walk out of this room saying I've absolutely critiqued the portal. I think the portal is an excellent part of the New South Wales planning system. And like any tool that we brought into play, it is still fairly young. It is part of the reason we can't give good data from earlier than 2 years ago, because we didn't have that portal there. Can we improve it? Of course we can, but it is ultimately a tool that has added an enormous amount of value into New South Wales planning as well.
Are you aware of concerns that have been raised about the correct legislation not being available, and also concerns around staff not having adequate training to actually be useful to consumers?
I have not heard that comment about legislation, but if you have anything, please give it to me, because I'm being absolutely open by saying I want to make systems improvements here. In relation to staff, I'm aware that, as is not uncommon actually with anything that you'd say would be in the start-up phase, there has been a reliance on contractors coming in because they understand what they're doing. We need to transition that into permanency in the department now, and we're working through that process. If there's been some hiccups over the course of that, while we handshake out of that, kind of more start-up, early start phase to embedded, sure, that might have occurred, but I'm happy to take any specific examples. You're welcome to email them to me, and I'll try and get you a response very quickly.
Is there a timeline on that transition to staff from being contractors to being staff within the department?
We're working on it over a 6 to 9 month period.
Okay, and that started...
we started some system improvements on the portal at the end of last year, and I believe, certainly from the comments I've got, that people have been able to see them as well. And these are things, there can be things that can frustrate people that, they're actually really simple fixes. They're not fixes that require money. They're not fixes even that require resourcing. If I give an example of one that we brought into play this year, one of the things that frustrated councils, and I can legitimately see why they frustrated it, was we would make changes to the planning portal, fairly often to keep up with, new things that have been introduced, changes to ledge, system improvements that we'd identified or that councils had improved for us. But that meant councils were having to continuously change their system. We heard last year, through excellent work done with the then Deputy Secretary with the councils, that was one of their biggest points of frustration. So we were able to commit to councils, no, actually, all right, we'll only change the system 3 times a year, and we'll tell you what we're changing at that point in time, so you've got predictability, you can plan your business around that, and you can understand what we're doing. That's a process improvement movement that councils are saying to me that will make an enormous difference, right? That is actually not something that has cost the government any money. If anything, it will save us money a bit because we'll be bundling all of the changes together in one hit.
Thank you. And are you consulting regularly with stakeholders about the operation of the portal?
Yes, we are.
Nodding. Yes, Mr. Gainsford.
Yes, we are. Yeah. Do you want to?
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. Thanks for the question, Ms. Munro.
And maybe just to follow on that, there were concerns that the portal failed to distinguish between exempt development and complying development. If that is something that you might have heard through your stakeholder engagement.
Okay, I may need to take that one on notice, but
Okay.
with regard to the stakeholder groups, we actually operate 3 reference groups.
Yep.
And importantly, those 3 reference groups include government agencies, which includes the Building Commissioner, and various other government agencies that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. Councils, we actually have 94 members.
94, did you say?
94, yep, that's correct. And so we've split those into 2 different groups, one that has a high volume of development applications and those that have a sort of a medium or low volume. And then lastly, but not least, an industry group as well. So, and certainly, that is a very key component in terms of getting the feedback on the portal, and we take that sort of engagement with those reference groups very seriously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just ask Mr. Conroe, in terms of the RA's finances, or perhaps it's Mr. Draper, but in terms of the RA finances, and in particular the Northern Rivers recovery and the various program streams, is your overview of that we are currently engaging fiscally responsible, or are you seeing any red flags along the lines in terms of your budgetary allocations?
Well, definitely, I would say, thank you for the question. I would just say that definitely we're engaging fiscally responsibly. What I would highlight, though,
somehow I didn't think you were going to say otherwise.
What I would highlight,
sorry.
Right answer. No, but it is true. And I would also I'd start by highlighting that there's been, over the course of the last 5 years, on average annual basis, a 1,300% increase in the amount of money being spent under disaster recovery funding arrangements that flow via, that are part of a bilateral agreement with the Commonwealth that we administer in response to extraordinary disaster events that we've had in recent times. And so there is no doubt that from an administration perspective that's put the system under incredible strain, not just at a state level, but at a Commonwealth level and also at council level, local government level. And so we've had to really scramble to evolve our systems and processes and capability across all levels of government to cater for that volume of expenditure. So I think what you are seeing is some challenges around how we best equip administrative arrangements under the DRFA, but that's not having an impact, in my perspective, on money getting to communities in need and the speed of the recovery. So the way that the DRFA operates, the disaster recovery funding arrangements operates, is that the state makes a commitment of funding under various categories to disaster impacted communities, businesses, etc. And that money will flow, and it is flowing. The acquittal of that expenditure under the DRFA with the Commonwealth and the administrative arrangements between the state and federal government, that in my opinion could do with some improving, but that is not impacting on the speed at which the recovery money is making its way to those in need.
And is your understanding and your visibility of the flow of money, is there a sort of adequate ability to say that the money that's being sourced is coming from community demand or community request, or do we not have that lens fully? How do we know that the money is going? It's fine to say the money's going to community, but is it going to the community in the way they've asked for it?
Yes, there's probably, and I'm happy to invite other colleagues into this conversation as well, but it's probably there's at least two parts of the process of which that definitely takes place. At the initiation stage of a program, so under disaster recovery funding arrangements, there'll be an impact analysis done on the ground, various inputs to that impact analysis that tells us the extremity of the event, what kind of measures might need to be activated. That's also when we would look at extraordinary programs that might need to be set up outside of the standard provisions of the disaster recovery funding arrangements, and that would involve extensive community consultation, as we're seeing in the recent announcements around the Central West and the stand-up of those new programs in the Central West. So definitely the community being part of the design of the programs in the first place is a critical part of that. Then when we move into the delivery of those programs, there's obviously monitoring throughout, and that data capture around, monitoring and evaluation of outcomes is a really critical piece of that. And what I would say is that it's incredibly important that you actually design that monitoring and evaluation framework up front, so that when you're actually trying to measure whether those outcomes have been achieved, you're measuring it against a baseline that's, reliable and being set in advance, as opposed to trying to measure something that you haven't actually defined in the first place. Yeah.
Thank you. And so from where you sit, there was the announcement of it. I did address the minister earlier this morning, but it kind of all turned into fire, really. But when, the original announcement that there was going to be a $1.5 billion investment in the Resilient Homes program, and I think from what the minister was saying, we're kind of redefining that. That was perhaps an announcement then, and we're redefining what the costs are and the allocation as we go. Is it your view then that that the money that we have and the money that is committed is adequate to resource the program as the community has understood the Resilient Home program?
I might invite Ms. Leck to comment on
I would say with regard to the Resilient Homes program that we are still actively working through that initial $700 million tranche of funding. We to date have been able to buy back, we've made 721 offers, 562 of those offers have been accepted and 309 have settled. So we are making good, and I would suggest rapid progress. If anyone's bought a house, they would realise how involved it is to settle a house. We've settled some 309 in the last few months. So I would say that there is still a significant allocation within that program budget, and we are working through that on a daily basis, working directly with community around prioritisation. There are some community members who do not want to buy back, who have expressed interest in the raising and retrofit program stream that will allow them to stay in their home. And we've started the early community engagement around that, reaching out to those communities as well. So I think it's important to see the RHP as a broad program. This focus has been on buybacks, but ultimately the program will help in the order of 1,400 people. And as I've suggested, we are, still working through that on a daily basis. So I think it's probably too early to make definite sort of remarks with regard to that sort of funding envelope.
And so, can I just ask? And it's it's probably relative, but why is the raising and resilience? Why is that arm taken so long?
I think it's fair to say that the program prioritised the buybacks in the initial work that was done, and so those offers, if you like, and the negotiations around those offers, and there's a significant amount of work that goes into that, from understanding the valuations of those properties, working with homeowners on those valuations. They have to provide a range of documents, and as I think you earlier reflected, this is a deeply traumatised community, so we go at their pace. And so it sometimes takes people a length of time to make a decision, even to accept a buyback. So we have many offers that we've made that have not yet been accepted. So that all takes time. We also wanted to ensure that we were delivering the raising and retrofit program in a way that best met the needs of the community. and we've been very fortunate to learn some lessons. We talked about lessons learned earlier from the program that rolled out in southeast Queensland, and we've secured the services of Dr. James Davidson, an architect who is the leading flood resilient architect in Australia, to support the implementation of that program. And the program resources have been adapted from the Queensland model, but as he said, we've learnt a lot from that model in the last 5 years, and all of those learnings are now being applied in the Northern Rivers as that program rolls out.
So do you think from your from the visibility you have, including the adaptation work, the work with the CSIRO, the funding, etc., do you think it's a wise decision that the New South Wales government is re-establishing the TAFE site in Lismore where it is?
Look, I'm not able to comment on the TAFE site. I've had no involvement in that decision, and I would suggest that that would be a matter for the government agency responsible.
And so then it's fair to say that the work that you're doing in RA is not feeding in to, or is it feeding into those very important strategic asset considerations and decisions that are being made in completely affected communities that are going to flood again and again and again?
I think that there is significant engagement by the RA with other government departments, including with Department of Planning and Landcom, for example, with the establishment of the Resilient Land Site that we the Minister spoke to earlier, with Schools Infrastructure New South Wales, with Department of Regional New South Wales and the like. But with regard to the specifics that you went to about the TAFE site, I'm not able to comment on that.
No problem. I think this is what I was getting at earlier, and perhaps maybe Ms. Fishburn, but we are investing such good money and good work and doing some incredible discovery of how we need to adapt, and it's just how is it working at that operational level where we literally are just continuing to place people and assets, for what it's worth, in the line of significant harm from floods. So, and again, even the continued development on flood-prone land, brand new development, let alone recovery development. I just trying really hard to understand the investment, the operational relationship and the work so that we just don't keep doing the same things.
Some comments there, I think, Chair, but I guess from my perspective, this isn't a black and white issue. There are community who have essentially existing use rights who wish to exercise them, and we obviously are respectful of those while still trying to work to look towards mitigation. And Mr. Draper talked about, the fact that mitigation falls into many different ways. It's not just a hard engineering solution.
But that's precisely why I used a government property, a government asset. It's our TAFE in the middle of Lismore, in the most flood-prone area, and we're pouring millions of dollars in fixing it all up so that it's a TAFE again. And don't get me wrong, love the TAFE. But, I'm trying to reconcile this investment, this knowledge, this collection of data, and then we go and make these strategic financial decisions. And I think communities are wanting to understand, where is this connect or disconnect, for a better term, happening?
Yeah, look, I can hear your frustration in not understanding how that plays out. I can't speak to the TAFE decision. Obviously, that's outside of my portfolio, and I suspect if it's a rebuild, it has just been done as we'll get some details, but I suspect it's just been done as a compliant.
It's more just literally trying to understand if the Reconstruction Authority doesn't have a pivotal voice role in that, why it doesn't, and should it, I suppose. That's all I'm trying to understand.
Maybe one thing to say is that the role of the Reconstruction Authority is to work with the councils, including the regional organisation of councils, to develop an adaptation plan for the region and then at local government.
It's a state government asset, that's all.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say is that planning is long term, and there are existing development controls in Lismore and other LGAs in the area. I know Lismore City Council has been looking at their development controls, and I think probably Ms Fishburn's right, they're probably operating under existing consents. But the decisions about putting assets back into effectively the centre of Lismore, bearing in mind we're not talking about homes, we're talking about other uses, and there is no decision to, withdraw or abandon the Lismore CBD. That's not a decision that's been made. And again, I'm with the others. I'm not familiar enough with the decision by TAFE to do that, but to comment on that specifically. But at a general level, I'd say there are people reinvesting in Lismore, putting people in residential areas, in residential premises in those areas. I think we'd worry about. We've got a program trying to move people out, but there will be potentially other uses for that land that is more flood affected, which is acceptable depending on the evacuation arrangements that they have in place.
Thank you. So just if I could talk about coastal planning and what's happening in the coastal planning space, particularly in relation to coastal erosion, whether the department is looking at planned retreats or whether we're heading down the continued seawall proposals.
I'll ask Mr Gainsford to make some comment there.
I'm wondering, Chair, if you can be a little bit more specific in terms of specific...
Well, so does the state consider that the current settings are adequate for councils to be planning for this enormous coastal climate, coastal erosion issue that we're facing with increasing sea swells and possible sea level rises and so on? Does the state, do you as the team responsible for setting the state settings think that we're right, or are we doing work in there?
Yes, my understanding, and I might take some of that question on notice in terms of where we're up to with various guidelines, because I have recently taken on responsibility for some of these areas. But my understanding is that we are working closely with councils on updated guidance with regard to coastal planning. And I know there's been a series of guidelines that we have produced and worked with councils on over the years. But yes, my understanding is that we are constantly talking to councils about these types of matters.
And does the department have a particular? Will that include where we're looking at seawall proposals for affected parts of the coast?
I might need to take that on notice as well. I know certainly there has been a couple of examples of seawalls that obviously have had a large amount of media. My understanding is that those seawalls themselves have actually been going through local development application processes. So I'm not, other than taking on notice,
Thank you.
I'm not familiar with those specific ones.
Chair, could I just jump in?
Yes,
the
please.
State Disaster Mitigation Plan, which Ms Leck mentioned just earlier, was released on Friday, and coastal hazards is one of the 5 hazards that we're looking at in the multi-hazard view, and that we would expect to see recognised in the disaster adaptation plans as well, but certainly gets called out in that plan when we look from 2023 through to 2060 as something that has a broad impact, and that's outlined there. And I think in the consultation pieces that we did, communities that are impacted by coastal hazards were pleased to see that reflected, because this is their lived experience and also their lived concern. So we'll see that flow through to their adaptation plans.
So how then does that help? So for example, at the moment we've got northern beaches that have essentially been overridden by the planning panel in relation to a seawall, extending the seawall there, and that's despite a plethora of evidence suggesting that more harm is going to happen. It's like what is the department's kind of role, and where do you see an opportunity to prevent any more of this from happening, rather than in 4 years' time we'll be sitting here going, oh gosh, what did our adaptation plan say? Oh, it said in theory we should be doing these things, but we hadn't actually done any of them. So I'm just curious, is the state department willing to sort of get a bit more muscle in this space and protect people, or are we just going to kind of carry on for now?
Can I just, the implication that we're not committed to protecting people is one that I take relatively seriously. We obviously work within the planning framework that exists at the given time. As Ms Walker has detailed, coastal management is something that has been identified. Knowing that has been identified, and the fact that good practice would indicate that you look at your guidelines on a fairly regular basis, and certainly when there's new information available, as Mr Gainsford said, that this is our opportunity therefore to review them. I obviously can't commit to a government position because it's not mine to commit to, but we've got two significant pieces of information that this has been identified by the Reconstruction Authority. We work exceptionally closely with them, and as well as we would in any space, we do review our guidelines on a fairly regular basis or as requested, and we're clearly in the process of doing that now. So I think if that can give you some comfort, there is a joined up, piece of view and what will end up being a piece of work, because what is advised by the Reconstruction Authority has to be actualised into the planning system as well. So we'll make sure that there's that line of sight.
And I think it's important to note that seawalls are not the only mitigation solution around coastal hazard risk. So that's what the DAPs are designed to do, to look at the range of options. So it could be sand regeneration, it can be nature-based solutions, it can be retreat from the coastline. There's a range of options. And so the disaster adaptation plans are designed to understand for any given risk in any given location, because for every location the solution may be somewhat different, how those options can best be put into place, and the interface between those options as well.
And I think, that's where I started, was, planned retreat. Is the state actually looking at retreat as a safety, a viable, a necessity? And if so, when does that become an instruction or prescriptive or regulatory around the different systems of governance, whether it's a planning panel, whether it's a council making a decision on the ground, with the focus, at what point does the disaster plan become a required thing to implement to protect people? And I'm going beyond property now. We know we'll lose property, so people. Is this built into the system?
So, from the planning system, perhaps if I could help answer. So, the Coastal Management Framework, and in particular the Coastal Management Act, I think is a matter that the Minister for the Environment has responsibility for. So how the Coastal Management Act turns into coastal management plans that councils prepare and supported by the department, the Environment Department.
So how will this feed into? So is the RA
maybe just a simple way to point this out?
Yes.
Section 38 of the Reconstruction Authority Act requires relevant authorities, i.e. councils and other agencies, to take account of the state disaster mitigation plan and any disaster adaptation plan in exercising their functions, which includes their planning functions.
Thank you. And so is that something that will be monitored and exercised, and is that something that there will be a function within the RA in that regard?
So the disaster adaptation plans are not operational plans that would be exercised per se. They're more longer term, I think, as Mr Draper outlined earlier. They're longer term adaptation plans that identify appropriate mitigation options for any given local government area or a regional area, for example. And then they also do the analysis about which of those options for mitigation are going to have the best effect. And so it's not coining the phrase, not a one-size-fits-all approach to this.
I'm feeling like we might need one.
It will be a range or a mix of options for any given location, and we need to model which of those options are going to have the best effect in terms of mitigating the risk for communities.
Thank you. I'm very much hearing a concern here about the operations. Over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Mr Draper, I'm sorry that I interrupted you earlier talking about the MOU and the plan.
No, that's okay. No. I know you've got limited time.
Yep. We're finally circling back, to use another desperately overused phrase. I wanted to really understand what the definition of a proposal is, because I understand that there are planning proposals in a formal sense, and I understand that the government is not treating the ATC proposal as an unsolicited proposal, but in their press release it very clearly states the proposal, which was brought to the New South Wales government by the ATC, centres around the potential to build more than 25,000 new homes on the Hill Racecourse site. So what is the definition of a proposal in this context or for the government?
Yeah, and we use that phrase interchangeably between different things. When they're talking about a planning proposal, that's really an application of formula under the EPA
for
Act.
a reason.
Yes.
So we're not nowhere near that at
Understand.
the moment. So we're talking about an unsolicited proposal.
Yeah.
And what happened?
But it's not an
It is.
unsolicited proposal yet.
They haven't submitted the documentation for it to be assessed under stage 1 of the unsolicited proposals guidelines, but they advised us that they were going to, and so we entered into an MOU. Or when I say we I mean the government officials, not me personally, but government officials entered into an MOU with the Australian Turf Club, acknowledging that they had advised us they were going to submit an unsolicited proposal, and setting out a number of procedural guidelines on steps that would be taken in the development of that proposal. And the unsolicited proposals guideline does recognise that there's a period before the submission of a formal proposal where the parties might engage so they can discuss what's needed in that proposal and provide advice and feedback on the types of materials that might be needed. So they certainly said they were going to submit a proposal. We entered into an MOU to facilitate them engaging with us on that, and we're expecting to receive an unsolicited proposal over the course of the next weeks or maybe month.
Okay, so when it says the proposal which was brought to the New South Wales government by the ATC, that was not a document per se.
I think there was a document. I don't think it was a very detailed document, but I think there was a document behind it, and it set out the various elements that they wanted to discuss. One was the Rose Hill site, there was Warwick Farm, there's Horsley Park, so there are 3 primary elements, I think.
Okay.
I think there might be a 4th, but they were the 3 primary ones. I believe they did provide some sort of documentation about that, but that's clearly not enough for the government to make what we call a stage 1 assessment under the unsolicited proposal guidelines. So we entered into a process to explain to them what we would need.
So that included the 25,000 new homes potentially.
Yeah, I don't know how far it went on the number of homes that could be developed on the site, but it certainly involved the idea that there would be development on the site supported by, I believe, the idea of a metro station nearby, but that was something that had been explored by the government in any case, and the developments at the Warwick Farm and Horsley Park.
Okay, so where did that 25,000 number come from?
I don't know exactly where that came from, but it was probably some assessment of how many homes under particular zonings might be able to fit under that site. I'm not sure exactly where that number came from.
So it wasn't necessarily the ATC that came up with that number?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. And Ms Fishburn, just going back to what you were saying before about investigating to some degree that 25,000, can you just remind me how you got to that calculation, or why that?
I don't think I've ever stated 25,000.
Okay.
I'm just trying to recall, but I don't think that's a number I've ever put out there.
Yeah.
What I did was seek to understand if you applied approximately the same density that you'd see at Green Square on the hectares that make up Randwick Racecourse. And I really have to tell you that is...
Rose Hill.
Sorry,
Don't
Rose
start
Hill.
your room.
Oh my goodness.
No. I've already shut that one
So,
down.
some more questions on
Well, that could fill the rest of the time till we corrected it. I should have let it run. Sorry. To Rose Hill, and I really want to stress that's a very inexact science, right? Because every site is different, every environment is different, but you want to come up with something. Then where would you get to? But I cannot recall that 25,000 was ever the number that I got to.
So Ms Fishburn, this number didn't come from you or your department?
it would have only been myself, I believe, who would have given a figure, and I don't think I said 25,000.
Do you remember what you did say?
I think it was a little higher than that. I think it was more in the realm of 30,000.
Okay.
Yep. But can I stress again, you know, that is like just pulling, that's like a random number generator to some extent. You don't fully understand what you're going to get until you've got a plan, until you've done some detailed thinking about what could actually occur on a site, and really till you've got a planning proposal in front of you. And honestly, you're not going to get an exact figure till you get to the DA stage. You know, I want to stress absolutely that, you know, you could say 25,000, you could say 15,000, you could say 30,000. They may all be applicable, but we just haven't done that work yet because we're well in. It's far too soon to start commencing that type of work. We don't have a planning proposal. The USP, as Mr. Draper said, is not even at that stage one process. So, you know, a number is just a number at this point.
And just a final question, Mr. Draper, on who has actually signed that MOU. Do we know who signed the MOU?
Yeah, that was signed by an official within the Department of Enterprise, Industry and Trade, because they are the sort of governing agency for unsolicited proposals. They manage that process.
Okay. So it was just one staff member within the department with
the ATC, whoever's their
Mr.
authorised
McLaurin
officer.
or something like that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms Fishburn, now turning back to housing targets, which I had a brief discussion about previously. Last time before this estimates, the Minister indicated to us that the Greater Cities Commission had important work to do, and of course we then saw the Greater Cities Commission repeal bill. If that hadn't have gone through, is it the case that there would have been draft regional plans that would have been conducted by the end of last year?
The timing for the draft regional plans didn't have to be the end of last year. The requirement under the GCC Act, which is, as you noted, now repealed, would have had the draft plans finalised by July 1st, I think, June 30. I'll double check that for you.
Can you take that on notice? Because I thought that
my hand anymore.
I thought the former one was 2018, and so 5 years from would be 2023. With that being said, had the Greater Cities Commission done work on the targets before its abolition? Yep.
Yes.
And it has been reported that there was a view that these targets were too low. Is that the view of the department?
Sorry, whose opinion was it that the
targets... It was reported in media articles that the target was seen as too low, which was part of the reason for the axing of the Commission.
I can't comment on that. That's pure speculation. The GCC were working on the housing targets with the Department of Planning. The strategic planners are now rolled into the Department of Planning, and we continue the work on the housing targets. One of the things that we're doing with the housing targets is making sure, much in the same ways as we've done with the TODs, that they're credible in terms of infrastructure requirements, and so there is some testing that's done for the Housing Outcomes Network around what targets might be applicable for each area. Any speculation in the papers, that's speculation.
So, Ms Fishburn, when will councils receive these targets?
We're working through them now. It's our hope to be able to release them sooner rather than later. Ultimately, though, that's not my decision to make. That's a decision for the Minister.
Okay, are you working to any timeline in particular before the Housing Accord commences?
We are working for a timeline before the Housing Accord, yes.
Okay, thank you. And what's the New South Wales Government's plan to work with local government to deliver planning and land use reforms that will make housing supply more responsive to demand?
That's a very large question, Mr. Farlow. We have a number of programs of work that occur with local government. It's always, people seem to get the impression that, you know, it's local government and there's the planning department over here. We are literally in and out of councils every day, all day, across the whole state. It is a completely symbiotic relationship between the state and local government when it comes to planning matters. Obviously, we've got our range of state planning policies that have been announced and that we're working towards. all of those only become better, richer and more meaningful if local government works with us and if we are able to shape the outcomes together. So we wish to do that. We're also looking at a range of ways that we can assist councils in how they can make development assessments faster and easier, and I'm not going to gazump my own minister by announcing them, but that is something that the
We're welcome
department's
you to
actively
do that if you'd like, but
yeah.
yeah. And with respect to the development of LEPs and the like from local government, Fairfield City Council, I'm sure this will be one of the submissions you read as well with respect to low and mid-rise housing, but they've complained that they've had their accelerated LEP, which has been sitting on the desk of the department for 2 years. Are there any concerns in terms of Fairfield's LEP, or why hasn't it progressed further?
Fairfield's LEP is progressing through the department. In fact, I got a briefing from Ms Gibson and her team on it, I believe, just last week. It's not saying anything that hasn't been publicly aired. There are, issues around flooding in relationship to Fairfield, but we've made significant progress on that LEP. Again, I can't preempt what my minister might decide to do in terms of timing, but it's been briefed up to the secretary, so it's moving.
Now, with respect to the Todds again, back to the Todds. It has been, and Ms Higginson's view of my obsession with the Todds, it's been suggested in the briefing to councils that the SEP will be in place until precinct strategic planning is completed. How long, from the department's view, could that process take?
It's council to council. I think Ms Gibson was very clear to say that, some councils are well and truly advanced, and, I would see them as probably being able to make their LEP at the same speed that we would make an accelerated SEP, so we would just go straight into LEP under those circumstances. It's every council is different, so that's
so a council
really
that's starting from scratch, how long would that process take?
Look, I'd be very surprised if any of the councils would actually be starting from complete scratch. I think, Monica, the 8 precincts have all had some planning work done.
Outside of the 8 precincts, but the 31. The 31 Todd
in the 8 precincts, there's been substantial work done. As I outlined earlier, Mr. Farlow, with the identification of the 31 Todd sites, one of the matters that we looked into was work that council had already identified, or that the Department of Planning might have supported council to identify. So there was a preference to those locations where some planning work had already been done. So in most of those 31 sites, there is already some work that council has done.
So somewhere like Burragul, for instance, there's no, well, I understand from Lake Macquarie's contentions, there's no planning work that's been done on Burragul, doesn't have any shops or the like there. They never actually considered it, and I know they're one of the councils that have submitted to you, I think Cardiff is another location and the like, where they'd like to see it, but something like that, how would you be able to do a precinct strategic planning in that area?
So Burragul is one of the locations in the Lake Macquarie local government area. Has significant residential development nearby. It includes a number of schools and lots of kids travelling to those schools every day. There's a location there where there is some more planning work to be done, and appreciate that council might need to progress some further planning work if they chose to, or that the TODSEP could come in and instead provide that upzoning in that location. So the option is really there for councils about whether they want to undertake the strategic planning work and replace the TODSEP, or for the TODSEP to take effect.
And would that only mechanism be by a planning proposal? Now getting back to the term of planning proposal, and effectively an update to the LEP or the like? Or?
That's typically how the work would be undertaken. There are some other options. So, for example, if council asked that the department undertake that work, we would do it by without a planning proposal using
so would that be similar to like what's happening in Parramatta North, for instance, at the moment? Or?
So that would be an example of how that might happen.
Okay. And now, with respect to that, does that strategic plan require the same amount of yield within that 400 metre radius? Or if council could demonstrate, for instance, that within 800 metres they could get similar yield levels, would you consider that? Or
I think what's really important in our reforms is the outcomes of more homes built in well-located areas. So if that area is not exactly 400 metres, and we're certainly not intending to go out with a tin of white paint and mark a line in the middle of a block of land and say this area for uplift and this area not for uplift. The 400 metres is sort of code for a 10-minute walk. So if a slightly different area better accommodates additional homes, and that it is well serviced with water, sewer and good access into the public transport, that it isn't constrained by flooding or bushfire issues, then we're certainly open to considering those, and we fully expect and have seen some submissions from council suggesting those sorts of changes so that it's more of a fluid line rather than a fixed line.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. Now, I don't want to disappoint Ms Hawes, so I do have some questions for you.
Can I just round out two things before
Yes, Ms.
you
Fishman.
do? So firstly, as I said, and we've just double checked for you. Yes, if the GCC remained in existence, then their plans would need to have been finalised mid this year.
Okay.
And then the other thing, you asked the question, where did the 25,000 figure for Rose Hill came from, and I said it wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. It was the ATC. Okay. So I presume they would have got a planning consultant to do exactly what I did, which is to take a similar style density and get to a figure that way. But they've come up with that number.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Ms
you.
Hawes. Just with respect, back to the Speedway, we discussed before in terms of the lease, and that it's a requirement that Western Sydney Parklands Trust establish that the lessee is of good repute and has not been the subject of significant adverse publicity or the subject of any formal adverse finding by any authority that would cause a reasonable person to have concerns about reputational risk to the lessor or the fitness or ability of the lessee to perform its obligations, and meets each of the assignment tests and has demonstrable experience in successfully carrying on a business of the kind permitted under the permitted use, has funding available to fund its obligations under the sublease or licence. Was there an assessment done under all these grounds before the sublease was entered into on the 22nd of December?
Yep, thanks, Mr. Fowler. And as I sort of talked the committee through before, since concerns were raised about Mr. Bowley, controls have been put in place around his role. There is an assignment test, as you just alluded to. Neither Speedway nor Yvonne Boldy, the director of Speedway, are insolvent, so that was checked. We did ASIC credit searches on the company and on Miss Boldy. That did not demonstrate any evidence of concern and demonstrated that there are assets in her possession, further evidence of her financial capacity. The test of criminal offence, neither the company nor the director have any record of criminal offence. I'm not aware of any suggestion others in that team have either. No, not subject to a formal adverse finding by the ICAC. There was no such finding, and their ability to carry out the activity, the actual hosting of Speedway events, we were comfortable that the team that they were putting together had that, and we were reliant on the advice, obviously, of Dragway as the head lessee, knowing that they have knowledge of the industry. But the licence from the Office of Sport we would put forward as further evidence of their ability to conduct race events.
With respect to those assessments, what date were they completed on or undertaken?
I think I have it, and if I don't, I'll take it on notice.
Yep.
I did also want to add, you asked me this morning about the rent.
Yep.
Rent commences on the 22nd of April this year, and that period, obviously, they've been doing works to ready the track. And the rent period is designed to coincide when racing gets going so that they've got revenue coming in. Racing's scheduled to start on the 23rd of March.
So it's effectively a 1 month free rent period, is it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, effectively. So obviously that makes sense, right? They're working on the track, they're investing in the track, and then they're able to actually schedule events and get going. So you asked me about what date did we do our checks. I might take it on notice because they'll be on different dates, so I'll get you the series of when each check was performed, if that's okay.
Thank you very much with respect to that. Did Western Sydney Parklands have any input into the media release that was issued by the Minister on the 22nd of December?
I don't know. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
I was actually on leave at the time, so can I take that one on
Fair
notice?
enough, you can indeed. And with respect to the Speedway, is there a database of all the assets held by Sydney Speedway, when it needs to be maintained by and how much it's all worth in terms of the Speedway, not the company?
Yeah, so the actual facility
Yeah.
itself. Yes, there is a value, and I think we have a schedule of estimated maintenance
Yep.
costs, which I'm happy to provide on notice.
Yeah.
I do note, I know certain figures have been, put forward in the media. Our arrangement is with the dragway, and they pay rent to the government. So the figure of the value of the contract afforded to the Speedways is incorrect. Our relationship is with the dragway. They are the venue manager from our perspective, and they pay the government rent for that as a part of being able to exercise that function.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh.
Thank you. Secretary, the Minister said, I think, that it was his intention to have the SEPs in place by April. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. And
The TOD 2. TOD 2.
TOD
Yep.
2. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at how, is that something that, notwithstanding there's a short inquiry that's going to look into it, is it your understanding that that is a very clear, firm directive, or is there some flexibility in that?
Well, that's the directive we've been given by the Minister. Note, of course, though, we are out talking to councils, we're engaging with local government, and, we're looking at work that they have been, that they are doing as well, and providing that feedback to the Minister. But at this point in time, that's the direction we've been given by the Minister, and we'll continue to work towards that direction and continue to provide feedback from what we're getting from local government as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there any work being undertaken, and this may be in your area, Mr. Gainsford, but is there any work being undertaken to develop any sort of guidelines now that the climate change net zero futures legislation has passed through the Parliament?
Guidelines,
Yeah,
sorry,
like-
Chair, with
like in
regard
relate-
to development assessment? Or?
Yeah, development assessment specifically.
No, not at this stage. There's no plans at this stage, but obviously we'll continue to monitor as the Net Zero Commission comes on board. Obviously, I know that part of the legislation is they're tasked with producing annual statements, and also, they've got some powers to provide advice to the department and to the Independent Planning Commission. So, we look forward to that engagement once they're established.
All right. So there's currently there's no proactive or preemptive work around looking at what it means to take into account that new legislation in planning decisions.
Look, Chair, I wouldn't necessarily. So you asked, the first question was around guidelines. We're not preparing any guidelines.
Yeah.
With regard to the implications of the establishment of the Net Zero Commission and obviously the legislation that backs that, as we mentioned with regard to some of the questions you had earlier for coal mining modifications, that was certainly something that we have taken into account. And certainly will continue to do so. And as things adapt, as the Net Zero Commission comes on board, we'll obviously, make sure that we update the information that we have as part of that assessment process.
Thank you. And can I just go back, and I think this is you, I saw you nodding earlier, just in relation to the synthetic turf and that now that the Chief Scientists and Engineering report, and my advice around that is there is still, there's knowledge gaps and some uncertainty that comes out of that. What is the approach? What is the work the department's doing around that report and the guidance around synthetic turf, and whether it's local councils, Crown Lands? Does the department taking a kind of lead role, or what's happening there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as I mentioned this morning, there's two elements to the work that we're doing. The first is leading the response to the Chief Scientists and Engineers report that you mentioned earlier that was released mid last year. And so in preparing that response, We did form a working group and involved a number of different government agencies, including the Environment Protection Authority, Office of Sport, Office of Local Government, and New South Wales Health. And so our role there is to, as I say, coordinate the response, which we're at a very advanced stage and looking to prepare for the Minister and for Cabinet, ultimately to make a decision around that release. The second main bit of work that we're involved in is preparing some guidance, particularly for local councils, to assist them in interpreting the right the right parameters around making decisions with regard to consideration of synthetic turf. And again, we're quite advanced with that work and hoping to release that very soon.
And so, just so I'm clear about that, so the process is that will go to the Minister, it's a Cabinet process, and then it will be released, or will there be a draft release before that in terms of your response, or the government response?
So the government response will go through the usual sort of ministerial and cabinet processes. As to whether it's a draft response, I'm not sure at this stage in terms of what the government's intentions are.
And in terms of timing, with you finishing your part, and you say very advanced, are we talking days, weeks, months? What are we thinking? What very advanced means?
Very advanced is that we've effectively completed that work. So
okay, and so have you passed it on yet? Is it sitting on someone else's table?
We're in the process of finalising that work and discussing that with the Minister.
Thank you. And can I just ask on that, is there a funding implication to that? In terms of that, is there advice about more work that would need to be done to gain a better understanding of some of the knowledge gaps, or are you satisfied at this point with the Chief Scientist and Engineer's report and you believe that now we're in a position to have a policy response?
Yes, as you would be aware, Chair, the Chief Scientist and Engineer's report was very comprehensive, and so there was a number of recommendations in there. Our response, I guess, talks to the implications of, the response to those recommendations. I probably wouldn't want to speculate at this stage around what the potential implications are from a funding perspective, because, as I say, they're subject to ministerial and cabinet processes.
Yeah. Thank you. Can I just ask, and this may be you, Secretary, just in relation to work that's happening through the planning side of things for state significant farmland or agricultural land, is that work being undertaken to update that system?
In relation to the metropolitan lands for the region plan?
Chair, are you referring to the declaration of state significant farmland that might be included, particularly only for the northern, which might only apply in the northern part of New South Wales at the moment?
Yeah.
In the schedule for the SEP.
The SEP, yeah.
So the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, still getting used to those new letters and words, isn't the lead on that work. No. That's work that's being led by our colleagues in Agriculture Department.
Yep. Yeah. And so do you have a lens on what's happening because it's the SEP ultimately?
We will, absolutely, because the amendment to a SEP can only be made by the Minister for Planning. Right. So that would be something that we would need to be party to. But the investigation or the consideration of whether how land is defined and mapped is coming initially from the agriculture colleagues.
And so when we're assessing the renewable energy projects at the moment, what are you currently working with, Mr. Gainsford, in terms of, the farmland or state significant agricultural land? Have you got a feed into that, or does it come straight from DPI? Or
So I might ask Mr. Preshaw to give some advice here, but certainly one of the considerations as part of the assessment of those renewable energy projects that you're referring to is around the agricultural land status and the capacity of that agricultural land. Mr. Preshaw?
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer is that we assess it on a case-by-case basis. We send it to DPI Ag and we request their advice on each project, and a couple of things we're looking for in particular are BSAL, Biophysical Strategic Agricultural Land.
And so just on that, are you satisfied that the BSAL identification is contemporary, consistent and still relevant?
From our assessment point of view, it's just one indicator.
Yeah.
So there's a map, but then we want a site-specific assessment of the soil quality based on if the land is mapped or if there's concerns raised by agriculture about the quality of that soil. So in a recent example, for instance, we had a solar farm where there was a dispute around the quality of the soils, and we actually required the applicant to go out and do sampling and actually give us evidence as to the quality of the soils and the quality of the agricultural land.
And are you, I suppose, are you satisfied that the analysis and the assessment of that is contemporary, adequate and consistent at the moment, and that you have everything you need when you're doing it? Like, is it coming from a particular laboratory or a particular expert, or how do you know what you're being given to take as an assessment is what it is, and that we're considering whether that is in fact state significant farmland, agricultural land, etc.?
Again, it's a case-by-case sort of situation. So the BSAL mapping is one tool. The advice we get from the expert agency is another important tool. We also have the advice. We have requirements for all of these projects for the applicant to provide scientific evidence to the capability of the land. And as I said, if we have questions around that, we can actually get experts involved as well, independent experts, or ask the applicant to do more work. So I think case by case, we are comfortable that there's plenty of evidence out there as to the quality of the land.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I'm just curious, so there's been, this is going back a couple of years, but a particular council asking for controls in their local environment plan around horticulture and intensive horticulture, and then a pushback from the department, say, suggesting that no, it's not the place to do it, it's agriculture, it's a state issue. So blueberries was the example, and this was a sort of ongoing issue for, I think it was Bellingen Council originally, and now it's kind of rising its head again. And is it the department's view that it's not appropriate for local councils to be able to have certain controls and requirements in their LEP in relation to controlling some of these intensive horticulture projects?
Yeah, Chair, it's a really interesting question, and I know that the blueberries issue has been topical at about 5 years ago. The regional planners, the excellent planners that we have that work in these communities are really aware and working very closely with these councils to understand the changes that are occurring in their agricultural activities, what's happening in in those local areas and how that changes. Work very closely with colleagues in the Department of Agriculture around this as well. So I've not seen any representations about issues in the last 12 months that I can think of where there has been an LEP concern.
I think that there is, I know that there is in local communities there and within certain council laws, there's a reluctance now because of what happened in Bellingen to seek to try to engage the local planning process. So I'm just, I suppose what I'm looking for is, how does the department continue to communicate with some of our regional councils about, hey, just because something happened there, it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen again, or will it? Are we working in a system where because something happened under the former government, or it would necessarily happen again? Or it might be different.
The planning system is not static. It is fluid, and it changes in response to changing environment, changing policy, and things like the change of use in agriculture. If councils feel that they can't have that discussion with the department, firstly, I'd be disappointed, because I feel our regional directors do an excellent job in engaging with the councils, but I put the call out to any council general manager who wishes to discuss changes like that with myself and Ms Gibson, and we're open to having the conversation, not preempting any determination there, but open to having a conversation.
Thank you. I'll communicate that back. So in terms of the climate legislation, are you looking at a possible climate SEP, or introducing I know that you were saying you're looking forward to those conversations. Have you given that any thought at this point?
Look, Chair, we haven't. What I would say, in addition to, I guess, the comments that I made before, is we know that this is an area where there's a lot of regulation coming in. Obviously, the Commonwealth is, looking to get involved with the work that they're doing. The Environment Protection Authority is obviously looking to regulate, in this space as well. So. Whilst we will continue to conduct our assessments and ensure that these things are part of the merit-based assessment, there's no intention from our perspective to be developing a SEP, given there's so much other regulation coming into this space.
Okay, it just seems a bit curious that you guys are the ones making these decisions and doing these assessments and waiting for everyone else to do the work around it. Maybe that's not a fair assessment, but I thank you. Has there been, just going to the TODSEP, was there at all any direction that public housing isn't to be considered under the TODSEP?
On the contrary, public housing is applicable in the TODSEP, and we have been working very closely with our colleagues at LAC and AHO, now Homes New South Wales, to engage them in the process, so that as they're looking for site renewal, they can also take advantage of uplift that might occur in the TOD zones.
So why are we not seeing any of that?
We haven't made the SEPs yet. And I would say as well, this is quite early in the piece in relation to LAC and AHO being able to undertake land identification. I know Mr. Wendler, Landcom, has started that process of looking at potential sites, parcels of land that are applicable within the TODs. You'd have to ask Homes New South Wales, but it is my understanding, Monica, correct me if I'm wrong, that LAC and AHO have also been doing the same thing.
That's right, and our colleagues from those agencies were members of the Assessment Review Committee for the identification of the TODs. So their input was really important to us in selecting the site and evaluating the sites.
And so, Mr. Wendler, what's your engagement been in terms of the TODSEP and identifying those lands?
Yes, I think that's a question that I got before from Mr. Farlow. Right. So we have not been involved with the identification of the sites, but what we are doing now is, as was just outlined, we are looking at the sites and what opportunities they bring. Because we have a very active acquisition function.
Could I ask, would it have been better if you were at the very, very front of it all? Does that identify any, or what is the reason for the kind of the timing, I suppose, because
we have really different functions. So we are a developer.
Yes.
So we are business. We are a government-owned business. So we will then work within the planning constraints or within the new opportunities, similar to the planning pathways that we have been given last year. So what we're doing now is we are, as I mentioned before, we have a very active acquisition function, and so we are now looking at different sites. Some sites may be government-owned, and there's the government audit that's going on, but as well we're engaging with private sector owners to see if there are any acquisitions we can undertake, and then housing projects that we can develop.
I think, can I just add for absolute clarity as well, while Landcom weren't involved in that granular detailing of sites, the Landcom does have a role on the Housing Outcomes Network, which is chaired through the Cabinet Office. So I don't want you to think they're excluded from the conversations. On the contrary, they can provide insight into that market-led process, as Alex has just detailed, that is very useful for us.
And so you're satisfied, Secretary, that you think that the public housing component of the government's program has been front and centre and prioritised, including in the development of the TODCEP?
Well, I think we've put in place the governance to allow that to happen. It's certainly been one of the key considerations, but the TODs are there to deliver on a number of outcomes, and that includes market, affordable and social. So I wouldn't say the social housing element, I would be misleading you if I said the social housing element was weighted higher than the other three, but absolutely, of course, it's been a consideration, and Homes New South Wales, as the agencies have now become, have been involved actively.
And perhaps to also add to that in looking at the housing reforms and how we might work towards addressing the New South Wales commitment towards the Housing Accord for 377,000 homes to be built in New South Wales towards the end of the decade, that it won't just be the TOD or the low and mid-rise program, that there will be many things. The Minister outlined, I think it's been mentioned a couple of times today, that the infill affordable housing bonus was one of the first initiatives in the New South Wales response to the National Housing Accord. So it started with a social housing, an affordable housing element. So, and that has been included as an element of increasing that supply and looking for government sites where more public land could be used for social and affordable housing through the new programs that have been announced. So we'll continue to work with colleagues in Landcom, colleagues in Homes New South Wales about other things that might support them, including how we might fast-track their rezoning proposals. We are monitoring their self-assessment opportunities and making sure that is facilitating faster assessments and proper assessments. And as the Secretary's reminded me...
I just thought we'd just round out the piece of work that we've been doing, yep.
There's also a new concierge function, so I think mentioned earlier today, for Aboriginal land holders. We have a similar one for community housing providers. I think we're taking something like 15 community housing providers into that concierge function.
I think you've got one more question.
I think I've got one more question. Mr. Wendler, following on from that and your answer with respect to the analysis of sites following the TODCEP, given that off the top of my head, Ashfield, Gordon, Gosford and Kalara all have commuter parking sites around that TODCEP location, have you done an assessment in turning those properties into potential housing developments?
We have not. This is really the analysis about what government-owned sites would be part of the land audit is really going through the land audit. That's not a Landcom decision.
Very quickly, I was just wondering, is perhaps the Secretary, are you aware of the Verdant Earth project in the Hunter Valley?
No, I'm going to look to... Can you repeat the name again?
Verdant Earth. It's a clean energy project, and they claim that they've got, they've fulfilled all the department's criteria to proceed, but are still sitting idle. And I'm wondering...
I'm going to refer that to Mr. Gainsford.
Okay,
I might refer it to Mr. Preshaw.
We will knock it down the line, and we can't go...
I can tell you all about it if you like.
Yes, are there
Sorry,
plans?
Mr. Preshaw.
Are there plans to progress the application? Is there a timeline?
Yes, so this is the Red Bank Power Station project that you're referring to. Yes. So this has been working its way through the system for a while, as you've alluded to. And there's been a lot of discussions between ourselves and a number of other agencies, including EPA. We understand that the company Verdant has spoken to EPA about how the material they're looking to source fits the EPA's policies. And so I believe that we're at the point now where we can progress the application to the next stage, but we need to have that in a discussion with the EPA before we can confirm that.
Okay, so it's imminent, possibly.
I mean, to the next stage of the process, which is the very beginning of the process.
Yeah.
It's a biomass project.
Yes.
It's not necessarily clean energy, but anyway. All right. Can I just ask one thing? Why do we not talk about public housing in terms of publicly owned and managed housing? Why is the government, or everything you are saying is social housing?
I think that's a question for the government. I'll use the nomenclature that I'm provided by the government of the day.
That's my question. So you were given that? Have you?
It's pretty standard.
Have you been
terminology.
specifically not asked not to talk about public housing?
No, nobody has ever asked me to not talk about public housing.
But you have been specifically told that to reference public housing, we now refer to social housing.
No, I've never been given that direction. Social housing is a fairly standard term that's used. I've simply adopted it because I've heard ministers and Premier use it. I don't think anyone in the department's ever been instructed to not use a term or to use a particular term. I like it. It's social. It's about engaging with the community at every point, and that's the term that's used.
Thank you. Can I just ask one final thing? Has planning conducted any assessment of regional hubs and their capacity to support more integrated public transport? Obviously, transport would be, I'm assuming, doing their thing, but has planning done anything in particular with the Casino Queensland connection?
That really is a matter for transport.
So planning has done none of that, or
integrated much as I'd love to expand my portfolio, transport is responsible for integrated transport plans. We would provide input into those plans.
And have you been asked for any input? Yeah, just finishing. Have you been asked for any input?
I can't think of anything that is specific. I know that there are a number of land use plans happening around the casino area. That I think that is really...
we might take that on notice because it may well have occurred at a director level, and there's no particular reason why either Ms Gibson or myself would know about that.
We're over to the final part of the hearing, which is government time.
No questions from the government.
No questions from the government. Okay, thank you. Thank you, government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. We are all incredibly grateful to every one of you and the staff who prepare and assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Gibson says she's happy to talk about Tods for hours, so we'll see you at some other stage.
See you on hard quiz.
On hard quiz. Thank you for your time, and thank you to my staff for all their work in preparation.